Where the hell am I? That's the only thought hammering through my skull as I wake up in the middle of a dense forest. The air is cold, the trees stretch endlessly above, and an eerie silence hangs heavy around me. Something about this silence feels wrong, unnatural. I once heard that if a forest goes quiet, it means a predator is near. No idea how true that is, but I'm not about to stick around and test the theory. A shiver runs down my spine, and I finally take stock of my situation. A red jacket I don't remember putting on clings to me like a second skin. But the real kicker? The watch strapped to my wrist, big, sleek, and pulsing with a soft glow. It looks eerily similar to the Ultimatrix from Ben 10, but that's insane, right? I push myself up, muscles aching from whatever the hell happened before I got here. My eyes dart around, searching for movement, but the forest remains deathly still. Not trusting my luck, I inch toward a barely visible dirt path, each step crunching against the frost-covered ground. My heart pounds with every sound, every shift in the darkness, every rustle that might just be the wind or something worse. Then the night betrays me. A deep, guttural growl rumbles through the trees, and before I can react, a massive grizzly bear crashes through the underbrush. Its beady eyes lock onto me, and instinct slams into overdrive. No time to think, only run. Shit, shit, shit. I bolt, legs pumping as fast as they can carry me. Branches whip at my face, roots threaten to trip me, but adrenaline fuels my escape. The bear is right on my heels, its thunderous paws pounding against the earth, closing in, closer, closer. Then disaster. My foot catches on a hidden root, and suddenly I'm airborne. The world flips, pain explodes through my body, and I slam into the dirt. My head spins, my lungs burn, and before I can scramble to my feet, the grizzly looms above me, a mountain of fur, muscle, and death. This is it. I'm dead. This is how it ends. But then, beep, the watch on my wrist flares to life. A calm, robotic female voice cuts through the chaos. Warning, critical threat detected. Commencing advanced defense protocol. Stand by for transformation. My body seizes as a searing energy surges through me. It's like fire coursing through my veins, twisting, shifting, changing. My skin ripples, hardens, transforms. Claws sprout from my fingers, my muscles expand, and the air fills with a deep, guttural snarl. My snarl. I push myself up, now towering over the stunned grizzly. My arms, covered in vibrant orange fur, ripple with raw power. A wicked black claw protrudes from the back of my hand, gleaming under the moonlight. The realization crashes down like a tidal wave. I've turned into wrath. The bear swipes at me, but this time I don't flinch. The impact barely registers, but the crunch of its own bones does. The scent of fear slams into me like a freight train, instinct sharpening my senses. The grizzly stumbles back, its confidence shattering as I take a step forward, flexing my claws. I lock eyes with the trembling beast and let out a deep, rumbling growl. Let me tell you something, you oversized furball. I'm still Samuel, but now I've got a whole lot more wrath than you can handle. The bear hesitates, its earlier aggression crumbling under the weight of primal terror. Its whimpers cut through the silence, but I don't let up. Power surges through me, intoxicating and overwhelming all at once. For the first time since waking up in this nightmare, I don't feel helpless. I feel dominant. With one explosive leap, I close the distance and swipe. My claw tears through its skull like wet paper, and in an instant, the grizzly's head separates from its body. The sickening thud of flesh hitting the ground barely registers over the pounding of my heart. Silence returns. I stagger backward, staring at my blood-stained fur, my chest heaving. The thrill of battle still buzzes in my veins, but underneath it all, one terrifying thought lingers. This is real. I flex my claws, watching crimson drip from the tips. The power, the raw, unfiltered strength, it's exhilarating. It's addicting, but I can't lose myself in it. All right, Samuel, I mutter, shaking my head. Be like Elijah Michael's son, not Jack the Sailor. Sophistication, not savagery. I take a breath, willing my mind to steady. The thrill is still there, but I push it down, push wrath down. I glance around, searching for an escape, when a glimmer in the distance catches my eye. Water. A river. Perfect. Without another thought, I break into a sprint, leaving the grizzly's carcass behind. The forest, once an ominous, silent predator, now feels different. Not safe, but manageable. Because I'm no longer the prey. I leap into the river, the cold water shocking me back to reality, washing away the blood and the madness. And for the first time since waking up, I'll let out a breath of relief. But deep down, I know this is just the beginning. I wake to the gentle murmur of flowing water and the golden light of dawn spilling over everything. The river, still churning quietly after the night's turmoil, glistens under the sun like 1,000 shards of shattered glass. I push myself upright, the lingering heaviness of sleep mixing with the odd satisfaction of a hunt well done. My stomach is full of fish, and around me, nature has reclaimed its calm. Moss-covered rocks line the riverbank, blanketed in dew that sparkles like tiny diamonds. The towering trees arch overhead, their leaves whispering in the morning breeze, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and the faint tang of fish, a reminder of last night's brutal, exhilarating feast. Birdsong breaks the silence, a welcome change from the eerie quiet of the night before. The sky, a brilliant shade of blue, fills me with an unexpected sense of normalcy. I let out a slow breath, my senses drinking in the tranquility of the morning. First things first, before I freak out about the fact that I might never see my family again, let's figure something out. I lift my wrist and examine the watch, its surface gleaming in the sunlight. All right, you badass piece of tech, hit me with something. What the hell is going on? The display flickers to life, and a cool, measured female voice cuts through my thoughts. Samuel, your vitals indicate peak human performance, enhanced by the Ultimatrix. Your genetic markers, reflexes, and endurance are operating at optimal capacity. You are not superhuman, but you have reached the pinnacle of what human physiology can achieve under these conditions. I let out a short laugh. Pinnacle, huh? Not exactly Captain America level, but I'll take it. I still remember who I was before this, but my memories feel distant like puzzle pieces just out of reach. The one thing that's clear is that I'm stuck in some kind of interdimensional shitstorm. The watch continues, its tone almost soothing. Further analysis indicates interference from non-human energies. Unidentified quantum interfaces detected possible dimensional rift signatures. It is advised to proceed with caution and gather more data. I rub my eyes, try to clear the fog from my mind. So, I'm in the middle of some freaky interdimensional mess, and I've got a turbocharged watch playing scientist. I take another deep breath, grounding myself in the moment. The river flows steadily. The birds continue their morning chatter, but I know better. This piece is fragile, temporary. I straighten, feeling the power thrumming through my enhanced body, every nerve buzzing with potential. All right, I mutter, determination creeping in. I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing next. The pale morning sun casts long shadows as I scan the horizon. I have a body capable of things I never dreamed of, and a watch that's half oracle, half high-tech enigma. I glance down at the device again. The longer I look at it, the stranger it seems. With slow, deliberate taps, I tinker with it until the hidden interface flickers to life. The screen shimmers, settling into an alien choice menu. Damn, look at this, I murmur, scrolling through the options. Each alien form promises raw power in a different way. My fingers hover over XLR-8, the speedster. Then gray matter, all brains over brawn. Ghost freak? Yeah, not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. Humongousaur practically roars from the screen. Chromastone, Spider Monkey, Wrath, Heat Blast, Wildvine, Terraspin, each one brimming with its own destructive potential. This isn't just a toy. It's one of the most powerful weapons in existence, and it's bound to me. Or is it? Hey, Ultimatrix, are you bound to my DNA? I ask, my voice edged with curiosity and unease. A pause. Then, the measured female voice replies, "No, Samuel, I'm not bound to your DNA. I am bound to your soul, a manifestation of the Ultimatrix and the blueprint of its complete version engraved upon your very essence. My capabilities do not rely on replicating alien DNA from Primus. Instead, the full range of my data, including all selectable forms, is self-contained within me. Consider it a perfected fusion." I stare at the watch in disbelief. My mind races with a dozen questions, but one slams into me the hardest. How the hell did this happen? I run a hand through my hair, trying to steady my thoughts. "Okay, Ultimatrix," I say, voice low and rough. "Do you know how all this went down? Why am I fused with you?" The inner face flickers. The voice responds, "Samuel, the circumstances leading to our fusion are unclear. A multidimensional rift, coupled with a surge of non-human energy, triggered an event that reconfigured the fundamental properties of your soul. This event effectively burned the complete version of the Ultimatrix's blueprint into you, enabling our current state. However, the precise cause and intent behind these energies remain unknown. Further data collection is required." I let out a slow, incredulous breath. "Great. So, I'm stuck in some cosmic accident with an alien watch that doesn't even know how it got here. Figures." I shake my head. I can't sit here all day speculating. I need answers, and I need a plan. I tap the XLR8 icon. A jolt of energy rips through me as my body shifts, narrowing into an aerodynamic form. The world sharpens, my senses hypertuned. My pulse pounds in my ears as my newly enhanced legs itch to move. I take a single step, and then I'm gone. Wind roars past me, the forest blurring as I rocket through the trees. "Holy shit," I shout, barely able to keep up with my own speed. The rush is unreal, my reflexes perfectly attuned to every shift in terrain. But as I approach the edge of the wilderness, city lights appear in the distance. My instincts scream at me to slow down. I can't let anyone see this. "Ultimatrix, or do I revert?" I ask, still hurtling forward. "Focus on your natural self, and tap the icon on your chest." I force my mind back. Samuel, not XLR8. My past, my identity, my human form. I brace myself and tap the icon. A shudder courses through me, and my body rapidly shifts back. My breath comes in ragged gasps as the world slows to normal speed. I stagger onto a dirt road at the city's edge, rubbing my temples as the remnants of alien energy fade. I need to lay low, gather information, and figure out my next move. The Ultimatrix hums on my wrist, a quiet reminder of the chaos that changed my life. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's ahead. "All right, Sam," I murmur. "Time to play it smart." With determination burning in my chest, I step onto the road, heading toward the city, toward whatever comes next.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
I step off the dusty road and into the chaos of the city, New York City, by the looks of it. The metamorphosis from the silent forest to the relentless urban pulse hits me hard. Here, the streets are a blender of honking taxis, chattering crowds, and glaring neon signs. I keep my head down, trying to blend in while every nerve in my body still remembers the wild power surging through me from last night. As I navigate past a cluster of storefronts on a busy intersection, I catch sight of a massive public TV set up on the side of the building. Flickering in the morning light, it's broadcasting a press conference. My heart skips a beat as I see none other than Tony Stark himself, standing in a sleek, glass-paneled room. He's grinning in that unmistakable way and declaring, with all the swagger in the world, "I am Iron Man." The impact of that moment is explosive. I pause for a split second, my stomach twisting into knots. Tony Stark, an actual, real-life superhero? This is beyond anything I could have imagined. The realization crashes over me. I'm not in my familiar world anymore. I'm smack dab in the Marvel Universe, where the fantastical is part of the everyday, and where legends are living, breathing acts of defiance. I swallow hard and force myself to stay calm. No scene, no drawing unwanted attention. I back away slowly from the screen, blending into the flow of pedestrians. My mind buzzes. Questions pile up about what it all means, about governments and secret agencies, and about my own place in this crazy, interdimensional mess. I keep moving, try to lose myself in the crowd. But fate has other plans. As I pass a busy sidewalk cafe, a woman's voice calls out, loud enough for me to hear over the urban din. Hey, are those hair and red eyes natural, or are you trying to pull off some sort of movie cosplay? I freeze for a split second. My heart slams in my chest, and I swallow hard, forcing a calm reply. Yeah, they're natural, I say, hoping the abrupt answer will suffice. I offer a tight-lipped smile and quicken my pace, not wanting to linger. Later, as I navigate down an alleyway lined with mirrored glass windows of a closed storefront, I catch a glimpse of myself. I stop abruptly, drawn to the reflective surface. In the darkened glass, I see a stranger staring back. The hair isn't the familiar dark shade I used to have. It's unnaturally white, almost luminous under the city's neon glow. And those eyes, they burn a fierce red. The face is unmistakable, the angular features, the sharp gaze. I'm looking like Albedo. A swirl of disbelief and a bitter sense of irony wash over me. I, Samuel, am wearing the body of an inverted persona, a caricature of a villain from another universe. The absurdity of it all hits me hard. I run a hand through my hair, half expecting it to change back, to betray this alien transformation, but it remains defiantly white, a stark, unexpected mirror of the persona I was forced into. I take a deep, steadying breath, regaining my composure. There's no time for self-pity now. I must keep moving, keep blending in, even as I carry with me the uncanny weight of this new, surreal identity. The Marvel Universe is unforgiving, and now every reflective surface might remind me of just how far from home I really am. I step away from the glass, my eyes still lingering on that shocking image. I need to calm down. I lean against a graffiti-splattered wall, coffee long since gone cold as I mull over my next move. Okay, first things first. Let's plan. I doubt I have an identity in this world, so I need to fix myself, such a thing, but how? A new identity isn't something you just stumble upon. It's crafted like a finely tuned piece of art by the right connections. I need a cover that explains the white hair, the red eyes, the whole thing. Since it goes way beyond simply being albino, because this white hair looks like it's freaking glowing. I pause to think, piecing together what little I know about the shady underside of this universe. All my knowledge of identity fixers comes from late-night shows and the scraps of underground lore I picked up in Comic-Con panels, nothing concrete. I barely know what underground network even means in a city like this. But if there's one thing I've learned from comics, it's that when you're in over your head, you find someone who deals in new beginnings, someone willing to rewrite your story, even if that person is as elusive as a shadow in Hell's Kitchen. I crack open my little notebook. What? Doesn't everyone carry one with them? And scribble down a rough plan. I need someone who can forge new credentials and a backstory that makes sense. A cover that says, yeah, I was born with these features, a rare genetic condition, maybe a side effect of some kind of experimental treatment. That might pass for plausible enough here. There are stories about mysterious genetic anomalies in the Marvel world. After all, even if all I know are the colorful versions played out in comics. Soon enough, night has fallen over New York's back alleys, and as I keep moving, I catch a sneering group of thugs gathered under a flickering streetlight. One of them bellows to his mates. She just won't stop yapping about some no-good goddamn purse. The bitch just wouldn't shut up. So I did what any guy would do and slapped the shit out of her. The crude sound of his boast fills the air, and I can tell he's nothing but trouble. Nice one, Dash. The bitch deserved it. She'd been trying to turn my Janice against me as well. Had to take her drugs away for a week till the bitch listened to me once more. I fucked her good then. Drug addict bitches really are the simplest lays. The three of them all then burst into laughter, proud of themselves. Yeah, I won't feel bad what I'm about to do to you guys. In a blur, I catch them off guard. One by one, they hit the pavement. No messy, drawn-out fight, just swift, decisive blows that leave them disoriented and unable to react. Before they can even register what's happening, I've collected the cash from their pockets and snagged a black hoodie, perfect for hiding my abnormal features. I make sure not to let anyone get a good look at me, disappearing back into the night as quickly as I appeared. I stick to the shadows as I move deeper into the maze of back alleys, listening for any scrap of whispered conversation. Near a dim corner by a rundown fire escape, I catch, with my peak hearing, a muffled exchange between a tight-knit group of thugs. Their voices are low and cautious, laced with suspicion. One of them mutters, "Silva can hook you up, if you know where to look, but don't go asking questions around here, or you'll end up on the wrong side of trouble." Another adds, "He runs the old seed, but it's no easy road getting there." Their words are hesitant, as if Silva's name carries danger as much as promise. I decide I've taken my share of risks already, so I step out from the darkness with measured resolve and say, "I'm looking for Silva. Can one of you point me in his direction?" Immediately, tension spikes, their eyes narrow, and the one who spoke first snaps back, "Mind your own business, pal. This ain't for you." Before they can tighten their circle, I crush the silence with a swift, hard punch. They stumble back, shouts of anger echoing in the narrow space. I push forward with deliberate force, a calculated series of blows that leave them reeling, but not unconscious. They kick and curse, their fear mixing with defiance, fighting to preserve scrap of pride. One of them manages to spit, "Silva? You don't know what you're asking for, man. Get lost." I lean in close, and with a firm glare that brooks no nonsense, I growl as I punch the ground near his head, cracking the concrete. "I don't need your blessing, just the location." After another burst of feeble resistance, one thug, shaking and clearly rattled, mutters, "All right." He hangs around the old seed warehouse on 12th. "But I swear, you don't know who you're messing with." His words are hurried, and it's clear he's desperate to end this encounter. I pull back, breathing steadily as my stolen hoodie conceals any trace of my real self. The information is far from a clear map. It's messy, vague, and filled with warnings. Yet it's enough to fuel a spark of hope. With more obstacles than I had hoped for. "Give me a map." I order. "What?" One of the thugs questions incredulously. "I don't know the way." I tell simply, "You don't got no phone, dog?" Another asks, "No, speaking of that, give it to me." "We ain't got no map, man." "Your phone." I continue as I extend my hand, palm up. They fall silent for a heartbeat. One thug glances at his nervous companions before reluctantly handing over his phone. I snatch it, my eyes quickly scanning the blank but still crucial map app. It's rough, a crude outline marked with arrowed routes and scrawled notes. I can make out the indication, an old warehouse on 12th. "Looks like this is it." I murmur, my voice low and steady. I tip a couple of bucks toward the shaking thug, a small bonus to sweeten his surrender, and tuck the phone away. His friends exchange wary looks as I turn and begin to walk away. Though before I completely disappear once more, I stop. "If you think about calling people to go after me for revenge, don't." I kick the graffiti-laced wall hard enough that it literally shatters, causing them to yell out in fear and shock. "Yo," the bald one yells. "The fuck?" The one I took the phone from continues. Not saying anything else, without turning around, I slip away into the darkness. I got a broker to find. The warehouse looms ahead like a concrete ghost, its weathered walls telling stories of better days. Graffiti crawls up the sides like urban ivy, and broken windows stare out like hollow eyes into the night. My stolen phone screen casts a pale glow as I double-check the location. This has to be it. The old seed warehouse on 12th, Silva's supposed domain. I pull the black hoodie tighter, making sure my white hair and red eyes stay hidden. The last thing I need is to draw attention before I even get inside. The entrance is a heavy metal door, rusted at the edges but still solid. Two guys flank it, trying hard to look casual while obviously being guards. Their hands rest too close to their waistbands to be anything else. As I approach, one of them straightens up. "Lost, pretty boy?" I keep my voice level, channeling every ounce of confidence I can muster. Here, to see Silva. They exchange looks. The taller one spits on the ground. Silva ain't seeing nobody tonight. Tell him it's about new papers. Full package. I pull out a thick wad of cash from the thugs I'd encountered earlier, and I can make it worth everyone's time. The shorter guard's eyes lock onto the money. He mutters something into a radio, waits, then nods reluctantly. Pat him down, the taller one orders. I let them do their job, knowing the only real weapon I have is strapped to my wrist, disguised as a simple watch. They find nothing else and eventually wave me through. Inside, the warehouse is a maze of shipping containers and old machinery. The air smells of rust and secrets. A figure emerges from the shadows, tall, lean, with silver-streaked hair and eyes that have seen too much. So, Silva's voice carries a hint of amusement. You're the one causing trouble in my neighborhood. Heard about what happened to Dash's crew. I meet his gaze steadily. Just needed directions. So, what brings you to my parts of the neighborhood? I need papers. Complete identity package, birth certificate, social security, the works. I'm willing to pay. I say as I take off my hoodie. Silva studies me with calculating eyes, a predatory smile slowly spreading across his features. Papers, huh? He gestures toward his makeshift office. Let's discuss this somewhere more private. The office is cramped, with harsh fluorescent lights casting unforgiving shadows. Silva settles behind his desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin. You know, he starts, eyes narrowing. When someone asks around for papers, I expect some desperate immigrant or runaway kid. He pauses meaningfully. Not someone who looks like they walked out of a high-end modeling agency. I shift slightly, the Ultimatrix a reassuring weight on my wrist. I just need the papers. Money won't be an issue. Silva's smile widens. Your unique features, he gestures vaguely toward my concealed appearance, combined with no identity, no history. He lets out a low whistle. Do you know what some people would pay for someone like you? The air in the room suddenly feels thicker. Silva presses a button under his desk, and the door bursts open. 6 armed guards flood in, the 2 from outside and 4 more I hadn't noticed before. Restrain him, Silva orders, standing with practiced confidence. Gently, though. Don't want to damage the merchandise. 2 guards grab my arms, while Silva begins his monologue. You see, there's a very exclusive market for unique individuals like yourself. The Kingpin, my real employer, has connections with certain wealthy clients who appreciate exotic acquisitions. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. You really should have asked what I can do before trying this. The Ultimatrix's enhancement of my physical abilities makes breaking free almost embarrassingly easy. I snap my arms outward, sending both guards stumbling backward with enough force to crack the wall behind them. What the dash, Silva starts, but I'm already moving. My fist connects with one guard's jaw, while my elbow finds another solar plexus. They drop like stones. The remaining 4 raise their weapons, but they're too slow. You want to see exotic? I growl, activating the Ultimatrix. Let me show you something really special. The transformation is instant and overwhelming. Bone and muscle expanding, skin hardening into scales. I grow until my head nearly touches the warehouse ceiling. Humongosaur's massive form towering over the now terrified humans. Holy shit, one guard screams, his gun clattering to the floor. Boss, what the fuck is this thing? Another shouts, backing away. The next few moments are pure chaos. I swat 2 guards aside with a sweep of my arm, sending them crashing through the office wall. Another tries to shoot, but I catch him mid-motion, crushing his weapon like it's made of paper before tossing him into his remaining colleague. When the dust settles, Silva is cowering in the corner, his expensive suit covered in debris. His eyes are wide with terror as I lean down, my massive face inches from his. Now, I rumble in Humongosaur's deep voice. Let's talk about the truth. The Kingpin. Silva blurts out, hands raised in surrender. He's the one you need. I'm nobody, just a recruiter. He has the real connections, the real power to get you what you need. I let out a low growl. And why should I believe you now? Because he's the only one who can actually help someone like you. Silva's voice cracks with desperation. Someone who can turn into this. You need someone with real power, real influence. Someone who can keep secrets. I consider his words, slowly reverting to my human form. The transformation seems to terrify Silva even more than my dinosaur form did. Wilson Fisk himself, I say slowly, watching his reaction. Silva nods frantically. He has operations all over the city. Legitimate ones, too. He can give you everything: identity, background, protection. The kind of paperwork that'll stand up to any scrutiny. I grab him by his collar. And the price? Probably just a meeting. That's all, I swear. He'll want to see what you can do himself. I release him and de-transform, while watching as he slumps against the wall. Set it up. And Silva. I activate the Ultimatrix again, letting its glow illuminate my face. If you're lying to me again, I'm not. I swear on my life. As I turn to leave, stepping over the groaning guards, Silva's trembling voice follows me. What? What are you? I pause as I begin to lean against the wall, considering my answer. Someone who's already tired of people trying to sell him. Silva afterwards immediately scrambles to his laptop, hands shaking as he opens it. Okay, please don't mind, but let me show him right now. The security footage. He types frantically, sending the video feed of what just happened. He needs to see this. Only way he'll want to meet you. I stay silent, finding that permission enough as I cross my arms, watching him work. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead as Silva makes a call, his voice steadier now, but still edged with urgency. Sir, yes, I know it's late, but you need to see this footage. I'm sending it now. A pause. Yes, sir. He's still here. No, sir, not a mutant dash, he states as he then turns to me and whispers, Are you a mutant? To which I shake my head. He's something else entirely. The silence that follows is heavy. Silva's expression shifts from fear to something approaching awe as he listens to the voice on the other end. Yes, sir. I understand. Right away, sir. He ends a call and looks up at me. The Kingpin, he's coming here. Now, I raise an eyebrow. Just like that. You don't understand, Silva says, straightening his tie with trembling fingers. The Kingpin doesn't come to anyone. But what you can do, he wants to see it in person. How long? 20 minutes. His penthouse isn't far. Silva begins clearing debris from his desk. He's bringing his personal security detail. Please, don't do that thing again unless he asks. I'd rather not have any more walls destroyed. I settle into a chair, keeping my eyes on Silva. Tell me about him. What should I expect? Silva's laugh is nervous. The Kingpin? He's not what most people expect. Don't let his appearance fool you. The man's brilliant, ruthless, and always 3 steps ahead. And now, he glances at the Ultimatrix. He's very, very interested in you. The minutes tick by slowly as we wait. The groaning of injured guards the only sound breaking the tense silence. Soon, the real game would begin. Soon enough, the sound of multiple vehicles pulling up outside breaks the tense silence. Silva straightens immediately, his face a mixture of fear and reverence. He's here, Silva whispers, unnecessarily. Heavy footsteps echo through the warehouse, accompanied by the measured pace of what must be at least a dozen men. The door to the office opens, and a massive frame of Wilson Fisk fills the entrance. The Kingpin is exactly as imposing as the comics portrayed him, a mountain of man in an immaculate white suit. His presence seems to make the room smaller, and his calculating eyes fix on me with laser-like intensity. So, his voice is surprisingly cultured. You're the one who turned into that interesting creature. He steps inside, flanked by 4 men in black suits. I must say, the security footage was quite impressive. I remain seated, maintaining eye contact. I need papers. Real ones. Silva says you're the man who can make that happen. Fisk's lips curl into a slight smile. Straight to business. I appreciate that. He gestures, and one of his men brings forward a chair sturdy enough to support his frame. Though I must admit, I'm more interested in how someone with your abilities comes to need such services. I'm not from around here, I reply carefully, and I need to establish myself legally. Clearly, Fisk studies me with unnerving focus. The white hair, the red eyes, natural features, I assume, combined with your transformation abilities, you're quite the mystery. He leans forward slightly. Show me. I stand slowly, making sure his guards don't get jumpy. You might want to step back. Humongosaur takes up a lot of space. Fisk nods, and his guards create space. I activate the Ultimatrix, and once again, the transformation takes hold. My body expands, muscles and bones growing, skin hardening into scales until Humongosaur's massive form dominates the room. The guards instantly draw their weapons, but Fisk raises a hand, stopping them. His expression remains unchanged, but there's a glint of fascination in his eyes. Remarkable, he says, standing to better observe my transformed state. Not a mutant ability, I presume? This seems more technological in nature. His gaze fixes on the Ultimatrix symbol on my chest. I revert to human form, the change just as smooth as before. It's complicated. I imagine it is. Fisk settles back into his chair. You understand, of course, that creating a completely new identity in today's digital age is no small feat, especially one that would withstand serious scrutiny. I can pay dash, I begin, but Fisk waves his hand dismissively. Money isn't the issue here. What interests me is potential. He clasps his hands together. I could provide you with everything you need, identity, background, even a legitimate position in one of my companies. But I'd expect certain favors in return. I'm not interested in becoming an enforcer, I state firmly. Fisk actually chuckles at this. My dear boy, with your abilities, using you as mere muscle would be a waste. No, I'm thinking of something far more sophisticated. Something that would benefit us both while maintaining your public respectability. He walks back to his chair, settling his massive frame with deliberate grace. Tell me, what do you know about public perception? I raise an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. In this new era of Iron Man and emerging heroes, the public craves symbols. Icons. Fisk leans forward slightly. What they don't realize is that every hero needs infrastructure, funding, support. Even Tony Stark, with all his billions, needs his corporate empire to maintain his heroic endeavors. Now I understand where this is going. You want to create your own superhero. Precisely. Fisk's smile broadens. Think about it. A mysterious new hero, funded by legitimate businesses, protecting the city. The public gets their symbol, and the businesses backing this hero gain tremendous goodwill and influence. He gestures to me. Your abilities are perfect for this. Spectacular enough to capture attention, versatile enough to handle various threats. With your unique appearance, you already look the part of something extraordinary. And you be the secret benefactor, I say, connecting the dots. Indeed, I provide you with everything, identity, resources, equipment, intel. You become the hero this city needs, while my organization's public image benefits from our discreet association. He pauses meaningfully. And of course, there might be times when this hero could be selectively unavailable during certain business operations. I consider Fisk's proposal carefully. True, I could strong-arm him right now, force him to provide what I need, or even use gray matter's intelligence to forge my own path with the technology he'd be forced to provide. But there's something more valuable at play here. I accept, I say, watching Fisk's expression carefully. But I maintain full autonomy over my activities. I don't aid you in any way in anything illegal or immoral, and I choose which situations to intervene in. Fisk nods, clearly pleased. Of course, a hero must maintain his integrity. My mind races through the strategic advantages. Having the Kingpin as a backer means access to criminal intelligence networks, advance warning of major threats, and most importantly, insight into the power players of this universe. In a world where Thanos and other cosmic threats loom on the horizon, having an inside track on both the criminal underworld and legitimate business spheres may seem small, but in actuality could prove invaluable. Plus, there's the matter of preparation. Building a support network, understanding the city's underbelly, and positioning myself before the bigger threats emerge. all while maintaining a heroic public image that could give me credibility with the Avengers when they eventually form. Even if they know the Kingpin is backing me, it won't truly matter. S.H.I.E.L.D. is settled for worse, so long as I am loyal to the cause, which I will prove to be, as this is my new home, until I find a way to return to my own world. We'll need to discuss the details, I say. Costume design, public narrative, operational parameters. Naturally, Fisk stands, adjusting his suit jacket. I have some ideas about your origin story, something that explains your unique appearance while garnering public sympathy. Perhaps a victim of experimental genetics who chose to use his gifts for good. 3 days later, I find myself in Fisk's penthouse office, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Manhattan. The space exudes power and wealth, from the Italian marble floors to the priceless artworks adorning the walls. Your new identity is established, Fisk announces, sliding a thick folder across his mahogany desk. As far as the world is concerned, you are Samuel Fisk, my lost son. I nearly choke on my coffee. You're what? Is there a problem? Fisk's expression remains neutral, but there's a hint of amusement in his voice. I compose myself. I expected a background story, not adoption. It's the most bulletproof narrative, Fisk explains. 23 years ago, a secret government facility conducted unauthorized genetic experiments on infants. You, through the years, became one of them. Your distinctive features a result of their tampering. When the program was shut down, records were destroyed, and the children vanished into the system. He leans back in his chair. I discovered your existence during a corporate investigation and, moved finding out your story, as any real father should, immediately took you in. The press release goes out tomorrow. And people will believe this? The public loves a redemption story. The corrupt program exposed, the lost child found, the wealthy businessman showing compassion dash. Suddenly, the news feed on his wall-mounted TV interrupts with breaking coverage. The screen fills with chaos, Harlem streets torn apart, buildings crumbling, and two massive figures locked in combat. We're live in Harlem, where two enormous creatures are engaged in a destructive battle. The reporter's voice shakes. The military has identified one as the Hulk, but the other creature's identity remains unknown dash. I stand up. That's my cue. Absolutely not, Fisk says sharply. This is too dangerous for your debut. We need something controlled, something dash. I activate the Ultimatrix, cutting him off. Trust me. Fisk's eyes widen as my form shifts and changes, not into the dinosaur-like creature he witnessed before, but it is something sleek and built for speed. One in the dash, he starts, but I'm already gone, leaving papers swirling in my wake. As XLR-8, I race through the city streets, the world a blur around me. The Ultimatrix feeds me instincts on how to move at these speeds, but it's still overwhelming. I nearly crashed twice before getting the hang of the momentum. The scene in Harlem is pure chaos. The Abomination hurls a car at the Hulk, who catches it but gets pushed back through a building. Civilians scatter in terror, many trapped between debris and destruction. My first rescue attempt nearly ends in disaster. I grab a woman from the path of falling debris, but my inexperience with XLR-8 speed almost gives her whiplash. The Ultimatrix's built-in instincts kick in, helping me adjust my acceleration and deceleration. Sorry about that, I tell her as I set her down safely. Still getting used to this. The next few minutes become a blur of constant motion. Grab someone, rush them to safety, repeat. Each rescue gets smoother as I learn to work with XLR-8's abilities rather than fight them. The Ultimatrix seems to respond to my growing understanding, feeding me more precise control. A bus full of trapped civilians catches my attention. The Abomination's rampage has wedged it between a collapsed building and a mountain of debris. I can hear screams from inside. Hold on, I shout, vibrating my claws at high speed to cut through metal, creating an escape route. The passengers stumble out, and I ferry them to safety in groups. But I can't keep playing defense. The Hulk and Abomination's battle is demolishing entire city blocks. As I deposit the last civilian at the police perimeter, I know it's time to step up. Here goes nothing, I mutter, hitting the Ultimatrix symbol on my chest. The transformation to Humongosaur feels different this time. More controlled, more purposeful. The abomination has the hull pinned against a partially collapsed building. Neither has noticed me yet. I take advantage of the moment, charging forward and tackling the abomination off the Hulk. Pick on someone your own size. I roar, driving him into the pavement. The abomination recovers quickly, his grotesque face twisting into a snarl. Another freak? This city's crawling with him. He lunges at me, but I'm ready. The Ultimatrix's combat instincts merge with my enhanced strength as I meet his charge head-on. We crash through a vacant storefront, trading blows that shake the ground. But I've forgotten about the Hulk. A roar from behind is my only warning before a green fist sends me flying. Great. Now I'm fighting both of them. Wait, I shout at the Hulk, dodging another swing. I'm trying to help. The abomination's fist connects with my jaw, sending me crashing through another building. Before I can recover, the Hulk's massive form appears above me, both hands clasped together for a hammer blow. I roll away just in time, but the impact crater where I lay a second ago tells me how close I came to serious injury. Enough, the abomination roars, grabbing a city bus and hurling it at both of us. I catch it, but the force drives me to my knees. The Hulk, seeing me protecting civilians still evacuating behind me, hesitates in his attack. Unfortunately, this gives the abomination an opening to clothesline us both. Pain explodes across my body as I'm sent tumbling down the street. Even Humongosaur's durability has its limits, and I'm reaching mine. The abomination is stronger than I expected, and fighting both him and the Hulk is proving impossible. Ultimatrix, I grunt, pushing myself up from the crater my impact created. How do I access ultimate forms? The familiar feminine voice responds clearly in my mind. Ultimate transformation can be activated through conscious intent and physical interaction with the Ultimatrix symbol. Simply desire the evolutionary advancement and tap the symbol on your chest. I hesitate for a split second. The ultimate forms are more powerful, yes, but also more aggressive, their combat instincts honed through millions of years of simulated warfare. But as I watch the abomination throw a car full of screaming civilians, I realize I don't have a choice. Let's go ultimate, I growl, slapping the symbol on my chest. The transformation is different this time, more intense, more profound. I feel my body changing, evolving, becoming something designed purely for combat. Organic armor plates emerge. My hands transform into bioorganic weapons, and raw power courses through every fiber of my being. Ultimate Humongosaur rises from the crater, my new form towering over the battlefield. The abomination actually takes a step back, while the Hulk's eyes narrow at this new threat. Now then, I say, my voice deeper and more menacing, shall we continue? The combat instincts flooding my mind are overwhelming, demanding immediate, devastating action. I fight to maintain control, to remember I'm here to protect, not destroy. Let me show you what real strength looks like. I growl, charging forward with speed that belies my massive size. The abomination meets my charge, but this time I'm ready. My bioorganic enhanced fist connects with his jaw, the impact creating a shockwave that shatters nearby windows. He staggers back, actually looking stunned for the first time. "What the hell are you?" he snarls, spitting out what looks like a tooth. Instead of answering, I transform my hands into their missile launcher configuration, another surprise courtesy of this evolved form. Someone who's ending this fight. I unleash a barrage of biomissiles, forcing the abomination to dodge. Each explosion is precisely aimed to drive him away from populated areas. The Hulk, watching this display of firepower, seems to reassess the situation. "Green guy," I call out, keeping my weapons trained on the abomination. "I'm on your side. He's the enemy. Help me contain him." The Hulk's response is a roar that shakes the ground, but this time he charges past me, straight at the abomination. Finally, we're working together. The battle becomes a coordinated assault, my missile barges hurting the abomination into the Hulk's devastating punches. Every time he tries to escape, I cut off his route with explosive force while the Hulk hammers him relentlessly. But the abomination isn't going down easily. He manages to grab a support beam from a demolished building and swings it like a bat, catching both of us in one sweep. Even with Ultimate Humongosaur's enhanced durability, it hurts. I crash through a wall, but immediately push myself up, my Evolved Forms combat protocols already calculating countermeasures. The Hulk recovers even faster, his rage visibly building. Hulk smash bone face, he roars, launching himself at the abomination. Taking advantage of their grapple, I position myself strategically. "Hey, ugly," I call out, my hands morphing into their missile configuration again. Catch! The abomination turns just as I unleash a full barrage. The Hulk, seeming to understand my intent, releases his hold and jumps clear. The missiles impact directly, creating a massive explosion that sends the abomination flying backward into an abandoned construction site. Before he can recover, I charge forward, my enhanced form strength letting me match his speed. I grab him midair and slam him into the ground, the impact creating a crater in the concrete. "Stay the fuck down." Each word is punctuated with a devastating blow. The Hulk lands beside us, adding his own punishing attacks. The abomination tries to fight back, but caught between Ultimate Humongosaur's tactical precision and the Hulk's raw power, he's finally overwhelmed. With one final coordinated attack, my missile barrage pushing him into the Hulk's uppercut, the abomination crashes down, finally unconscious. The silence that follows is deafening. The Hulk turns to me, his green eyes narrowed with suspicion but not hostility. "Who you?" I power down my weapon systems, showing I mean no threat. "Just someone trying to help." "You did good, big guy." Military helicopters approach in the distance. The Hulk looks up, then back at me. There's a moment of understanding between us before he leaps away, disappearing into the night. I look down at the unconscious abomination, then at the destruction around us. In the distance, I can hear sirens and see news helicopters approaching. Time to make my exit. With a tap of the Ultimatrix symbol, I revert first to regular Humongosaur, then to human form. My body aches, but there's a satisfaction in knowing I helped prevent an even bigger disaster. As I prepare to transform into XLR8 and leave, I catch sight of my reflection in a broken window. White hair, red eyes, and now, a hero's debut that no one will forget. "Well, Dad," I mutter sarcastically, thinking of Fisk's carefully crafted adoption story. "I hope this meets your PR requirements." I zip back to Fisk's penthouse as XLR8, my mind still processing the battle. The sun has set, and the city lights twinkle below like fallen stars. As I transform back to human form, I find Fisk standing by his floor-to-ceiling windows, watching news coverage of the fight. "That," he says without turning, "was not what we discussed." On multiple screens, shaky phone footage shows Ultimate Humongosaur trading blows with the abomination. Other angles capture my rescue efforts as XLR8. The media is already dubbing it the Battle of Harlem. "No," I agree, sinking into a leather chair. "It was better." Fisk turns, his expression unreadable. Multiple transformations. Evolution capabilities. "You've been holding back information." "I have many forms," I admit, each with its own abilities, each with the potential to evolve further. "This changes things." He walks to his desk, pressing a button. A holographic display springs to life, showing social media reactions, news coverage, and preliminary polling data. Public response is overwhelming. They're already calling you a hero. I watch as clips of XLR8's rescue efforts play alongside Ultimate Humongosaur's battle footage. That was the point, wasn't it? Indeed. Fisk studies the data, scrolling past. Though this debut was far more spectacular than planned. The adoption announcement goes live tomorrow morning. The timing really couldn't be better. The lost son of Wilson Fisk, turning his trauma into a force for good. The press will want a name. Fisk continues, pulling up more data. A superhero identity. Something that captures the public's imagination while maintaining the narrative we've built. I watch as more footage plays across the screens. Someone managed to capture the moment I transformed from XLR8 to Humongosaur, then later to Ultimate Humongosaur. The quality is poor, but the dramatic effect is undeniable. Shift, I say suddenly. Simple, descriptive, memorable. Fisk considers this, then nods. Yes, that could work. The media is already focusing on your transformation abilities. We'll need to control the narrative, though. Explain your powers in a way that aligns with your backstory. He brings up a preliminary press release. Government experiments on enhanced genetics, leading to metamorphic abilities, the device being a focus point for you to be able to more easily choose what you morph into. It explains the transformations without revealing the true nature of your. He trails off. Ultimatrix. Ultimatrix, he repeats, akin to tasting the word on his tongue. A news alert interrupts us. General Ross is giving a statement about the Harlem incident. His face fills one of the screens, tight with barely controlled anger. The incident in Harlem is under military investigation, he announces. This new enhanced individual who intervened will be required to register with the appropriate authorities. And so it begins. Fisk muses, muting the feed. The government will want to control you, study you, which makes our next move crucial. Let them come, I say, watching Ross's muted tirade. A victim of government experiments, now being pursued by the very system that created him, the public will eat it up. A slight smile crosses Fisk's face. You understand optics better than I expected. He pulls up another document. The legal team is ready. When Ross makes his move, we'll counter with allegations of past government misconduct. Your origin documents are already seeded in various databases. My new phone buzzes with alerts as #shift and #Harlem Hero trend worldwide. Though we should discuss these other forms, Fisk says, studying me intently. The speed creature, the evolution capability. What else haven't you shown? Let's just say I'm full of surprises. I reply carefully. Even with our arrangement, there's no need to reveal all my cards. Speaking of which, Fisk continues, pulling up designs on his tablet. Your costume is already in production. Adaptive material that won't tear during transformations. Built-in communications dash. A new alert interrupts him. Amateur footage showing Ultimate Humongosaur and the Hulk fighting side by side against the Abomination. The optics are perfect, Fisk observes. Two powerful beings protecting the city from a third. Tomorrow's press conference will be interesting. He stands, walking to the window overlooking the city. The adoption announcement, your hero debut, the military's interest, everything aligns perfectly. Now we just need to ensure the narrative stays on track. The next morning, Fisk Tower's press room is packed. Journalists jostle for position, cameras flash, and the air buzzes with anticipation. I stand backstage, adjusting my tailored suit, black with a red tie that complements my eyes. 16 in body and already world famous. Ready? Fisk asks, appearing beside me. Born ready. I reply, though my heart pounds. It's one thing to fight monsters. It's another to face the world's media. Fisk's PR director takes the podium first, making preliminary announcements. Then Fisk himself steps out, commanding attention with his presence alone. 3 months ago, he begins, my investigation into illegal government experimentation uncovered something extraordinary, a son I never knew I had. The room erupts with questions. Fisk raises a hand for silence. 23 years ago, a classified program conducted genetic experiments on infants. When years later exposed, they destroyed records and displaced the children. One of those children was my biological son. His DNA altered, his identity erased. He pauses for effect. Yesterday, you saw what those experiments created. The screens behind him light up with footage from Harlem. My rescue efforts as XLR8, the battle as Humongosaur, the final confrontation as Ultimate Humongosaur. Ladies and gentlemen, Fisk announces, I present my son, Samuel Fisk, though you may know him better as Shift. That's my cue. I step onto the stage, the room exploding with camera flashes and shouted questions. The white hair and red eyes that once made me stand out now serve as proof of the story we're selling. I know you have questions, I say into the sudden hush. About who I am, what I can do, why I chose to reveal myself. I meet the sea of cameras steadily. The truth is, I could have stayed hidden. But after yesterday, after seeing the difference I could make, I chose to step into the light. Mr. Fisk Samuel, a reporter from the Daily Bugle, stands. How many forms can you transform into? I'm still discovering my capabilities, I answer smoothly. The genetic alterations allow for multiple transformations, each with unique abilities. And the evolution power we saw. Another journalist cuts in. That final form that helped take down the abomination? A recent development. The experiments apparently created adaptive DNA structures that can temporarily evolve under extreme stress. Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair rises next. To Wilson Fisk, why reveal this now? Why not when you first found your son? Fisk steps forward, his expression carefully crafted to show paternal concern. My son needed time to adjust, to understand his abilities. After years of isolation and experimentation, he deserved privacy. But after yesterday's events... Speaking of yesterday, a CNN reporter interrupts. General Ross has demanded you register with military authorities. Your response? I lean into the microphone, letting a hint of steel enter my voice. I think the military has done enough experimenting on me for one lifetime. I'm not a weapon to be controlled. I'm a person trying to use these abilities to help others. The questions continue rapid fire until Fisk's PR director calls for a final one. A young reporter from the New York Bulletin stands. Samuel, what would you say to others like you? Other victims of similar experiments? I pause, knowing this answer needs to resonate. I'd say you're not alone anymore, and that what was done to us doesn't define who we choose to become. As we exit the stage, the media erupts in a frenzy. Outside, crowds have gathered, watching on large screens. Some hold hastily made shift signs. Others chant my new name. Fisk places a hand on my shoulder, a perfect photo opportunity. Well done, he murmurs. The world believes in shift, and more importantly, they believe in redemption. I watch the crowds, knowing this is just the beginning. The Ultimatrix pulses quietly on my wrist, hidden beneath an expensive watch. In this universe of emerging heroes and looming threats, I've made my debut. Now comes the hard part, living up to it. Tony Stark's POV. I watched the press conference replay for the 5th time in my private workshop, holographic displays surrounding me with data from the Harlem incident. Jarvis, run another analysis on the transformation sequences. Focus on the energy signatures. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responds. Though I should note this is the 7th analysis we've performed, and each one tells us something new. I manipulate the 3D rendering of shift mid-transformation. Look at these energy patterns. They're not gamma radiation like banners, not technological like my suit. It's something else entirely. The footage from Harlem plays again. The speed form evacuating civilians shows precision that develops mid-rescue, like the user is learning in real time. The dinosaur form exhibits tactical awareness, and that evolved version, that's something else entirely. Sir, I've compiled the background check on Samuel Fisk as requested. Data streams appear before me. Medical records, genetic test results, classified document fragments, all pointing to a government project that supposedly created him. The paper trail is perfect. Too perfect. Wilson Fisk outdid himself. I mutter, sipping my coffee. Every document, every database entry, every witness statement, it's comprehensive. Almost like he knew someone would look this deeply. The adoption papers appear legitimate, Jarvis notes. DNA matching confirms paternal relation. Yeah, that's what bothers me. I pull up more footage. Fisk discovers a superpowered son right when New York is dealing with gamma-enhanced monsters and armored billionaires. Convenient timing. But something about the kid's actions in Harlem nags at me. The way he prioritized civilian evacuation, his attempt to minimize collateral damage, his coordination with the Hulk. Jarvis, what's your assessment of his combat choices? Analysis suggests primary focus was civilian protection, sir. Despite significant offensive capabilities, Subject Shift showed remarkable restraint. I leaned back, watching the press conference one more time. The kids' responses seemed genuine, especially about helping others. There's real emotion there. Pull up his public appearances since the conference, Jarvis. Multiple feeds appear. Shift stopping a runaway train in the speed form, preventing a building collapse as the dinosaur creature, even rescuing a cat from a tree with some sort of monkey-like transformation. Interesting pattern, I note. He's deliberately showing different forms, establishing a power set, but I bet he's holding back. Way back. Indeed, sir. I've documented 4 distinct transformations so far, though energy readings suggest capability for more. I pull up the schematics of my Mark III suit, comparing its readings to Shift's energy signatures. The transformations, even though they don't seem technological, that watch he wears. Something tells me that's not just a fancy Rolex. Sir, Miss Potts reminds you that the Maria Stark Foundation Gala is tomorrow night. Both Fisks are confirmed attendees. Perfect. I stand, walking through the holographic displays. Time to meet New York's newest hero in person. And Jarvis? Keep running deep scans on any footage we get. I want to know the moment something doesn't add up. Of course, sir. Though I should note, despite extensive analysis, the documentation supporting Mr. Fisk's story still remains remarkably consistent. Yeah, I smirk, almost like someone really smart put it together. Or really dangerous. I pause at a freeze frame of Shift's evolved dinosaur form. The question is the kid in on it, or is he being played too? The footage from Harlem plays one final time. The way he fought, the choices he made. Sir, Jarvis interrupts my thoughts. Colonel Rhodes is calling. Put him through. I continue studying the footage while Rhodey's voice fills the workshop. Tony, tell me you're looking into this Shift situation. Way ahead of you, Honey Bear. Let me guess. Ross is breathing down military intelligence's neck. He's obsessed, Rhodey confirms. After Banner escaped again, he's fixated on Shift. Keeps insisting there's no way the kid just happened to show up during the Harlem incident. I manipulate the holographic display, focusing on the moment Shift evolved his dinosaur form. For once, I might actually agree with Ross about something. The timing's too perfect. You think it's a setup? I think Wilson Fisk doesn't do anything without 12 backup plans and 3 hidden agendas. I'll pull up more data. But here's what's interesting. The kid's actions don't match Fisk's usual playbook. Too public, too heroic, too genuine. You've read his file? Rhodey asks. Files, plural. Birth records, medical history, classified documents about genetic experiments. It's comprehensive. Almost like someone knew exactly what we'd look for. Rhodey finishes. Exactly. I zoom in on the watch visible in press photos. But there's something else. Something we're all missing. The energy readings from Harlem flash across my screen. Patterns unlike anything we've seen before. Neither gamma radiation and nor my arc reactor technology, not even close. Tony, Rhodey's voice carries a note of concern. What are you thinking? I'm thinking tomorrow night's gala just got a lot more interesting. The Maria Stark Foundation Gala transforms Stark Tower's ballroom into a sea of designer suits and evening gowns. I scan the crowd, martini in hand, until I spot them, Wilson and Samuel Fisk making their entrance. The kid carries himself well, I'll give him that. Custom suit, perfect posture, those distinctive features drawing every eye in the room. He plays the role of reformed victim turned hero with practiced ease. Almost too practiced. Mr. Stark. Fisk's voice carries its usual calculated warmth as they approach. Thank you for the invitation. Wilson, and this must be New York's newest hero. I extend my hand to Samuel. You know, most people wait for the movie deal before making such a spectacular debut. The kid's handshake is firm, his red eyes meeting mine steadily. Sometimes you don't get to choose your moment, Mr. Stark. Please call me Tony. So tell me. I gesture to the watch on his wrist, not the expensive decoy he wears for photos, but the real one, barely visible under his sleeve. That's some interesting tech you've got there. Something flickers in those red eyes. Surprise? Concern? But his poker face is good. Just a watch, Mr. Stark. Though I'm flattered by your interest. Really? Because the energy readings from Harlem suggest otherwise. I take a sip of my martini. I have a workshop upstairs. Love to show you some of my projects, get your transformation on them. Fisk's hand lands on his son's shoulder. Protective, possessive, or warning. Perhaps another time. We have many people to greet tonight. Of course, of course. I smile, but my eyes stay locked on Samuel. Just remember, kid, my door's always open if you want to talk shop. Hero to hero. As the Fisks move away, I observe their interactions with other guests. The kid handles himself well in high society, but there's something off about his mannerisms. He's too aware. His responses are perfect, but his eyes constantly scan the room like he's mapping escape routes, which fits with his supposed containment by the military during experimentation. Yet, it nags at my instincts, which I've learned to very much trust. When Senator Stern approaches him, Samuel's posture shifts slightly, almost imperceptibly, but to someone who's spent years reading people at these events, it's noticeable. Military has concerns, Stern is saying, about unregistered enhanced individuals. Senator, Samuel's voice carries just the right mix of respect and steel. I believe my father's legal team has already addressed those concerns. Unless there's something specific you'd like to discuss. The way he says it, it's not just deflection. There's something else there, something in his confidence that suggests. Jarvis, I mutter into my earpiece. Run facial analysis on our new friend. Compare his reactions to trained responses versus natural ones. Processing, sir. His behavioral patterns show interesting inconsistencies with his documented background. Now that's interesting. Very interesting. I make my way closer, timing my approach as Stern leaves. The kid's good at hiding his relief, but it's there. I say, appearing beside him with a fresh drink. For someone who supposedly spent years in isolation, you handle politicians remarkably well. Samuel accepts a water from a passing waiter. My father's been thorough with my social education. I bet he has. I gesture around the room, though I have to wonder, why this? Why go public? With your abilities, you could have operated from the shadows, avoided all this political circus. His red eyes meet mine, and for a moment, I see something calculating behind them. Maybe I learned that shadows aren't always the best place to make a difference. Like in Harlem, I take a sip. Interesting choice of debut. Almost like you knew exactly when and where to be. It showed up on the news, and I had the power. I call that heroic spirit, he replies smoothly. Heroic spirit, huh? I lean closer, dropping my voice. Here's what I find fascinating. Your transformations. Each one perfectly suited for the situation. Speed for evacuation, strength for combat. That evolved form for the final showdown. Almost like you planned it. Or maybe I'm just that good at adapting. He counters, but there's a tension in his shoulders now. Maybe. Or maybe there's more to your story than what's in those perfectly crafted files. I tap my glass thoughtfully. You know what I think? I think you're playing a game, kid. I just can't figure out if you're a player or a piece. For just a second, something flashes across his face. Amusement? Recognition? But before he can respond, Wilson Fisk materializes beside us. Mr. Stark, Fisk's voice carries a subtle warning. I hope you're not interrogating my son at a charity event. Interrogating? Me? I flash my media smile. Just having a hero-to-hero chat. Sharing war stories. Comparing notes on property damage. Indeed, Fisk's expression remains pleasant, but his eyes are cold. Though perhaps this isn't the venue for such discussions. Actually, Samuel interjects, surprising both of us. I'd love to hear more about Mr. Stark's experience going public. After all, I am Iron Man set quite the precedent. Clever kid, redirecting the conversation while acknowledging the parallel. I can't help but grin. Well, first tip, try not to announce your identity at a press conference. Oh wait, he actually chuckles at that. At least I didn't have to deal with congressional hearings. Give it time, kid. Give it time. I notice Fisk's subtle discomfort at our rapport. Interesting. Though I have to ask, that evolved form of yours. The one that helped take down the abomination. Any chance of a demonstration someday? I try to save the bigger transformations for actual emergencies, he replies carefully. They tend to be intense. Samuel, Fisk interrupts smoothly. I believe Ms. Potts was hoping to discuss your involvement in the Foundation's youth outreach program. The dismissal is clear, but before the kid leaves, I catch his eye. My offer stands. Lab's always open if you want to compare notes. As they walk away, I catch Samuel's slight nod, almost imperceptible but definitely there. Jarvis, I murmur, log everything about tonight. Something tells me we haven't seen half of what this kid can do. Indeed, sir. Though I must note, despite your suspicions, his actions in Harlem saved numerous lives. Yeah, I watch as Samuel seamlessly transitions into conversation with Pepper. That's what makes this interesting. Whatever game Fisk is playing, his son might be playing a different one entirely. Wilson Fisk's POV. I watch the city lights from my penthouse office, contemplating the evening's events. Stark's interest in Samuel was expected, but the intensity of his scrutiny concerns me. The gala footage plays on one of my screens. Every interaction, every conversation captured by my security team. Stark's approach was calculated, testing reactions, probing for weaknesses. The man's reputation for genius is well-earned. Sir, my assistant's voice comes through the intercom. The latest polling data has arrived. I review the numbers with satisfaction. Public approval of Shift continues to rise, particularly after yesterday's rescue of the school bus. The narrative is developing perfectly, but Stark's interest threatens to complicate matters. His resources, his intelligence, his technology, he could uncover inconsistencies if he digs deep enough. Bring up the contingency files. I order, and multiple screens light up with carefully crafted backup plans. Each one meticulously designed, each detail accounted for. Yet Samuel himself remains an unknown variable. The way he handled Stark tonight, it wasn't part of our prepared responses. He's adapting, improvising, possibly pursuing his own agenda. The question is, does this help or hinder my plans? The elevator chimes, and Samuel enters, still in his gala attire, but his posture has changed, more relaxed, more natural. We need to talk about Stark, I say, not turning from the window. Stark's suspicious, Samuel states, loosening his tie. But he's also intrigued. That works in our favor. I turn to face him, studying his expression. These past few days have shown me that despite our arrangement, I'm not dealing with some simple pawn. There's a calculated intelligence behind those red eyes that reminds me, uncomfortably, of myself. You deliberately engaged with him, I observe, even after I attempted to end the conversation. Because avoiding him would only increase his suspicion. He sits in one of my leather chairs, seeming entirely at ease. Tony Stark is like a dog with a bone when his curiosity is piqued. Better to give him something to chew on. And what exactly did you give him? A mystery he can't quite solve. A slight smile plays at his lips. He's convinced there's more to my story, which there is, but he's looking in the wrong direction. Let him focus on trying to figure out the technology behind my transformations. It keeps him from discovering the actual truth. His reasoning is sound, which makes me both proud and wary. I've cultivated many protégés over the years, but none quite like this. I reiterate, the evolved form you displayed in Harlem, I say carefully. You never mentioned that capability during our initial agreement. My tone, showing my displeasure towards the act. There's a lot I haven't mentioned. His red eyes meet mine steadily. Just as I'm sure there's much about your organization you haven't shared with me. A challenge, wrapped in understanding. He's reminding me that this partnership goes both ways. A fair observation. I concede, moving to my desk. Though it raises the question, what else might emerge during your next public appearance? I prefer to be prepared. Just as I prefer to be prepared for whatever tasks you might have planned for your new hero. Samuel leans forward slightly. For instance, the weapons shipment arriving at the docks tomorrow night. The one the police will mysteriously fail to notice. I keep my expression neutral, though inwardly, I'm impressed. He's been paying attention to the subtle signs, the quiet movements of my organization. You disapprove? On the contrary, he replies. I understand the necessity of maintaining your empire. But if Shift happens to stop a different weapons shipment that night, one belonging to your competitors, it would reinforce my heroic image while eliminating your opposition. The suggestion is elegant in its simplicity. You've given this considerable thought. I'm your son now, remember? His smile holds a hint of irony. Might as well make it a family business. I study him for a long moment. This arrangement has evolved beyond my initial calculations. The boy isn't just playing the role of hero. He's reshaping it to serve both our interests. Very well. I activate my secure display, showing the details of our competitor's operation. Let's discuss how New York's newest hero can make his mark tomorrow night. The Maggia shipment arrives at 11 p.m. I explain, bringing up the harbor schematics. Their security will be substantial. Good. Samuel studies the layout. More witnesses means better press. Plus, taking down established criminals builds credibility with law enforcement. I observe how quickly he analyzes the tactical situation. You'll need to be careful. The Maggia isn't known for subtlety when crossed. I'm thinking XLR-8 for initial reconnaissance, he muses, then Humongosaur for the main event. The public already associates that form with major threats. He pauses, then adds with a slight smirk. Besides, nothing says hero quite like a dinosaur throwing mobsters into shipping containers. His strategic thinking impresses me, even as it prompts caution. And my shipment will arrive safely while the police and media are occupied with the Maggia bust. He leans back, though we should discuss the long-term strategy here. A hero who only disrupts your competitors becomes suspicious eventually. You're suggesting that occasionally shifts should interfere with your operations. Small ones, naturally. Sacrificial pawns that make the overall narrative more convincing. I pour 2 glasses of scotch, offering him one. You understand this is more than just maintaining appearances. Every move we make shapes the power dynamics of this city. Of course, he takes the glass, but doesn't drink. The Maggia loses face, your legitimate businesses gain prominence, and Shift builds a reputation as an effective but measured hero. All while your real operations continue unimpeded. And what do you gain from this arrangement? I ask directly, beyond the obvious. His red eyes meet mine, and for a moment, I see something I don't quite understand in them. Let's just say I'm playing a longer game than you might imagine. A longer game? I set my glass down, intrigued. Care to elaborate? Let's just say that I have a feeling that Harlem was just the beginning. Bigger threats are coming, threats that will make the abomination look like a warm-up. He stands, walking to the window. When that happens, being established as a legitimate hero will matter more than any criminal empire. Interesting. Despite saying it's a feeling, his tone carries absolute certainty, as if he's not speculating but stating fact. You sound quite confident about these future threats. The world's changing. He turns back to face me. Iron Man, the Hulk, they're just the beginning. You're smart enough to see it coming. Why else would you invest so heavily in creating a hero? Clever boy. He's right, of course. My networks have been tracking unusual activities globally. Strange energy signatures, unexplained phenomena, whispers of organizations beyond normal jurisdiction. And you believe you're prepared for these changes? More than you know. He glances at the Ultimatrix, barely visible under his sleeve. Though I could be better positioned with the right resources, such as access to direct aid from your technology division. Not the public one, your real R&D facilities. The ones developing countermeasures for enhanced individuals. I study him carefully. That's sensitive information you're requesting. Consider it investment in your hero's effectiveness. His smile is knowing. After all, a father should ensure his son has every advantage. Very well. I activate another secure screen, revealing schematics of facilities hidden beneath legitimate businesses. But understand, this level of access comes with certain expectations. Naturally, he examines the displays, and I notice a brief flash of genuine awe in his expression, a crack in his carefully maintained composure. It's these small moments that remind me he's still adapting to all this. His earlier composure must have been because he's planned this conversation in his head till this moment. Speaks quite well of his intelligence, but my quick agreement must have surprised him. The facility beneath Fisk Industries' main research building, I indicate a particular schematic, has been developing some interesting projects. Perhaps you'd care to tour it soon enough? A couple weeks after the Maggia operation? He nods, trying to mask his excitement with professional interest. Perfect timing. The media will be focused on the bust while we handle more important matters. His strategic thinking is impressive as well, especially for someone who, just days ago, was thrown into this world of power plays and heroics. He's learning quickly, perhaps too quickly. You're adapting well to this life. I observe carefully. He meets my gaze, and for a moment, I see uncertainty beneath his confidence. Let's just say I understand the importance of proper preparation, especially now. Sir, my security chief's voice interrupts through the calm. We have movement at the docks. The Maggia shipment's schedule has changed. Samuel checks his watch, his real one, not the decoy, not the Ultimatrix. I notice his fingers fidget slightly, betraying nervous energy. Looks like we'll have to continue this discussion later, Father. The last word still sounds foreign on his tongue, just like earlier, a reminder that this relationship, like everything else in his new life, is something he's still getting used to. The night air carries the scent of salt and rust as I perch atop a shipping container, watching the Maggia's operation unfold below. As XLR-8, my enhanced vision catches every detail. Armed guards, hidden snipers, the careful orchestration of a well-planned smuggling operation. Quite a setup they've got. I mutter to myself, counting 23 armed men. 3 weeks ago, I was a normal person who'd never thrown a punch. Now I'm about to take down a major criminal organization. The absurdity of my situation hits me. Doesn't matter that I already have taken on bigger and worse, and I have to suppress a nervous laugh. The Ultimatrix pulses quietly on my chest, its built-in combat instincts my only real preparation for what I'm about to do. Below, a large container is being moved with suspicious care. One of the guards checks his watch, the same model I've seen on Fisk's legitimate security teams. The Maggia may have a mole in his organization. That'll be useful information for later. If, and it's a big if, Fisk isn't already aware of it and simply making use of it. Whatever. Right now, I have a show to put on. All right. I whisper, activating my transformation sequence. Time to make some waves. The change to Humongousaur feels natural now, my body expanding as cameras from nearby buildings, conveniently placed by Fisk's people, start rolling. Time for New York's newest hero to earn his reputation. Evening, gentlemen. My voice booms across the docks as I drop from the container, landing with enough force to make the ground shake. I hear this is a restricted area. The reaction is immediate. Guards scatter, weapons raise, and someone shouts, "It's that Schiff guy." The first burst of gunfire bounces off my armored hide. The Ultimatrix's combat instincts kick in, but they feel different from the Harlem fight. Less desperate, more controlled. I'm learning to work with them rather than just react. Really, I grab a shipping container and lift it effortlessly. We're doing this the hard way. A sniper's bullet pings off my shoulder. I locate him instantly and flick a smaller container his way. Not to hurt, just to make him abandon his position. The Ultimatrix guides my strength, helping me find that sweet spot between intimidating and lethal. "Boss, we need backup," one thug shouts in his radio. "He's too strong, Dash." I interrupt him by picking up his car, with him still in it, and placing it carefully atop a stack of containers. "Stay put. The police will get you down, eventually." More gunfire, more shouts. I move through their defensive positions like a force of nature, carefully measuring each action. Disable weapons, contain threats, protect lives, even criminal ones. This isn't just about stopping the Maggia. It's about establishing whose shift is as a hero. In the distance, police sirens wail. Right on schedule. A guard rushes me with what looks like a modified taser. The weapon sparks against my scales, causing a twinge of discomfort. High-end tech. Not bad. I grunt, remembering that these aren't street thugs, but part of one of the most sophisticated criminal organizations in New York. Of course they'd have advanced weaponry. I sweep my tail in a controlled arc, taking out 3 guards while being careful not to hit them too hard. The Ultimatrix's instincts now suggest lethal moves, sensing possible danger, but I override them, focusing on incapacitation. "Boss, he's heading for the primary cargo," someone shouts. The primary cargo, a reinforced container that practically screams secret weapons, is being hastily loaded onto a truck. Two guards climb in the cab, engine roaring to life. "Oh, no, you don't." I reach for the truck, but more guards open fire with their weapons. The impacts actually sting through my armored hide. These guys aren't messing around. Time to switch tactics. I slap the Ultimatrix symbol, transforming into XLR8. The world slows around me as I dash between the guards, disarming them with precise strikes. Their weapons clatter to the ground in what must look like a blur to them. The truck is already moving, but to me, it might as well be standing still. I race alongside it, open the door, and pull both guards out before they can blink, depositing them safely, if unceremoniously, on a stack of empty containers. Thanks for the lift, I quip before jumping into the cab and stopping the vehicle. Police sirens grow closer as I secure the last of the guards. Most are zip-tied to various containers. A few are groaning on the ground, but none are seriously injured. The Maggia's advanced weapons are carefully piled up, evidence that will definitely interest law enforcement. I transform back to Humongosaur just as the police arrive, giving them a clear view of the hero who handled the situation. Camera drones hover at a safe distance, some belonging to news outlets, others undoubtedly to Fisk. Area is secure, I announce to the approaching officers. 23 suspects, multiple illegal weapons, and dash. I tear open the suspicious container with calculated force, what appears to be military-grade hardware. The officers approach cautiously, weapons lowered but ready. They're still getting used to my presence, which is fair. 3 weeks ago, their biggest concern was regular criminals. Now they're dealing with transforming heroes and gamma monsters. "Good work," one officer says, actually sounding like he means it. "We'll take it from here." I nod, play my role. Just doing my part to keep the city safe. The line sounds rehearsed even to me. But hey, that's what people expect from heroes, right? As if on cue, reporters begin shouting questions from behind the police line. Time for the second part of tonight's performance. Shift. Over here. Can you comment on the weapons? Was this connected to the Harlem incident? I turn to face the press, making sure they get good angles of Humongosaur's impressive silhouette against the dock lights. Time to put all those PR lessons from Fisk to use. The Maggia's operation has been shut down. I project my voice with authority. Their weapons are now in police custody, where they belong. "Are you working with the police department?" someone shouts. "I work with anyone who wants to protect this city," I respond, the practice line flowing naturally now. Tonight's operation shows what we can accomplish when dash. Movement catches my eye. One of the guards, apparently not as unconscious as he seemed, has grabbed a fallen weapon and is aiming at the police line. Without thinking, I move. The Ultimatrix's combat instincts merge with my own protective impulse as I dive forward, shielding officers and reporters alike. The modified weapon's blast strikes my armored back, actually drawing a grunt of pain. I spin around, tail sweeping the guard's legs while simultaneously plucking the weapon from his hands. He hits the ground hard as police swarm in. "Is everyone all right?" I ask, genuinely concerned despite knowing this will play perfectly for the cameras. The reporters are practically salivating at the dramatic turn of events. Their cameras captured everything: the threat, my reaction, the protection of civilians. Fisk couldn't have scripted it better if he tried. Speaking of which, I think that's enough excitement for one night, I announce, noting how the reporters hang on every word. The police can handle things from here. Right on cue, my earpiece, hidden beneath Humongosaur's scales, crackles with Fisk's voice. "Well played. Our shipment is secure. Time to make your exit." I give the gathered crowd one final nod before leaping onto a container, then up to a nearby rooftop. The movement is smooth, practiced, a far cry from my clumsy first transformations just weeks ago. Once out of sight, I switch back to XLR8 and race across the city. The adrenaline is still pumping, but now mixed with something else. Satisfaction? Pride? It's strange how natural this is starting to feel. Minutes later, I arrive at Fisk Tower through a discreet entrance, transforming back to human form. My father stands by his window, multiple screens displaying news coverage of the bust. The modified weapons were an unexpected variable, he notes without turning. The Maggia is better equipped than we thought. I reply, though deep down find it not as unexpected as it may seem, possibly because I'm already thinking it normal because of the comics. I loosen my suit's tie as I continue, though it made for better television. Indeed, he gestures to one screen showing my protection of the civilians. The public loves a hero who prioritizes safety over force. The polls are already responding. I sink into a chair, the night's events catching up with me. Any word on our other operation? Completed without incident. Now he turns, studying me with that calculating gaze. You're adapting well to your role. Had to happen eventually. I shrug, though we both know it's more complicated than that. Though I have to ask, was that last guard's attempt planned? A slight smile crosses his face. Would I arrange such a dangerous situation? Yes, I answer immediately. But this time, I don't think you did. His fear was too genuine. You're learning to read people, Fisk observes, pouring 2 drinks. A useful skill in our line of work. Lines of work, I correct, accepting the glass. Hero, and whatever this is. I gesture between us, still not entirely comfortable with our father-son dynamic. Speaking of which, Fisk activates another screen, showing footage from across the city. Your intervention at the docks drew attention away from 3 other operations tonight. The Maggia lost face, resources, and territory. While your businesses coincidentally position themselves to fill the void, I add, understanding the bigger picture. Legal enterprises expanding into a market suddenly lacking criminal competition. Precisely. He studies me over his glass. Though I notice you pulled your punches more than necessary. The Maggia understands only one language, force. I'm not here to break bones. I counter. The more brutal I am, the more scrutiny I attract. Besides, I set my untouched drink down. Someone who has experimented on shouldn't be too eager to inflict pain on others. It fits the narrative better. Fisk's expression shifts slightly, approval mixed with wariness. 3 weeks ago, I wouldn't have noticed such subtle changes. But like he said, I'm learning. Tomorrow's papers will paint you as a hero, he says finally. But starts watching. The military's watching. One mistake dash could ruin everything. I finish. I know, but that's not what's really bothering you, is it? No, Fisk admits after a long pause. What concerns me is how quickly you're adapting. Not just to the hero role, but to this world of power plays and consequences. It's almost as if I know too much. I lean forward. Look, I get your suspicion. 3 weeks ago, I was nobody. Now I'm your son, a public hero, and privy to some of your organization's secrets. But let's be honest, you've had me watched every second. You already know me. If I was going to betray you, I'd have done it already. Perhaps. He moves to his desk, pulling up more footage. Or perhaps you're playing a longer game, one even I don't see yet. I can't help but laugh at that. Trust me, I'm making this up as I go. The only reason I'm adapting so fast is because I have to. Between the Ultimatrix's combat instincts and your crash course in being a public figure, I'm barely keeping my head above water. Something in my tone must convince him, because I catch a glimpse of genuine surprise on his face. It's probably the most honest I've been since our arrangement began. The facility tour is still on for tomorrow, he says finally. Assuming you're not too tired from tonight's activities. Wouldn't miss it. I stand, stretching, though I should probably get some rest. Being a hero is surprisingly exhausting. As I head for the door, his voice stops me. Samuel. I turn. You did well tonight. The praise catches me off guard. Not because it's from Fisk. I'm starting to understand how he operates. But because part of me actually feels proud to hear it. 3 weeks of playing father and son. And somehow the lines are already blurring. Thanks, Father. The word still feels strange on my tongue. I have parents of my own possibly waiting for me. I hope at least I don't know the time difference. Maybe centuries already passed there. I don't think about it. I don't want to. I make my way to my new penthouse suite, another part of this surreal new life. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the city I now protect, or at least pretend to protect. The line between hero and pawn grows more complex each day. Dropping onto my absurdly expensive couch, I activate the Ultimatrix's holographic display. Show me available forms. The familiar alien silhouettes appear before me. Each one represents power, possibility, and responsibility. The combat instincts they provide are helpful, but they're just guidelines. The choices, the consequences, those are all mine. My phone buzzes with a news alert. Shift strikes again. Hero thwarts major weapons operation. Below it, a message from an unknown number. Nice work tonight. Lab offer still stands. TS. I smile, remembering Tony's scrutiny at the gala. He's right to be suspicious, but not for the reasons he thinks. This isn't about Fisk schemes or hidden agendas. This is about survival in a universe I never thought I'd be part of. One day at a time, I mutter to myself, watching the city lights flicker like stars. One transformation at a time. A soft chime from my laptop interrupts my thoughts. Another news alert. This time showing cell phone footage of my transformation from Humongosaur to XLR-8 during the fight. The comments section is blowing up. Holy shit, did he just turn into something completely different mid-fight? That dinosaur thing looks strong AF, but that speed creature is terrifying. Anyone else notice he's getting better at fighting? That takedown was clean. Fake news. Clearly CGI. Wake up, sheeple. Bro moment when he yeeted that guard in the container, LMAO. I closed the laptop, but not before catching a glimpse of a Reddit mega thread analyzing my powers. Between wild conspiracy theories and heated debates, they're trying to figure out if I'm a mutant, a government experiment, or something else entirely. The Ultimatrix pulses softly on my wrist, and I can't help but think about how absurd this all is. 3 weeks ago, I was a normal person. Now I'm the son of New York's most powerful crime boss, a public hero, and the wielder of the universe's most powerful device. My phone buzzes with a PR update. GMA and Today show requesting appearances. We'll send talking points by morning. Great, because what every hero needs after a night of fighting crime is morning show banter about their favorite breakfast cereal. I head to my bedroom, passing the wall of monitors Fisk installed. Each screen shows different angles of tonight's operation. News coverage, social media reactions, police band chatter. One catches my eye. A TikTok of me transforming has already hit 12 million views. At Shift Sightings just posted this. Dinosaur, human emoji. Hashtag Shift, hashtag NY0, hashtag WTF. Brothers faster than the video can track, skull emoji. That dinosaur form, though. The morning shows can wait. Right now, I need to process what happened at the docks. The fighting is getting easier. The Ultimatrix's combat instincts flowing more naturally with each transformation. But it's the other stuff that's complicated. I pull up the footage of me protecting the civilians. The move was instinctive, not calculated. Yet it played perfectly into Fisk's narrative. Am I becoming the hero he wants me to be? Or am I actually becoming a hero despite his plans? A notification pops up on my secure tablet. Schematics for tomorrow's facility tour. Advanced weapons research, experimental defense systems, and something called Project Echo. Fisk is really opening his doors to me. My burner phone lights up with a text from an encrypted number. Interesting tech you used tonight. Still up for that lab visit? TS. Stark isn't going to let this go. And part of me doesn't want him to. Because despite everything Fisk has given me, despite all his resources and protection, I can't shake the feeling that I'll need more allies for whatever's coming. One problem at a time, I mutter, watching police lights flash in the distance. Just another night in New York, where a guy with an alien watch plays hero while working for a crime boss he calls father. What could possibly go wrong? A sudden explosion echoes across the city, distant but significant enough to make my windows rattle. The monitors automatically switch to local news feeds. A gas line rupture in Queens. Multiple buildings affected. Perfect. Just when I thought I could get some rest. I'm already moving toward the window when my official phone rings. Fisk. I see it. I answer. This isn't a planned event, he says, his tone measured. But the timing could work in our favor. The morning shows can wait. A hero who sacrifices sleep to save lives makes for better headlines. I activate the Ultimatrix. Already on it, though we should talk about installing a better alert system. I can't keep relying on explosions to tell me where I'm needed. We'll discuss it during tomorrow's facility tour. For now, focus on the task at hand. And Samuel, he pauses. Try to keep property damage to a minimum this time. I transform into XLR-8, the world slowing around me. No promises. As I race toward Queens, my enhanced speed letting me process information faster. I can't help but think about how quickly this has become my new normal. Racing toward danger, juggling public appearances, playing the dutiful son to a crime boss while secretly planning contingencies. The explosion site comes into view. 3 buildings affected, fire spreading, civilians trapped. Time to go to work. Let's give those morning shows something worth talking about. As XLR-8, I reach the scene in seconds. The situation is worse up close. Fire engulfing multiple floors, structural damage threatening collapse, and panicked civilians everywhere. First responders are just arriving, which means I have a clear field to work. I switch to Humungosaur, not for fighting this time, but for strength and durability. Anyone inside? I ask the nearest firefighter, who's still gaping at my transformation. 3rd floor, east side, he manages. Family of 4, but the stairs are gone dash. I'm already moving, using my size to create a path through the debris. The smoke is thick, but Humungosaur's enhanced senses help me navigate. I find them huddled in a bathroom. Parents, 2 kids, all conscious but trapped. Hey there. I try to sound reassuring despite my massive form. Who wants a ride? The younger kid actually grins despite the situation. Cool. Mom, it's the dinosaur guy. I get them out just as another section of the building groans ominously. More civilians need evacuation from adjacent buildings, but the structural damage is spreading too fast for Humungosaur's methodical approach. Time to switch tactics. I hit the Ultimatrix symbol, transforming into XLR-8 again. I'll clear the buildings, I tell the fire chief. Just be ready to receive them. The next few minutes are a blur of speed and precision. Each trip takes less than a second from my perspective. Grab civilians, get them to safety, repeat. The Ultimatrix's instincts help me adjust my speed for different situations. Slower for elderly residents, careful acceleration with injured people. With the buildings evacuated, I face the growing inferno. The gas line is still feeding the fire, and conventional firefighting methods aren't cutting it. We can't get close enough, a firefighter shouts over the roar of flames. The heat's too intense. An idea strikes me. Everyone stand back. I hit the Ultimatrix symbol again, this time transforming into Terraspin. Some onlookers gasp. It's my first public use of this form. The turtle-like alien might look less impressive than Humungosaur, but for this situation, it's perfect. What's he doing? Someone in the crowd asks. They get their answer as my limbs retract, and I begin to spin, slowly at first, then faster, creating a massive vortex of wind. The Ultimatrix's instincts guide me in controlling the airflow, turning my rotation into a precise tool rather than just raw force. The effect is immediate. My wind tunnel starts sucking oxygen away from the flames, while simultaneously cooling the area. The fire fights back, but physics is physics. Without oxygen, even the worst inferno can't survive. I increase my rotation speed, feeling the strain but maintaining control. The flames begin to die out, first at the edges, then working inward. The firefighters, catching on quickly, use this opportunity to move in with their equipment, targeting the remaining hotspots. Holy shit, he's actually doing it. Is there anything this guy can't turn into? Someone get this on video. Finally, the last flames sputter out. I stop spinning, transforming back to human form as emergency crews rush in to secure the gas line. The fire chief approaches me, his face a mix of amazement and professional curiosity. That's one hell of a trick. Never seen anything like it. Just glad I could help. I respond, noting the news crews already setting up. 3 weeks ago, I'd have been terrified of public speaking. Now it's just another part of the job. For buildings saved, no casualties, he continues. Though I have to ask, how many different forms do you have? Before I can answer, my phone buzzes. A text from Fisk. Well handled. Channel 7 is live. Make it count. Right on cue, reporters swarm forward. Phones and cameras record every angle as someone shouts, "Shift! Is this a new power we're seeing?" Just another tool in the arsenal. I reply, falling into the practiced rhythm of hero speak. When you're given abilities like these, you learn to think creatively. Was this connected to the dock incident earlier? No connection. Just a regular New York night. I manage a tired smile. Though I should thank the fire department and first responders. They're the real heroes here. The chief nods appreciatively. Good PR for everyone. Exactly as Fisk and me would want. My phone buzzes again. Another message from the encrypted number. Wind manipulation too? We really need to talk. T.S. A child's voice cuts through the media circus. Can you show us the dinosaur again? Several reporters chuckle, but I noticed the kid from the bathroom rescue earlier, still wrapped in an emergency blanket. His eyes shine with genuine wonder, not just at the spectacle, but at the idea that someone saved his family. For a moment, all the complications, Fisk, Stark, the politics of being a hero, fade away. This is what it's really about. Sorry, buddy, I smile. The dinosaur needs some rest. But hey, Dash, I crouch down to his level. Thanks for being brave up there. His grin could power the whole block. More camera flashes, more questions, but I'm running on fumes now. If you'll excuse me, there's a gas line that needs attention, and these first responders have work to do. I transform into XLR 8-1 last time, giving the cameras their final shot before racing away. The world blurs past as I head back to Fisk Tower, my mind already on tomorrow's facility tour and whatever Project Echo might be. Landing on my balcony, I transform back just as sunrise begins painting the sky. My phone shows dozens of notifications. 47 missed calls. 156 new messages. Hashtag shift saves trending nationwide. Morning show producers getting desperate. Another message from Stark. And one text from Fisk. Breakfast meeting, 7 a.m. We need to discuss your expanding portfolio of abilities. I collapse onto my bed, not bothering to change. Computer, set alarm for 6:30. As exhaustion takes over, I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Just another night in the life of a fake hero doing real good while working for a real villain. At least tomorrow can't be more complicated, right? Sleep comes instantly, but feels far too short when my alarm blares at 6:30. The monitors are still cycling through footage of last night. The dock operation and the gas line incident playing on repeat across news channels. Computer, news summary. I grunt, dragging myself to the shower. Shift's double heroics dominate morning headlines. The AI response. Stock in Fisk Industries up 3% in pre-market trading. Social media activity indicates 200% increase in public approval. Multiple hashtags trending. Hashtag shifting tides. Hashtag NYCS finest. Hashtag shift never sleeps. I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The white hair and red eyes don't surprise me anymore, but the dark circles under them definitely show. Even with my enhanced stamina, back-to-back heroics take their toll. My phone lights up with a text from Fisk's personal assistant. Car waiting downstairs. Mr. Fisk expects you in the private dining room. As I dress in another perfectly tailored suit, I can't help but wonder about Project Echo that I found out about through hacking with gray matter. I couldn't find much, since it seems Fisk holds the too important data as paper rather than digitally. The Ultimatrix pulses quietly on my wrist, hidden beneath an expensive watch sleeve. Whatever game Fisk is playing, whatever Stark suspects, I have my own ace up my sleeve, or rather on it. Time to face another day as New York's newest hero, and hope I can keep all these plates spinning without dropping any of them. The private dining room occupies the top floor of Fisk Tower, offering a panoramic view of the morning sun reflecting off Manhattan skylines. Fisk already sits at the head of the table, multiple tablets displaying news coverage while he reads the Wall Street Journal. Your popularity is exceeding projections, he says without looking up. The wind manipulation was particularly well received. Didn't exactly plan that one. I admit, taking my seat as staff serves breakfast. The situation called for something different. Indeed, he sets down his paper, which raises the question of just how many different solutions you have at your disposal. I take a bite of perfectly prepared eggs, buying time to consider my response. I'm still learning what I can do. Each situation teaches me something new. Convenient, Fisk observes, studying me, though it makes planning future operations more complicated. You mean it makes controlling me more complicated? The words slip out before I can stop them. 3 weeks ago, I'd never have dared speak so directly to Wilson Fisk. But things have changed. I've changed. To my surprise, he actually smiles. Are you ready for today's facility tour? He states, deflecting my words. The facility tour? I set down my fork, studying the schematics floating between us. You mean about what I mentioned before? About bigger threats coming? But didn't you say we'll have my tour weeks later? Indeed. Fisk manipulates the hologram, zooming in on specific sections. But your warning was concerning, especially given how events are already unfolding, that moving faster may be wiser. He pulls up several news reports, unusual atmospheric disturbances, military movements that don't quite add up. My intelligence networks have confirmed unusual patterns. Perhaps you'd care to elaborate on what we should be preparing for? I choose my words carefully. I can't reveal what I know about the future of this universe, but I can guide preparations. Again, it's more a feeling, nothing too concrete. He scrutinizes me for a moment, and continues, hence Project Echo. He displays what looks like advanced sensor arrays. The facility you'll tour today represents years of research and development. Technology designed to detect, analyze, and potentially counter enhanced individuals. Like me, I raise an eyebrow. Among others, Fisk's expression remains neutral. Though your recent displays of power suggest even our most advanced systems might need updating. A notification pops up on one of his screens, something about an incident in New Mexico. Fisk studies it briefly before dismissing it. I choose to do the same for now. If it's really something others can't handle, I'll find out soon enough. But I don't worry much. After all, Iron Man is still a thing. Though for some reason, the thought still bugs me. The car leaves in 20 minutes, he says, standing. I suggest you finish your breakfast. Today will be enlightening. As he exits, I can't help but wonder if I'm playing this right. Warning him about future threats without revealing too much is a delicate balance. And today might show just how seriously he's taking those warnings. The convoy of black SUVs moves through Manhattan's morning traffic with practiced efficiency. I watch the city pass by, noting how different it looks in daylight compared to last night's heroics. The industrial complex appears abandoned at first glance, but I notice the subtle details. Reinforced walls, hidden sensor arrays, carefully concealed defensive positions. To anyone else, it might look like just another Fisk industry storage facility. Our vehicles descend into an underground parking structure, where guards try very hard to look like normal security while manning state-of-the-art checkpoints and biometric scanners. Welcome to Echo Base, Fisk announces as we step out. The guards tense slightly in my presence, their eyes tracking my every move. They've seen what I can do, and they're not sure if that makes me an asset or a threat. He gestures toward a heavily secured door. Shall we begin? Thomas see exactly what Project Echo entails. The door opens to reveal a massive underground complex. Multiple levels stretch both above and below us, each dedicated to different aspects of research and development. The first level focuses on detection systems. Fisk explains as we pass rows of advanced sensors and monitoring equipment. Scientists in white lab coats pause their work to stare at us, or more specifically at me. And what exactly are you detecting? I ask, noting how some of the equipment seems designed to track energy signatures similar to the Ultimatrix's transformations. Everything. He leads me to a central monitoring station. Energy fluctuations, atmospheric anomalies, unexplained phenomena. The world is changing. We need to see it coming. A researcher approaches with a tablet, showing Fisk some kind of data readout. I catch glimpses of familiar patterns, energy spikes that match my transformations from last night. CT after all. Level 2, Fisk continues as we descend deeper, is more practical. The doors open to reveal what can only be described as a weapons testing facility. But these aren't normal weapons. Advanced prototypes line the walls, each designed to counter different types of enhanced abilities. Impressive, I observe, watching a demonstration of what appears to be some kind of energy containment field. Why show me all this? I suddenly ask, watching another weapons test. Don't get me wrong, I asked to see your R&D, but I turn to face him directly. I expected months, maybe years of proving myself first. Half thought I'd end up having to sneak in here myself. No offense. Fisk actually chuckles at that. You're learning to be direct. Good. He dismisses the researchers with a gesture. Tell me, Samuel, what's more valuable? Someone who sneaks into your facility, or someone who tells you they considered sneaking into your facility? Honesty as a power play. Clever. Indeed. He leads me toward another section. But more importantly, your warning about future threats carried weight, despite you constantly reiterating it as merely a feeling. The specificity of your concern, combined with emerging global patterns. He pauses. Let's just say I prefer to have you fully informed rather than operating on partial intelligence. Keep your friends close and your potentially knowledgeable adopted son closer. Something like that. The doors open to reveal Project Echo's core facility. Though I suspect we both know there's more to this arrangement than either of us is saying. The core facility is massive. A circular chamber filled with technology that looks decades ahead of anything publicly available. At its center stands what appears to be a quantum computing array, surrounded by holographic displays showing real-time data from across the globe. Project Echo isn't just about detection or defense, Fisk explains. It's about understanding the fundamental changes occurring in our world. The main screen flickers with familiar images. Iron Man's first flight, the Hulk's rampage in Harlem, my own transformations. But there's more. Strange energy readings from various locations, atmospheric disturbances, and patterns that seem to indicate something bigger approaching. The quantum array processes hundreds of terabytes of data per second, a lead scientist explains, approaching with barely contained excitement. We can track and analyze any anomaly, any deviation from normal physical laws, She stops abruptly as one of the displays starts flashing red. New data streams in. Something massive just triggered every sensor in New Mexico. Fisk moves to the central console, his expression darkening. It seems as I feared your warnings about bigger threats weren't theoretical after all. The readings are off the charts, showing energy signatures unlike anything their systems have recorded. Even the Ultimatrix pulses slightly in response. Sir, another researcher calls out, you need to see this satellite feed. The satellite feed shows a massive atmospheric disturbance forming over the New Mexico desert. The energy readings are astronomical, creating patterns that make Project Echo's sensors light up like a Christmas tree. Thor, I think to myself in shock. It's too soon. Shouldn't it at least be a year from now? The military is already mobilizing, one analyst reports. SHIELD assets detected in the area. Fisk turns to me, his expression unreadable. You don't seem surprised. I am. I reply, I just know letting shock take over isn't useful. The quantum array processes the data in real time, creating predictive models of the energy pattern's potential impact. One screen shows what looks like a bridge, not just through space, but between realms. Dr. Foster's readings are coming in, another scientist announces. Her equipment detected similar anomalies 3 days ago. I watch the patterns unfold, knowing this is just the beginning. The arrival of Thor will change everything. Public perception of heroes, understanding of other worlds, the very nature of what's possible. I should check this out, I say, already moving toward the center of the room. Fisk's eyes narrow. New Mexico is quite far, even for your capabilities. XLR-8 can handle it. I activate the Ultimatrix. Besides, isn't this why you showed me the facility? So we could respond to situations like this. Before he can object, I transform. The world slows around me as XLR-8's form takes shape, my enhanced perception already calculating the fastest route to New Mexico. I'll stay in contact. I tell Fisk, my voice now carrying XLR-8's distinctive rasp. Have your systems track me. Might as well get some useful data about my speed capabilities. Without waiting for a response, I dash through the facility's corridors, past startled guards and researchers. At these speeds, their surprised expressions freeze like photographs. The desert heat hits me as I race across state lines, the world a blur except for the occasional sonic boom in my wake. XLR-8's built-in tracking systems help me navigate, while the Ultimatrix's instincts guide me in maintaining optimal speed without burning out. The trip that would take hours by plane passes in minutes. The town comes into view, Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. From my speed-enhanced perspective, I could see everything frozen in time. Military vehicles establishing a perimeter, men in black suits that scream shield, and civilians being evacuated. I slowed down enough to process more detail. The atmospheric disturbance is centered over what looks like a crater in the desert. Something's already landed there, something that's drawing a lot of attention. A familiar figure catches my eye. Agent Coulson, directing operations with that characteristic calm efficiency. I position myself on a rooftop, hidden from immediate view. The Ultimatrix's energy reserves are still good, but I'll need to transform back soon to conserve power. XLR-8 speed is great for travel, but not ideal for what might be coming. The sky darkens suddenly, clouds swirling in impossible patterns. The air crackles with energy that makes the Ultimatrix pulse in response. Well, I mutter to myself, looks like I made it just in time for the show. I tap the Ultimatrix symbol, reverting to human form just as my phone buzzes. Fisk, the energy readings are increasing exponentially, he says without preamble. Our systems can barely process the data. I can see why. I respond, watching the clouds form what looks like a funnel. You might want to record everything. This is going to be dash. A massive bolt of energy strikes the ground, the impact sending shockwaves across the desert. Even from my rooftop position, I can feel the raw power. This isn't just some natural phenomenon. This is pure Asgardian energy. SHIELD agents scramble to maintain their perimeter as more vehicles arrive. I catch snippets of their radio chatter through my phone's connection to Echo Base. Unknown energy, signature, dash. Coulson wants eyes on dash. Subject from the crater is moving dash. I spot him then, Thor, though not yet in his Asgardian glory, moving towards something in the distance. From what I remember, this must be his attempt to retrieve Mjolnir. Samuel, Fisk's voice cuts through my observations. What do you see? Something new. I reply, watching more SHIELD vehicles arrive. You might want to prep the facility for some new data. This is about to get interesting. Thor moves with purpose toward the makeshift SHIELD facility they've built around Mjolnir. Even without his powers, there's something regal about him, something that marks him as more than human. Multiple hostiles engaging the subject, a SHIELD radio crackles. Request immediate backup dash. The transmission cuts off as Thor starts plowing through agents like they're made of paper. No powers, no hammer, just pure combat skill. It's both impressive and concerning. Should I intervene? I ask Fisk, more as a formality, since I have no true intention to, and no Fisk wouldn't want me to. Observe for now, he replies. This is SHIELD's operation. Direct interference might be politically unwise. He's right, but as I watch Thor continue his rampage toward Mjolnir, I can't help but waver as I think about the agents he's throwing around. Sure, they work for a shadowy government organization, but they're just doing their jobs. The rain starts falling harder as a familiar figure appears on a high point with a bow. Hawkeye, this is about to get serious. At least let me minimize casualties, I say, having changed my mind, already reaching for the Ultimatrix. XLR-8 can evacuate any injured agents without being seen. A pause from Fisk's end. Very well, but maintain deniability. We don't need SHIELD's attention yet. I transform back into XLR-8 and move through the scene in super speed. From my perspective, everything is nearly frozen. Raindrops hanging in the air, Thor in mid-punch, agents at various stages of being thrown. Working quickly, I adjust the trajectories of falling agents, shifting their landing positions to minimize injury. A slight push here, a repositioning there. Small changes that won't alter the overall event, but might prevent some broken bones. Through my earpiece, I hear Fisk watching the data. Fascinating. The subject's combat capabilities, even without weapons, are remarkable. You should see him with his powers, I mutter, then catch myself. Thankfully, the comment goes unnoticed as Thor reaches the center of the facility. I position myself on a higher vantage point, switching back to human form to conserve energy. Below, Thor approaches Mjolnir, his prize finally within reach. The hammer sits innocently in its crater, waiting for its master to prove worthy. But I know how this ends. He's not ready yet. Energy readings are spiking again. Fisk reports as Thor grips the hammer's handle. I watch silently as he pulls, and nothing happens. The look of confusion, then devastation on his face tells the whole story. The mighty Thor, brought low by his own unworthiness. S.H.I.E.L.D. is moving in. I observe as agents surround the now kneeling Thor. I think the show's over for now. The rain pours harder as S.H.I.E.L.D. takes Thor into custody. Coulson approaches the fallen prince, and even from this distance, I can see his trademark subtle smile. He has no idea he's arresting the so-called God of Thunder. Interesting, Fisk's voice comes through my earpiece. The subject failed to move the object, despite displaying superhuman strength moments before. Some things aren't about strength, I reply, watching Thor being led away. Your sensors picking up anything new? The atmospheric disturbance is dissipating, but we're detecting similar energy signatures at a lower intensity. As if something is watching. He's right. Somewhere up there, Heimdall is probably observing everything. And if my timeline is correct, Thor's friends will be arriving soon. I should head back, I say, preparing to transform again. Though you might want to keep monitoring this area. I have a feeling the show isn't completely over. Agreed. The facility will maintain surveillance. Though Samuel, Fisk pauses. Your comment about strength. You seem to understand more about this situation than you're letting on. I activate the Ultimatrix, XLR-8's form taking shape. Let's just say some lessons are universal, even across wherever this guy is from. Before he can probe further, I'm gone, racing back across the country. Behind me, the Thunderer sits in a S.H.I.E.L.D. interrogation room, about to learn his own lesson in humility. And I can't help but wonder, in this universe of so-called gods and monsters, what lessons will I actually have to learn? I'm not arrogant enough to think myself perf. The return trip to New York gives me time to think, even at XLR-8's incredible speeds. Thor's arrival changes everything, not just for the world, but for my own plans. The existence of Asgardians will soon become public knowledge, shifting the paradigm of what people believe possible in a way that's too soon for my taste. I arrive back at Fisk Tower just as the sun begins to set, transforming in a secure entrance designed specifically for my hero activities. The Ultimatrix pulses quietly, its energy reserves still healthy despite the cross-country journey. Welcome back. Fisk's voice greets me as I enter the private elevator. The facility is processing the data from New Mexico. I believe we have much to discuss. The elevator rises smoothly to his office level. Through the glass walls, I can see New York sprawled out below, unaware of how much their world is about to change. Fisk stands at his usual spot by the window, multiple screens displaying data from Project Echo. Your speed form's capabilities are remarkable. The sensors barely kept up. XLR-8 is efficient for travel, I reply, accepting an offered drink. Though I'm more interested in what your sensors picked up in New Mexico. He activates a holographic display, showing energy patterns from the event. The readings are unlike anything we've seen. Not gamma radiation, not arc reactor technology, not even similar to your transformations. This is something else entirely. Something older, I murmur, watching the data stream. Something beyond Earth. Fisk turns to face me fully. You know what it is? It's not a question. After weeks of playing this game, he's learned to read between my lines. I gotta drop hints here and there, steer him towards trusting my words more, believing I know more about everything, which I technically do. I have theories. I hedge, though we both know it's more than that. The energy signatures suggest technology far beyond our current understanding. Almost like magic. Fisk's expression remains neutral, but there's a glint in his eye. Clark's third law, I counter. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, though in this case, the line might be blurrier than we think. I don't deny literal magic being a possibility. The screens shift to show Thor's combat footage. Even without his powers, his fighting skills are impressive. The subject displayed remarkable abilities, Fisk observes, yet failed to lift a simple hammer. Curious. Some things aren't about raw power. I repeat my earlier observation. Sometimes worthiness matters more than strength. Speaking from experience, I meet his gaze steadily. Let's just say I understand the weight of wielding power responsibly. Indeed, he manipulates the displays, bringing up more data. Though that raises an interesting question. How does one measure worthiness? Is it something that can be quantified, analyzed, replicated? I finish seeing where this is going. Project Echo isn't just about detection and defense, is it? You said you're trying to understand the fundamental nature of enhanced abilities, but not to dismantle it, is it? But to replicate it for yourself. Knowledge is power, Fisk states simply, and power must be understood to be controlled. Or respected, I counter. Some forces aren't meant to be controlled, just guided. He studies me for a long moment. An interesting perspective from someone who transforms into various creatures at will. The Ultimatrix guides and enhances, but it doesn't control. I explain, choosing my words carefully. Each form has its own instincts, its own capabilities, but the choices are still mine. And what choices will you make? Fisk asks, when more beings like our friend in New Mexico appear. When the world realizes it's not alone in the universe. The same choice I made when I first transformed, to help where I can, to protect what I can. I stand, moving to the window, though I suspect that's not really what you're asking. No, he admits. I'm asking where your loyalties will lie when gods walk the earth. Will you yourself choose to become a lord? I wouldn't be against it. Having a son for a king would be interesting. My loyalties lie with protecting people. I reply, ignoring his comment. Whether that aligns with your interests, well, that depends on your choices, doesn't it? A slight smile crosses his face. You're becoming quite adept at these conversations. I had a good teacher. I check my phone. More alerts about the New Mexico incident, though nothing public yet. S.H.I.E.L.D. will contain this for now, but soon. Soon the world will change, Fisk finishes. Which is why we must be prepared. He activates another display, showing schematics for what looks like advanced defensive systems. Project Echo's next phase includes Dash. A sudden alert interrupts him. One of his secure channels lights up with urgent information. Sir, his security chief's voice comes through. We have a situation at the docks. The Maggia is making a move on our territory. Now, Fisk's expression darkens. They're either very brave or very foolish. I reach for the Ultimatrix, but Fisk raises his hand. No, you've handled enough for one day. Between the gas line incident, the cross-country run, and monitoring interdimensional events, you need rest. But Dash, the Maggia isn't worth your time anymore, Fisk states firmly. You've proven your point with them. Let my people handle this situation. A hero needs his rest, after all. The way he says it, part father, part crime boss, almost makes me smile. You sure? Quite. He activates his secure line. Deploy Strike Team Alpha. Standard containment protocols. He pauses, then adds, and ensure our competitors understand the cost of their presumption. I sink back into my chair, suddenly aware of how tired I actually am. Thanks, Father. The word comes easier this time, maybe because he's actually acting like one. Get some sleep, he says, his attention already on the tactical displays. Tomorrow, we'll discuss what Project Echo revealed about our visitor from the stars. As I head to my suite, I can't help but think once again about how strange my life has become. Working with a crime boss who's becoming more of a father figure than I'd like to admit, preparing for threats from other realms, and somehow managing to be a hero through it all. The last thought follows me into sleep. In a world where ones called gods are about to walk the earth, maybe the line between hero and villain isn't as clear as we'd like to think. At least I'll be well rested when I have to figure it out. The morning after Thor's arrival, I find myself in my private office, planning for the future. On my screens are various files, potential recruits for a team I hope to build, intelligence on emerging enhanced individuals, and contingency plans. My phone buzzes, another message from Stark. That offer's still open. My lab's more interesting than whatever setup Fisk's got you using. T.S. The timing couldn't be more attractive. While Fisk has provided resources and protection, relying solely on one power player, especially one as complex as the Kingpin, would be short-sighted. Computer, display known enhanced individuals in New York area. The list grows daily. Some hiding, some just discovering their abilities. Eventually, they'll need guidance, support, a team. But building that requires backup plans, including contingencies for scenarios where Fisk and I find ourselves at odds. Having Tony Stark as an ally could prove invaluable, though the risks are substantial. Getting closer to a genius of his caliber means increased scrutiny, possible exposure of secrets I need to keep. Computer, secure line to Fisk's office. We need to talk about Stark's offer, I say as the connection establishes. I assumed this would come up, Fisk replies. The timing is concerning. It's an opportunity. Having connections beyond our immediate circle could prove useful. Stark is dangerous. His intelligence, his resources, he could uncover things we'd rather keep hidden. True, I acknowledge. But having him as a potential ally outweighs the risks. Besides, he's already suspicious. Better to control his investigation than let him dig on his own. Having Stark's trust adds another layer of legitimacy to our story. I continue. The son of Wilson Fisk, working with Iron Man, it reinforces everything we've built. He remains silent for a moment. Very well, but be careful. I nod to myself and smile as I cut off the call. After receiving his cautious approval, I draft a response to Stark. Fine, you've caught my interest. I'd like to take you up on it, if it's still on the table, as you say. SF. His reply comes instantly. Finally. Tower. 2 p.m. Bring your interesting accessories. T.S. The next hour is spent reviewing everything I can safely share. The Ultimatrix's basic functions, transformation mechanics, but nothing about its true origin. Stark Tower's private entrance welcomes me precisely at 2 p.m. As Jarvis guides me to the R&D level, I remind myself again why I'm here. Creating contingencies, preparing for a future that will require more allies. The lab doors open to reveal organized chaos. Holographic displays float everywhere. Robotic arms move with precise purpose. And in the center stands Tony Stark, already analyzing something on multiple screens. Right on time, he says without looking up. Though I'm surprised Daddy Dearest let you come play. I make my own decisions. Do you? Now he turns, that trademark smirk in place. Jarvis, run full spectrum analysis on our guest's unique accessory. Already scanning, sir. Though I'm detecting unusual interference patterns. The device has its own security measures. I explain. Stark moves closer, eyes sharp with curiosity. You know, I've been studying your appearances. The transformations, the powers, your combat style. It's all very practiced. But here's what really interests me. You're not just fighting. You're building something. Connections, reputation, public trust. Almost like you're preparing for something. Aren't we all? I gesture to his Iron Man suits. The world's changing. New threats, new challenges. Everyone needs to be ready. True. Though most people don't have transformation tech, and don't deny it's tech that defies known physics. Want to tell me where that really came from? Would you believe it was government experiments? Not even slightly. He grins. But I'm willing to play along if you are. Show me what that thing can really do. I activate the Ultimatrix's holographic interface, revealing basic functions. Sometimes the best way to hide the truth is to share part of it. Fascinating, he mutters. The energy conversion alone should be impossible. says the man who built an arc reactor in a cave. That gets a genuine laugh. Fair point. Jarvis, prep the testing area. Let's see what our young friend here can really do. As the lab reconfigures, I consider the layers of this interaction. We're both testing boundaries, building potential alliances while keeping our secrets. It's a dangerous game, but one that again might prove crucial if things ever go south with Fisk. I just hope I never have to use these connections. Ready to show me something interesting? Stark asks, his lab humming with power. I activate the Ultimatrix, selecting a form. Let's find out. I scroll through the Ultimatrix's interface, consider my options. With Humongous or XLR-8 and some of my other combat forms already public knowledge, I need to show something different. Something that might forge a real connection. Let's begin with a familiar one. I say, selecting XLR-8's form. The transformation is smooth now, practiced. Stark's sensors light up as my body shifts and changes. Fascinating. He mutters, holographic displays, streaming data. The mass conversion alone is worth studying. Jarvis, are you getting this? Indeed, sir. The transformation process appears to violate several fundamental laws of physics. After a brief demonstration of XLR-8 speed capabilities, I transform back. That's what everyone's seen. But I'd like to show you something different. Oh, Stark raises an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. I select gray matter, feeling my perspective shift as I shrink down. The transformation brings with it that familiar rush of enhanced intelligence. The world suddenly becoming clearer, more defined in its complexity. Now, this is interesting. Stark crouches down to observe my diminutive form, going for the miniature approach. Size isn't everything, I reply, already processing the complex equations floating on his screens, the knowledge flowing into me. This form really is special. Even without an education in something, seeing it just has knowledge of it appear in your head, with which you can reason at insane speeds. Your quantum tunneling calculations for the Mark VII's power distribution are off by 0.0034%. The variance is small, but at peak output, it could create a feedback loop in the secondary systems. Stark blinks, then grins. Jarvis, verify that. The small alien is correct, sir. Adjusting calculations now. This form enhances intelligence. I explain, moving to one of his workstations. It lets me process complex data, understand advanced technology, see solutions that might not be immediately obvious. Show me, Stark challenges, pulling up some of his more complex projects. The next 2 hours become a fascinating exchange of ideas. We discuss quantum mechanics, energy conversion theories, and advanced engineering concepts. In this form, I can keep up with Stark's brilliant mind, even offer insights he hadn't considered. Your approach to the repulsor stabilization is innovative. I note, examining a holographic schematic, but have you considered using a nonlinear phase array? It would reduce energy bleed by 23%. Stark implements the suggestion, watching the simulation improve dramatically. Not bad, Tiny. Not bad at all. I transform back to human form, the enhanced intelligence fading, but leaving behind a clear understanding of what we discussed. Sometimes the best solutions come from a different perspective. Speaking of perspective, Stark studies me with renewed interest. Most people with transformation powers go straight for the flashy stuff. Super strength, energy blast, the works. But you chose to show me this. What? Because anyone can punch through a wall? I reply carefully. But real progress, real solutions, come from understanding. From seeing problems differently. Like how you're seeing your situation with Fisk. The question is casual, but his eyes are sharp. Everyone needs allies. I say simply. And sometimes the best alliances start with mutual understanding. Stark nods slowly. Tuesday, same time. We'll talk more about quantum tunneling and other things. As I leave Stark Tower, I feel satisfied with my choice. Showing gray matter instead of my more powerful forms was a risk, but it established something more valuable than a display of strength, a connection based on intellectual respect. Now I just have to maintain that delicate balance between building trust and keeping necessary secrets. 3 days have passed since Thor's attempt to claim Mjolnir, and something's wrong. The timeline isn't flowing as it should. Jane Foster hasn't made contact with Thor, his redemption arc hasn't begun, and the Destroyer is already on its way. I monitor the situation from my office in Fisk Tower, Project Echo's sensors tracking the growing atmospheric disturbance. Without Thor regaining his powers, Earth is dangerously vulnerable to what's coming. Computer, display current location of Hammer Guy. Can't call him Thor yet after all, at least not in a tone believing him to be. Subject remains in SHIELD custody. No significant interactions recorded with civilian population. This isn't right. By now, he should have escaped, met Jane, started his journey toward worthiness. Instead, he's isolated, contained, and showing no signs of the character development crucial to Earth's future defense. My phone buzzes stark. Energy readings in New Mexico are spiking again. Our kind of problem? TS. After weeks of lab sessions and careful relationship building, he's learned to spot the signs. But this isn't just another enhanced incident. This is a potential catastrophe in the making. Sir, my computer interrupts. Project Echo detects a massive energy signature entering Earth's atmosphere. Pattern matches previous readings, but significantly larger. The Destroyer. And with Thor still powerless, still trapped. Time to make a choice that could change everything. Computer, secure line to Fisk's office. Priority 1. Connected. We have a situation, I say without preamble. One that requires immediate intervention. Explain. Fisk responds, his tone sharp with interest. The readings from New Mexico are spiking again, but different this time. Project Echo's sensors are detecting something entering Earth's atmosphere. I send him the latest data. Whatever it is, its magnitudes more powerful than our previous visitor. And based on the energy signature, it's a weapon. A pause as he processes this. And our previous visitor? Still in SHIELD custody. Which means the guy I already told you, I intended as an ally, who should be one of Earth's best defense against this level of power, is currently locked in a cell. I keep my voice steady, professional. We need to act. This is more than just another heroic display. Fisk observes. I remain silent. Another pause, longer this time. What do you need? Nothing. I reply, already moving toward my window. Just letting you know I'll be out of New York for a while. Be careful, Fisk says, and for a moment, I hear genuine concern beneath the calculation. Powers like these, they tend to change the game entirely. That's what I'm counting on. I end the call and activate the Ultimatrix. Before transforming, I send a quick message to Stark, heading to New Mexico. Might need backup if things go sideways. SF. His reply is immediate, already suited up. See you there. TS. XLR-8's form takes shape, and I launch myself from the tower. The world blurs around me as I race west, my mind racing faster than my feet. Thor needs to meet Jane Foster, needs to learn humility, needs to become worthy. Without that journey, Earth loses one of its greatest defenders. But I can't just tell him that. Some lessons have to be learned, not taught. Some paths have to be walked, not shown. The question is, how do you nudge a so-called God toward destiny without breaking the story completely? As New Mexico's desert spreads out before me, I realize I'm about to find out. The SHIELD facility appears on the horizon, a maze of temporary structures surrounding Mjolnir's crater. I transform back to human form and quickly access public records on my phone. Jane Foster's research site isn't far, an old gas station converted into a makeshift lab. But she's not investigating anymore. SHIELD's containment was too effective, kept civilians too far away, probably because of my existence. The ground shakes violently. The Destroyer has landed, its metallic form gleaming in the desert sun as it begins its march toward the facility. Stark's still 10 minutes out, not soon enough. I activate the Ultimatrix, selecting Humongosaur. Time to create the kind of chaos that forces SHIELD's hand. SHIELD facility, I roar, charging forward and making sure every agent can hear me. You have an incoming threat. Evacuate immediately. Alarms blare as agents scramble to defensive positions. Through the chaos, I spot Coulson emerging from a command center, already coordinating a response. Perfect. Now for phase 2. Sir, an agent calls out to Coulson. The enhanced individual from the Harlem incident is approaching. I can see that, Coulson replies with his characteristic calm, along with something significantly more concerning. I reach the perimeter just as the destroyer takes another thunderous step closer. The machine fires its first blast without warning. The energy beam cuts through 3 empty vehicles like they're made of paper, leaving molten slag in its wake. Evacuate the facility, Coulson orders into his comm, already assessing the situation, and get our guest to safety. I position myself between the destroyer and the facility, buying time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to move. Another blast forces me to dodge. Even Humongosaur's durability might not stand up to that level of power. Through the smoke and debris, I spot agents escorting Thor out. He looks different now, less arrogant, more confused. Days in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody have changed him, but not enough. The sound of repulsors fills the air as Iron Man arrives. Started the party without me? Stark quips, unleashing a barrage of missiles at the destroyer. They impact harmlessly against its ancient metal. Perfect timing. I push myself up, noting the destroyer's single-minded focus on Thor's location. It's following them. We need to keep it contained, away from populated areas. Good plan. Stark dodges another energy blast. Except they're heading straight for that town. Then we better not miss. The battle begins in earnest, a dance of power and purpose. The destroyer advances relentlessly, its path clear and determined. All we can do is try to minimize the damage and hope Thor figures out whatever he needs to figure out. Because right now, Earth's best defense against this thing is sitting in the back of a S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle, powerless and unworthy. I tower over the destroyer as it advances, using my superior height and mass to my advantage. Each step I take shakes the ground, my enhanced strength letting me position myself strategically between the machine and its target. The destroyer fires another blast. I dodge, the movement fluid despite my size. The beam melts the desert, sand into glass where I stood moments before. Star comments, firing repulsors from above. I knew you had a big form, I just didn't think that at up close meant makes ancient-looking death machines look small-big. I grab a disabled S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle and hurl it at the destroyer. The impact doesn't damage it, but forces it to adjust its course. Less talking, more containing. The machine retaliates, its face opening to reveal the infernal energy within. I brace myself, using my bulk to shield the retreating S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles. The blast hits like a furnace, even Humongosaur's tough hide beginning to crack. Its energy output is off the charts. Stark reports, sensors analyzing the threat. Nothing in my database matches this tech. I charge forward, my greater reach letting me grapple with the destroyer while keeping clear of its deadly beam. The metal feels impenetrable under my claws as it punches me away. The battle continues toward the town, each step measured, each exchange calculated. Whatever happens next is up to Thor. All we can do is keep this thing busy and try not to die in the process. The destroyer's face glows with building energy. At this close range, dodging isn't an option. I brace myself, using my massive frame to shield the town behind me. The blast hits like a supernova. Even with Humongosaur's durability, I feel my scales burning and peeling. But I hold my ground, feet digging trenches in the desert floor. Your armor's showing more damage than you can handle, Stark reports, launching another futile missile barrage. Might want to back off. See, can't. I grunt, maintaining my position. Too close to the civilians. Through the pain and chaos, I catch glimpses of movement behind me, people gathering, watching. Among them, Thor and Jane Foster, finally in the same place. Now, if only... The destroyer hits me with an uppercut that sends me staggering. For something smaller than me, it packs incredible force. Before I can recover, another blast catches me in the chest. I crash through an abandoned gas station, my bulk demolishing the structure. As I push myself up, I see Thor moving forward, saying something to Jane. About time. Need a hand? Stark offers, hovering nearby. Just keep it busy. I respond, getting back to my feet. And try not to die. The destroyer advances on Thor's position, its single-minded purpose clear. I charge it from behind, wrapping my arms around its torso and lifting. The machine struggles, its head rotating to blast me point blank. This time I don't let go. Can't let go. Even as its energy beam begins to melt my face, I hold tight, keeping it focused on me. Anytime now, I mutter through clenched teeth, hoping whatever needs to happen, happens soon. Because even Humongosaur at his greatest height has limits, and I'm rapidly approaching mine. The destroyer's energy beam intensifies, forcing me to shift my grip. My muscles strain against its strength, but being bigger has its advantages. I can still contain it, even if I can't stop it completely. I wish I could go ultimate, but right now I need to be a bigger target. Your structural integrity is dropping too fast, Stark warns, firing precision shots at the machine's joints. Whatever you're doing, it's cooking you alive. He's not wrong. Each second against this thing feels like holding a star. But letting go means letting it reach the town. Reach Thor, reach. A change in the air. Static electricity raising the hair on my scales. Finally, the destroyer senses it too, its struggles becoming more desperate. I tighten my grip, ignoring the burning pain. Just need to hold it a few seconds longer. Thunder cracks overhead in a cloudless sky. Well, Stark comments dryly. That's new. I release the destroyer, just as Mjolnir streaks past. The hammers return, marking the moment everything changes. The shockwave of Thor's transformation knocks me back several steps, but I manage to stay upright. About damn time. You can handle it from here? I ask, though it's not really a question. Thor stands restored, his power crackling around him like a storm made flesh. The one called the God of Thunder simply nods, twirling Mjolnir with practiced ease. I've done my part, pushed when needed, held back when necessary. Now it's his story again. Coming, Stark asks, already backing away, he realizing the same. And missed the light show? Not a chance. I stayed as I transformed back to XLR-8, my burned and battered form grateful for the change. As I speed toward the battle I see as I stand aside for a little while human again isn't going as it should. Even with his powers restored, Thor's movements lack enough strength. Each swing of Mjolnir carries power, but not conviction. I don't know what's going on, but if this continues, he'll lose. The destroyer takes advantage, its energy beams forcing Thor back. One blast catches him square in the chest, sending him crashing through a storefront. He's not ready. I mutter, watching Thor struggle to his feet. Stark hovers nearby, his armor scorched from earlier exchanges. Whatever your plan was, might want to try a backup. I activate the Ultimatrix again, selecting Humongosaur despite my earlier injuries. The transformation feels different this time, more painful, the wounds from before carrying over. You're not fully healed, Stark warns as I charge forward. Don't have to be, I grunt, positioning myself between Thor and the advancing destroyer. Just have to buy time. The machine's face opens, energy building to devastating levels. I brace myself, spreading my arms wide to shield Thor. Stand aside, Thor commands, though his voice lacks its usual authority. This is my battle. Then prove it, I challenge through gritted teeth. The destroyer fires. The blast hits like a nuclear furnace, worse than before. My already damaged scales crack and peel, the pain nearly unbearable. But I hold my ground, giving Thor the moment he needs to find his resolve. Media helicopters circle overhead, their cameras capturing everything. Stark provides covering fire, though his weapons barely register against the ancient weapon. Sir, Jarvis reports, the enhanced individual's biometrics are critical. That form can't take much more. Another blast hits. I feel my consciousness wavering, my massive frame beginning to buckle. Through the haze of pain, I see Thor watching, something changing in his expression. The destroyer advances, its face opening for what must be a killing blow. I try to stand straighter, to maintain my shield, but my legs won't cooperate. The machine towers over me now, its energy building to unprecedented levels. Get clear, Stark shouts. I can't, won't. Even though I'm a fake, I can't just let everyone die. I may not be perfect, but I still have a heart that would bring me nightmares if I fail here. A heart that won't allow me to ever forgive myself. Forgive myself if I let everyone die. The destroyer fires point blank. The world turns white. The last thing I hear is Tony's horrified "no" and the gas from the news helicopters above. Then everything fades to silence. The scene before me feels wrong. The mortal who stood against the destroyer, who shielded me despite my unworthiness, lies motionless in a smoking crater. His sacrifice stirs something in me, something painful. You should not have interfered. Loki's spectral form appears beside me, his voice dripping with mock concern. Mortals are so fragile. I grip Mjolnir tighter, feeling its power course through me. Yet something holds me back. The connection between warrior and weapon feels incomplete, tainted by doubt. Then I hear it, a sound that cuts through the chaos of battle. A mechanical voice, barely audible even to my enhanced senses. Emergency protocols activated. Anodite transformation sequence initiating. The crater erupts with crimson light, and I feel, by the Norns, I feel magic. Not the controlled sorcery of Asgard, nor Loki's clever illusions, but something primal. Ancient, pure. The power radiating from the crater makes my skin prickle. It reminds me of standing before Father's throne during the Odin sleep, that same overwhelming sense of raw magical potential. Impossible, Loki's projection whispers, and for the first time, I hear genuine surprise in my brother's voice. From the devastation rises a being of pure magical energy. Dark red with hair of brilliant white light. His form pulses with power that makes Mjolnir hum in response. The mortal hovers gently, examining his transformed state with childlike wonder. His voice carries soft amazement, extraordinary. I can see it all, every thread of magic woven into reality. He raises a hand, studying the crimson energy flowing through his form. The destroyer fires, but the boy merely tilts his head, curious. The blast dissipates into a shower of sparkling motes before it reaches him. Fascinating, he murmurs, floating closer to the ancient weapon. Your magic, it's beautiful in its way. Ancient Asgardian craftsmanship, each enchantment layered with purpose. His movements are almost reverent as he reaches out, tendrils of crimson energy gently probing the destroyer's armor. See how the spells interlock, like a symphony written in magic. The armored mortal, Stark, hovers nearby, his mechanical voice cautious. Kid, you still with us? The boy turns, his luminous face wearing an expression of serene joy. I've never felt anything like this, Mr. Stark. It's like seeing color for the first time after a lifetime of gray. He returns his attention to the destroyer, carefully peeling away layers of enchanted metal. Each piece tells a story. The magic sings of its creation, of the hands that forged it. But as he delves deeper into the ancient weapon's construction, something shifts. The gentle exploration becomes more forceful, his movements losing their earlier grace. Such power in these spells, his voice takes on a different tone, wonder giving way to something darker. But compared to what flows through me now, it's like comparing a candle to a star. The magical energy rolling off him intensifies. I felt the Odin force before, witnessed its raw potential, but this is different. Unrestrained. Wild. Why settle for studying the magic? He muses, his gentle deconstruction becoming more aggressive. When I could reshape it entirely, the wind begins to pick up, carrying traces of crimson energy that make my centuries of magical training scream warnings. Each piece of the destroyer he tears away now comes with less care, less reverence. Brother, Loki's projection speaks again, and I hear genuine concern. That level of pure, magical energy, no mortal was meant to contain it. The boy's laughter starts soft, but grows increasingly manic as he continues his work. The very air crackles with potential as he channels more power, no longer content with mere examination. Such wonderful power, His earlier wonder transforms into something more dangerous. Why simply study reality when I could rewrite it? The sky darkens above us, crimson energy swirling in patterns that remind me of the Bifrost power. But where the Bifrost is controlled, channeled, this is raw chaos waiting to be unleashed. Come on, kid, Star tries again. Remember who you are. But the boy seems beyond hearing now, lost in the intoxicating rush of pure power. His gentle deconstruction of the destroyer has become violent destruction, each blast carrying enough magical force to make my teeth ache. I've seen warriors lost to battle fury before, but this is different. This is power in its purest form corrupting a mortal soul, and if someone doesn't reach him soon, the question remains, can I find my own worthiness in time to save him from himself? And more crucially, can anyone stop power that rivals the Odin Force itself? The magical energy continues to build as he floats higher, his crimson form casting an eerie glow across the desert landscape. The remains of a destroyer lie scattered below, twisted and torn apart with increasing violence. Kid, Star tries again, maintaining his distance. Whatever this is, whatever you're feeling, we can help. He turns toward him, his white light hair writhing like living flames. Help! His laughter carries a note that makes even my warrior's blood run cold. Why would I need help when I can feel the very fabric of reality bending to my will? He gestures, and the scattered pieces of the destroyer rise into the air. Watch, he commands, his voice resonating with power. The metal begins to twist and reform, not through physical force, but through pure magical manipulation. Thor, Loki's projection speaks, his tone unusually grave. That level of magical control. He's rewriting the fundamental enchantments of Asgardian craftsmanship. I watch as ancient spells thousands of years old are undone and rewritten with casual ease. The raw power radiating from him now makes Mjolnir vibrate in my grip, responding to magic that shouldn't exist in any realm. Beautiful, isn't it? The boy's voice carries an almost dreamy quality. The way magic flows, the way it bends. His expression suddenly darkens. The way it breaks. The reformed pieces of the destroyer shatter into dust, the ancient enchantments unraveled completely. The display of power sends shivers through the air itself. Boy, I step forward, finally finding my voice. This power, it's consuming you. He turns to me, his luminous eyes focusing with frightening intensity. Consuming me? No, Thor Odinson. It's freeing me. The air crackles with increasing magical pressure. I can see everything now, every thread of destiny, every path of possibility. That's what makes it dangerous. I respond, remembering Father's warnings about raw magical power. No mortal mind was meant to comprehend such things. His laughter turned sharp, almost brittle. Mortal? I'm so far beyond mortal now. I could reshape worlds, rewrite the laws of Dash. Sam, Stark interrupts, his armor sensors likely warning him of the escalating danger. Remember who you are. For a moment, something flickers across the boy's face, a brief shadow of recognition. But then his expression twists, the power surging visibly through his form. Who I am. The winds pick up, carrying traces of his crimson energy. I am power itself. I am Dash, a defender. I cut in, finally understanding what Mjolnir had been trying to tell me. You stood against the destroyer, not for power, but to protect others. The magical maelstrom hesitates for a fraction of a second. In that brief moment, I see conflict cross his features, the wonder of discovery warring with the intoxication of power. But which side will win? And what price will we all pay if the power proves too seductive to resist? The magical pressure continues to build even more, each pulse making the air itself shiver. Even with all my centuries of battle experience, I know this is beyond any force I could hope to contain. The power radiating from him rivals that of my father at his peak, perhaps even surpasses it. Warning, the mechanical voice cuts through the charged atmosphere, audible only to myself and Stark's enhanced systems. and perhaps the boy himself. Continued exposure to pure Anodite form risks permanent molecular destabilization. Human form integrity at risk of permanent loss. Stark's armor shifts, projecting something into the air, images from across their realm. Cities filled with mortals, all watching, all witnessing. Their faces show not just fear, but concern. Worry. For him. Look at them, kid. Stark's voice carries an urgency I haven't heard before. They're not running from you. They're worried about you. Every major city in America, people are watching, hoping you'll come back to yourself. The crimson energy flickers, almost imperceptibly. They fear me. No, Stark counters, the projections shifting to show closer views of the watching crowds. They fear for you. There's a difference. The power. Samuel's voice wavers slightly, the first real crack in his euphoric state. It feels so intoxicating. I step forward, remembering my own lessons in humility. Power often does. But true strength lies not in how much power we wield, but in knowing when to set it aside. The winds whip faster, his white light hair writhing more violently. But I could do so much, fix so much. At what cost? Stark asks softly. Your humanity? The very thing that made you step in front of that blast to protect others in the first place. Something shifts in his expression, a flicker of the mortal who stood against the destroyer, not for glory, but to protect. Warning, human form integrity at critical levels. Immediate deactivation recommended. The crimson energy pulses erratically now, his form flickering between solid and pure energy. The conflict plays across his features, power warring with humanity. I don't. His voice carries both power and fear now. I can't. You can't. I call out, raising Mjolnir not as a weapon, but as an anchor. Choose who you wish to be, boy. Choose what truly matters. With a roar that shakes the very air, he slams his hand against the symbol on his chest. The crimson light explodes outward, then collapses in on itself. As his human form returns, he plummets from the sky. I move without thinking, catching his unconscious form before he can hit the ground. He feels so small now, so mortal, yet moments ago he wielded power that could have reshaped realms. The boy. I look to Stark, will he? Vitals are stabilizing. Stark lands nearby, his armor's sensor scanning. But that was something else. I adjust my grip on the unconscious youth, noting how peaceful he looks now compared to the raw power he just contained. I agree softly. Something else indeed. And as the skies clear above us, I cannot help but wonder, what other powers does this boy possess? And more importantly, will he always be strong enough to choose humanity over Godhead? The first clear sensation is softness, expensive sheets, the kind Fisk insists on for his medical facilities. Then voices, familiar yet distant. His neural patterns are stabilizing Dash. The energy readings are unlike anything Dash. My son will recover here, under my supervision Dash. I try to open my eyes, but even that small effort feels like bench pressing a truck. My whole body aches in a way that makes my previous battles feel like warm-up exercises. He's waking up, Stark's voice closer now. Jarvis, run another scan. Neural activity increasing, the AI response. Though the residual energy signatures remain peculiar. Finally, my eyes cooperate. The room comes into focus. One of Fisk's private medical suites, all chrome and white with tech that probably costs more than most hospitals. 3 faces hover in my field of vision. Stark, looking like he hasn't slept in days. Thor, his presence somehow both regal and awkward in the modern setting. And Fisk, his expression a careful mask of paternal concern. How long? My voice sounds rough and used. A week, Fisk answers, his tone measured. Your transformation had some unexpected side effects. That's putting it mildly, Stark interjects. You went full cosmic light show on us, kid. Had every sensor from here to shield headquarters going haywire. Memory flashes, crimson energy, raw power, the feeling of reality bending to my will. I try to sit up, but my body protests violently. Easy there. Thor's voice carries genuine concern. Even the strongest warriors need rest after wielding such power. The Destroyer. I managed trying to piece together what happened. Did we? You tore it apart, Stark says, and I can't tell if that's admiration or concern in his voice. Not just physically, you rewrote its fundamental magical structure. Point Break here says that should be impossible. Thor nods gravely. The magic you wielded, it rivaled the Odin Force itself. Great. I've been awake for 2 minutes, and I'm already dealing with revelations about powers one would call godlike. Just another day in the life, I guess. The transformation. I look at my wrist, relieved to find the Ultimatrix still there. What triggered it? Emergency protocols, apparently, Stark replies. After you took that blast, Jarvis recorded everything. We should talk about that when you're healthier. Fisk steps forward, his massive frame blocking my view of the others. For now, you need rest. The doctors want to run more tests, ensure there are no lasting effects. The way he says it, protective yet calculating, reminds me of our complicated relationship. Even now, he's playing both father and chess master. How bad was the media coverage? I ask, already dreading the answer. Extensive, Fisk admits, though we've managed to control the narrative. The public sees a hero who nearly sacrificed himself to protect others, then struggled with power that could have corrupted anyone. Makes for a compelling story, Stark adds dryly. The prodigal son choosing humanity over godhood. Your approval ratings are through the roof. I try to process this, but my head starts pounding. The memory of that power, the pure, intoxicating rush of it, lingers like a phantom limb. You chose wisely, Thor says suddenly, his blue eyes intense. Few could resist such power once tasted. Your strength lies not in the magic you wielded, but in your willingness to let it go. Thanks, I manage a weak smile. Though next time, maybe try getting your powers back before I have to play S.H.I.E.L.D., yeah? That actually gets a laugh from the Thunderer. Indeed, though I suspect there is much more to your story than you shared. Isn't there always? I close my eyes, exhaustion creeping back in. How long until I'm back on my feet? The doctors suggest at least another week of observation. Fisk answers. Though given your unique physiology, recovery may be faster. Great, I mutter. A week of tests and prodding. Just what I needed. Consider a vacation, Stark quips. Though we will need to discuss that transformation eventually. The energy readings alone dash. Stark, Fisk's voice carries a warning edge. Perhaps such discussions can wait until my son has fully recovered. The tension in the room spikes slightly. Two titans of industry, neither used to backing down, both seeing me as, what? An asset? A mystery? A potential threat? It's fine. I interrupt before things can escalate. We'll talk about everything. Just not right now. Thor places a hand on my shoulder, and I feel a slight tingle like static electricity, but warmer. Rest, young warrior. Your battles can wait. As they file out, Fisk lingers behind. Once we're alone, his expression shifts subtly. The power you displayed, he says quietly, it changes things. I know. I meet his gaze steadily, despite my exhaustion. But I'm still me. Still your son, still playing our game. He studies me for a long moment. Are you? That level of power, it tends to shift perspectives. Maybe, I admit, but I chose to let it go. That has to count for something. A slight smile crosses his face. Indeed it does. He moves toward the door. Rest. We'll discuss implications later. As soon as the door closes, I wait exactly 30 seconds before pushing myself up. My body protests, muscles screaming like they've been through a meat grinder, but I've never been good at following medical advice. Computer, I grunt, swinging my legs over the bed's edge. Show me everything from the past week. News coverage, social media, all of it. Medical protocols suggest dash. Override. Authorization, Samel Alpha. The room's holographic displays spring to life, filling the air with multiple feeds. The first footage that catches my eye is from the battle, my humongousaur form taking that final blast from the destroyer. Then crimson light, pure energy, power that makes my head spin even just watching it. The crimson form floating in the footage makes my breath catch, and Anodite. I never thought I'd see one, let alone become one. It makes a weird kind of sense, though. Ben Tennyson had Anodite heritage, and the Ultimatrix seems more tied to the soul than pure genetics. Social media explodes across my screens. I dive deeper into social media discussions, watching people argue about what happened. Twitter thread at NYCitizen. Are we just going to ignore that this kid could have literally destroyed everything? That power was terrifying. Dash at Shift supporter. He literally took a death blast protecting people. WTF is wrong with you? Dash at NYCitizen. Being heroic doesn't make him less dangerous. Did you see what he did to that alien machine? Dash at Hero_Watch. He chose to power down. That's what matters. Dash at Concerned Parent. My kids love Shift, but that red form, that wasn't just another transformation. That was something else. YouTube comments on Shift's transformation. Full footage. The way his voice changed when the power started affecting him. Actually scary. Everyone talking about danger, but ignoring how he jumped in front of that blast to protect people. Raised eyes emoji. Look at 345. You can see the energy warping the air around him. This isn't like his other forms. My daughter cried when he got hurt and cheered when he powered down. That's all I need to know about his character. Reddit discussion. U/NYC local. I was there. The energy coming off him felt wrong. Like reality was bending. Anyone else who was present feel that. Dash U/Shift watcher. He's literally saved hundreds of lives and you're fear-mongering. Dash U/reality check. Being grateful doesn't mean we should ignore how dangerous that power was. Dash U/heroic moments. Did everyone miss the part where he nearly died protecting people? Facebook comment thread. Sarah Miller. As a mother, seeing that kind of power in someone so young is terrifying. James Chun. As a father who watched Shift save my kid from that gas explosion last week, I trust him. Linda Thompson. Trust? Did you see what he did to that metal creature? He was losing control. Mark Rodriguez. He had the power of a god and chose to let it go. That's the point everyone's missing. Livestream chat replay. Bro, that power was actually scary AF. Yo, really attacking a kid who almost died, protecting people SMH. Notice how he started gentle, then the power started affecting him. My brother works near where it happened. Said the air felt electric. People really out here acting like he didn't choose humanity over godhood. News comments sections. This isn't about heroism, it's about safety. No one should have that much power. He's Wilson Fisk's son and has this kind of power? Anyone else worried? The kid literally takes a death blast protecting others, and y'all still doubt him? Being heroic and being dangerous aren't mutually exclusive. The debates rage on across every platform, each side growing more passionate. Some see a hero who made the right choice. Others see a potential threat that could snap at any moment. I close the feeds, my head spinning. They're both right in a way. That power was terrifying, even to me. The room suddenly gets weirdly cold, and this green energy starts doing its disco light thing in the air. Great, because this is exactly what I need right now. More Asgardian drama. Well, comes this super smooth voice that practically oozes, I think I'm cleverer than everyone. The mortal who rivals the Odin force. How fascinating. Loki materializes like he's auditioning for a ghost show, all translucent and dramatic. Even as just a projection, he's got this whole worship me, I'm a god vibe going. Dude, I begin, choosing to look as uncaring as possible in tone and posture as I lean back in my chair, try not to show how much everything still hurts. If you're here to monologue about magic and destiny, can we reschedule? I'm kind of in the middle of my post-near-death recovery. That gets me this surprised laugh that sounds both amused and dangerous. Like a cat that found a particularly interesting mouse. Oh, you are delightful, he practically purrs. Such irreverence. Even after nearly burning away your mortal form with pure magical energy. He does this whole dramatic circle around my chair. Tell me, how does a human manage that without, well, exploding? Maybe I'm just built different, I shrug. Or maybe it's Maybelline. Take your pick. His projection leans in closer, and I swear the temperature drops another few degrees. The energy you wielded wasn't just power. It was pure creation magic. Cool story. Did you actually want something? Or are you just here to narrate my greatest hits? His smile gets sharper. You know what's coming, don't you? The changes, the threats. He pauses like he's waiting for dramatic music. The invasions. It's impossible for you not to know. You saw things in that form, didn't you? You're just hiding it from everyone else, like the good little hero you are. Look, I meet his gaze. If you're fishing for information, you might want to try a bigger bait. I've got Twitter threads to catch up on. Ah, but you know more than that, don't you? His eyes are way too knowing for comfort. You're playing quite the game, Samuel Fisk. The Ultimatrix chooses that moment to pulse, and Loki's attention snaps to it like a kid spotting candy. Now that, he practically whispers, is a fascinating piece of, what is it exactly? Technology? Magic? Both. It's a fashion statement, I deadpan. All the cool kids are wearing alien tech these days. Really brings out my eyes. Loki's projection circles the chair again, and I swear he's trying to outdramatic pause himself. You jest, but that device, it's not of any realm I know. And I know many. Maybe you need to get out more. Try speed dating across the 9 realms. He actually chuckles at that, which is either really good or really bad. Such spirit. Even after tasting power that could reshape worlds, you hide behind humor. What can I say? I'm a millennial. We cope with existential threats through memes. And yet, his voice gets that dangerous edge again. When you had that power that could have made you a god, you chose to let it go. Most interesting. I shift in my chair, trying to ignore how my muscles scream at me. Yeah, well, what you call godhood seems like a lot of work. All that responsibility, having to coordinate your cape with your armor. You're deflecting, Loki observes, looking way too pleased with himself. But no matter. I simply wanted to introduce myself properly. After all, anyone who can manipulate reality itself deserves at least that courtesy. Gee, thanks. Should I expect a fruit basket next? His smile turns razor sharp. Oh, I think we'll be seeing quite a bit of each other in the future. Things are changing, after all, and those who know what's coming. He lets the sentence hang meaningfully. Are you always this cryptic, or am I getting the special treatment? Consider it professional courtesy, he says, his form starting to fade. From one player to another. Great, I mutter as he disappears. Because my life wasn't complicated enough already. The room warms up again, but somehow I doubt this is the last I'll see of Thor's adoptive brother. Just what I need, a trickster taking an interest in me. Maybe I should have stayed in bed after all. 2 weeks after my chat with Loki, and nothing makes sense anymore. The timeline is completely off track, and I can't figure out why. Thor's still hanging around Earth, even though Heimdall's apparently given him the all-clear to return home. Jane Foster's team keeps documenting his presence in New Mexico, and social media is having a field day with Thunder God Goes Tourist. I scroll through another report on my tablet, trying to make sense of it all. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intercepted communications, courtesy of Fisk's network, Loki's managed to negotiate peace with Jotunheim. The Frost Giants actually agreed to talks. That's not how this was supposed to go. Computer, display latest Thor sightings. Images pop up. Thor at a diner. Apparently he loves pancakes. Thor helping with local construction. Showing off, obviously. Thor actually learning to use a smartphone. That one's particularly weird. Something's wrong. I mutter, pacing my office. He should be back in Asgard by now, dealing with Loki's attempted genocide. Instead, they're what? Having diplomatic relations with Jotunheim. My phone buzzes Stark. Point Break's giving interviews about Midgardian culture. Should we be worried? T.S. Good question. Should we? The Ultimatrix pulses quietly on my wrist, almost like it's sharing my confusion. Computer, compile timeline discrepancies. The list appears, and it's not comforting. Thor remains on Earth despite being welcomed back. Loki pursuing peace instead of destruction. No signs of the Bifrost being weaponized. Odin apparently awake and approving all this. Either I've completely misunderstood how things were supposed to go, or something or someone has changed the game entirely. The question is, what do I do about it? And more importantly, should I do anything at all? A notification pops up, Another Asgardian sighting, but this one's different. Thor and Loki, both in civilian clothes, which is weird enough, having coffee at some hipster place in Greenwich Village. You got to be kidding me. I mutter, zooming in on the footage. They're actually laughing together, no signs of the rivalry or bitterness that should be tearing them apart right now. My phone buzzes again. Fisk, meeting in 10. Concerns about our Asgardian visitors. Stark. So, godly brothers doing brunch. Normal Tuesday? TS. I grab my jacket, mind racing. Something changed during my Anodite transformation. Something big enough to alter the course of events I thought I knew. The elevator ride to Fisk's office gives me time to think. Did I say something while powered up? Did that level of energy somehow ripple through reality itself? Or is this just the universe course-correcting in ways I don't understand? You look troubled, Fisk observes as I enter his office. Multiple screens show various angles of the divine coffee break happening downtown. Just trying to make sense of it all, I reply, dropping into a chair. Two princes of Asgard hanging out in New York like tourists. Something's not adding up. Indeed, he manipulates the displays, bringing up more data. Our sources suggest significant changes in Asgardian politics. Peace talks with former enemies, cultural exchange programs. He pauses meaningfully. All following your incident. Great. Even Fisk's noticed the timing. You think I caused this? I ask, watching Thor attempt to figure out a croissant. I think Fisk chooses his words carefully. That power like what you displayed tends to have ripple effects. Especially when combining reality warping with the apparent feelings you have about the future. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes yet again. This time it's a group chat. Stark, family brunch getting interesting. Reindeer games, just order a pumpkin spice latte. Universe might be ending. Thor, brother Stark, the beverage you recommended is most excellent. Stark, did you teach Thor to text? Loki, someone had to. His attempts at modern communication were becoming embarrassing. I stare at my phone in disbelief. This is not how any of this should be going. Your expression suggests this deviates from expected outcomes. Fisk notes. You could say that. I mutter, watching the group chat devolve into emoji warfare between beings who were once worshipped as literal gods. Let's just say things are taking an unexpected turn. The question is, Fisk leans forward. Is this turn beneficial to our interests? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? A more stable Asgard, a reformed Loki, a Thor who's learning about Earth culture instead of rushing back to his responsibilities. It should be good news. So why does it feel like I'm missing something crucial? The Ultimatrix pulses again, and I catch Fisk watching it with that calculating look he gets when he's piecing things together. Perhaps, he suggests, it's time we arranged our own meeting with our otherworldly visitors. After all, they seem quite interested in cultural exchange. I look at the screens again, at two princes of Asgard learning about Earth one coffee shop at a time, and realize he's right. If the timelines change this much, I need to understand why. And maybe, just maybe, I need to stop assuming I know how things are supposed to go. Set it up. I tell Fisk, already dreading whatever's coming next. But somewhere private. The last thing we need is more viral videos of so-called gods discovering Earth cuisine. He nods, already making arrangements, while I watch the group chat continue. Loki, brother, that is not how you use that emoji. Thor, cloud with lightning, cloud with lightning, cloud with lightning. These tiny pictures bring me joy. Stark, this is either the best or worst thing I've ever seen. Welcome to the new normal, I guess. Where thunderers learn texting, tricksters drink lattes, and I'm somehow caught in the middle of it all. Just another day in the life of a fake hero with real problems. The meeting gets arranged for that evening at one of Fisk's more discreet properties, a renovated brownstone with enough security to make Fort Knox jealous. I arrive early, still trying to process how surreal this all is. The Ultimatrix feels unusually warm on my wrist, like it's reacting to something. Or maybe knows something. Thor and Loki arrive precisely on time, both still in civilian clothes. It's weird seeing Thor in jeans and a t-shirt that says heart picture, New York, definitely Stark's doing, and even weirder seeing Loki in what looks like designer casual wear. Young Samuel. Thor's voice booms despite being indoors. How fare you after your battle with power divine? Still getting used to people asking about my health. I reply, watching Loki examine the room with barely concealed interest. Nice shirt, by the way. Stark insisted it was traditional Midgardian warrior wear. Thor beams proudly while Loki rolls his eyes. Brother, we really must work on your ability to detect sarcasm. Loki sighs, then turns to me with that too-sharp smile. Though I must say, you're looking remarkably well for someone who recently channeled enough power to rewrite reality. Good skincare routine, I shrug, noting how both brothers tense slightly at the mention of that power. So, want to tell me what's really going on? Because last I checked, you two weren't exactly the brunching type. Thor and Loki exchange looks that carry whole conversations. Perhaps, Loki says carefully, your incident provided some needed perspective. Perspective, I repeat flatly. On what exactly? On paths not taken. Thor answers, suddenly serious. When you wielded that power, later in our minds we saw flashes of things perhaps would have been yet to come. It sparked certain revelations. Oh no. What exactly did you see? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. Because of the transformation, I mean. Loki's smile turns knowing. Nothing specific. More impressions. Possibilities. Enough to make some of us reconsider certain plans. Great. Apparently, I'd done some cosmic spoiler alerts while high on Anodite power. So instead of, I don't know, trying to prove yourselves worthy or dealing with family drama, having coffee and teaching Thor emoji. When you put it that way, it does sound rather absurd, Loki admits. But tell me, Samuel, wouldn't you say this outcome is preferable to the alternatives? The way he says it makes my skin prickle. He knows something more than he's letting on. Maybe I concede. But changes like this, they tend to have consequences. Indeed they do, Thor agrees. And there's something in his voice that makes me pay attention. Which is why we're here. I look between them. Since we're you two a we? Since Loki steps forward, we realize that someone with knowledge of possible futures and power rivaling the Odin force might be worth consulting. Oh, hell no. If you're looking for a cosmic consultant, try the Yellow Pages. I start, but Thor cuts me off. Something approaches, young one. Something that your power glimpsed, that your heart hinted at. And while we've chosen to alter certain personal paths, Loki adds, some threats remain constant across all possibilities. They're talking about Thanos. They have to be. But how much do they know? How much did I accidentally reveal? So what exactly are you proposing? I ask, though I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like the answer. The brothers exchange another look before Loki speaks. We propose an alliance, one that prepares for what's coming while maintaining this more amenable present. In other words, I translate. You want me to help you prevent some future disaster while keeping your current coffee shop tour going? When you put it that way, Thor actually looks embarrassed. It sounds perfectly reasonable. Loki finishes smoothly. After all, who better to help guide the future than someone who's seen its possibilities? I look between them, the Thunderer and the Trickster, both watching me expectantly, and realize this is definitely not how any of this was supposed to go. But maybe that's not such a bad thing. After the whole Asgardian family therapy session, all I wanted was sleep. But apparently, the universe has other plans. I step into my darkened room and immediately know something's off. Call it enhanced instincts from the Ultimatrix, or maybe just good old-fashioned paranoia, but interesting day, a voice cuts through the darkness. The lights flick on, revealing Nick Fury sitting in my favorite chair like he owns the place. You know, I say, closing the door behind me. Most people make appointments, or at least knock. Most people can't turn into living energy and rewrite Asgardian magic. Fury stands, his leather coat doing that dramatic swoosh thing. Then again, most people aren't pretending to be Wilson Fisk's long-lost son either. I'd offer you coffee, but something tells me this isn't a social call. Cut the cute act, kid. Fury's one eye fixes on me with laser intensity. You show up out of nowhere, display power that makes Thor nervous, and suddenly the princes of Asgard are having lattes in Manhattan instead of starting an interplanetary war. Want to tell me what's really going on? Would you believe teenage rebellion? Try again. I drop into another chair, suddenly feeling the weight of the day. Look, if you're here to recruit me for your super secret boy band, I already have plans. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't recruit, Fury states flatly. We monitor. We contain. We protect. And break into people's rooms for dramatic midnight chats? His expression doesn't change, but I swear I catch a hint of amusement. You're not what you appear to be. The question is, are you a threat? If I was, I meet his gaze steadily. Do you really think you'd be able to do anything about it? Maybe not, he admits. But I've got a Norse god addicted to pumpkin spice lattes and Tony Stark actually playing well with others. Strange things seem to happen around you. Welcome to New York. Strange is our specialty. Fury takes a step forward, his presence filling the room. The world's changing. Gods walk among us. Threats from beyond our understanding approach. And somehow, you know more about it than you should. The Ultimatrix pulses softly on my wrist, and Fury's I snaps to it immediately. That's not just a fancy watch, is it? What gave it away? I deadpan, no longer caring about hiding it. Not like anyone could steal it. The alien transformations, or the reality warping light show. You joke, Fury moves closer, but that device has my scientists losing sleep. Technology that can rewrite DNA on the fly, grant multiple power sets, even tap into what Thor calls pure creation energy it shouldn't exist. And yet here we are, having this cozy chat about it. Here we are, he agrees, his eye narrowing, with you playing hero in New York while living with one of the city's biggest crime lords. Tell me, does Fisk know what you really are? Does anyone know what they really are? I counter. Philosophically speaking, Dash. This isn't a game. Fury cuts me off. Something's coming. Something big enough to make two Asgardian princes change their entire plans. And somehow, you're at the center of it all. I lean back, studying him. If you're fishing for information, you might want to try a smaller hook. This whole intimidating spy master routine kind of loses its edge when I can turn into a dinosaur. You think this is about intimidation? Fury actually laughs, though it's not a happy sound. Kid, if I wanted to threaten you, I wouldn't be here alone. Fair point. So why are you here? Besides testing my home security? Because, he steps closer, whatever's coming, whatever made Thor and his brother stick around Earth learning about Instagram, it's big enough to worry gods. And you know something about it. The Ultimatrix pulses again, almost like it's warning me. Fury's right, something is coming. But how much can I tell him without breaking everything? Let's say, hypothetically, I choose my words carefully, that I do know something. What makes you think I'd share that information with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Because despite your act, despite living with Fisk, despite all the secrets, you actually want to help. Fury's voice carries absolute certainty. That's the real reason you keep playing hero, isn't it? I stay silent, which is probably answer enough. I'm not asking you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., he continues. I'm not even asking you to tell me everything. But whatever's coming, we need be ready. And if I say no, then I walk out that door, and we pretend this conversation never happened. He pauses, until whatever's coming arrives, and we're not prepared. Damn, he's good at this. Here's the thing. I stand up, matching his intensity. You're right. Something is coming. Multiple somethings, actually, but knowledge isn't always power. Sometimes it's just another way to mess things up worse. That's not your call to make. Actually, it kind of is. I tap the Ultimatrix. You want to know why Thor and Loki changed their plans? Because they got a glimpse of something bigger than their family drama. And now they're trying to prepare without breaking everything in the process. Fury's eye narrows. And you're what? Their cosmic consultant. More like the guy who accidentally showed them some home movies from the future while high on energy powers. I run a hand through my white hair. Look, I get it. You want to protect Earth. But some things need to happen their own way. Like you playing hero while living with Wilson Fisk. You really don't like that part, do you? Let's just say it complicates things. I laugh. Welcome to my life. But here's the deal. I'll help where I can, warn about what I should, but I'm not becoming S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personal fortune teller. And the device, his eye flicks to the Ultimatrix, is staying exactly where it is. Though I'm sure that won't stop your scientists from trying to figure it out anyway. Fury actually smiles, though it's more predatory than friendly. Can't blame us for being curious about technology that shouldn't exist. Blame whoever you want. Just remember, I chose to let go of powers you find godlike. Twice now, if you're counting, since I could really take authority over this planet if I wanted to. That should tell you something about whose side I'm on. Maybe he moves toward the door. Or maybe it just tells me you're playing an even longer game than I thought. Paranoia must be exhausting. It keeps me alive. He pauses at the threshold. We'll be watching. I know. Try not to get too bored with all the footage of me saving cats from trees. After he leaves, I sink back into my chair, suddenly exhausted. Between Asgardian princes wanting advice and S.H.I.E.L.D. directors breaking into my room, this day couldn't get much weirder. My phone buzzes. The group chat. Thor, Brother Stark. I have discovered these moving pictures called GIFs. Cloud with lightning. Loki. Thor, caps lock is not necessary for every message. Stark, too late. I've created a monster. I take it back. It can always get weirder. Off a note, I hope you guys liked the conversation with Fury. Do tell me how you found it. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. Interview and family dinner. Morning finds me in Fisk's office, watching him arrange papers with that methodical precision that makes everything feel like a chess move. The media coverage of your recovery has been favorable, he begins, sliding a folder across his desk. Time magazine wants an exclusive. Your first official interview since the incident. I flipped through the briefing package. Planned questions, suggested responses, carefully crafted narratives about family, power, and responsibility. There's something else. Fisk continues, his tone shifting slightly. Vanessa would like to meet you. I look up sharply. Vanessa? My girlfriend. He watches my reaction carefully. She's been quite insistent about meeting my son. Says a mother shouldn't be kept from her child, even an adopted one. The way he says, it makes it clear this isn't just about family bonding. Vanessa's part of his world, his real world, not just the public facade. You never mentioned her before? I say carefully. Some things I keep private. For protection. He stands, moving to his window. But given recent events, given your role in both my organizations, it's time. The unspoken message is clear. This is another test, another layer of trust being extended. Or maybe a trap. With Fisk, it's usually both. Tonight, after your interview, he turns back to me. The media will want to discuss your transformation, your choice to let that power go. Stay close to the prepared responses. And Vanessa? A slight smile crosses his face. Just be yourself. She has a way of seeing through pretense. Great. An intimate family dinner with Wilson Fisk's girlfriend right after my first major media appearance. What could possibly go wrong? The Time magazine interview is set for noon at their New York offices. As the elevator climbs, I review the talking points one last time. Focus on protecting people, acknowledge the power, but emphasize choice, reinforce family, support, avoid specific details about transformations. The interviewer, Sarah Chun, has a reputation for getting past PR scripts. This should be interesting. Samuel, she greets me warmly, professional but genuine. Thank you for choosing us for your first interview. Thank you for having me. I reply, taking the offered seat. The photographer sets up in the corner while Sarah arranges her notes. Shall we begin? I nod, and she activates her recorder. The world watched you transform into pure energy, display power that made Thor, our resident Asgardian prince, himself take notice, then choose to let it go. What was going through your mind in that moment? And so it begins, the dance between truth and narrative, between what I can say and what I need to hide. Welcome to the spotlight, kid. Try not to break reality again. Sarah Chun thinks. I consider my words carefully, remembering Fisk's briefing. In that moment, the power was intoxicating. It showed me everything, every possibility, every thread of reality, but also showed me what I could lose. Your humanity? Sarah leans forward slightly. That, and the connections that make being human worthwhile. The answer comes easier than expected. Power's tempting, but it's not worth losing yourself over. She makes a note, then shifts approach. There's been significant debate about enhanced individuals lately. Some see you as a symbol of hope, a messiah. Others as a potential threat, a destroyer. How do you respond to those concerns? First of all, I don't think I'm anything that grandiose on either spectrum. Secondly, I understand both perspectives. I say, watching her reaction. When you see someone transform into pure energy, fear is natural. But I think what matters isn't the power we have. It's the choices we make with it. Like your choice to protect Thor. Like anyone's choice to help others when they can. I adjust my position slightly. The power to help and the decision to use it responsibly. That's what makes a hero, not the ability to transform. Sarah studies me for a moment. Your father, Wilson Fisk, has been instrumental in your transition to public life. How has your relationship evolved since being taken in by him? Careful territory here. He's been supportive, understanding. When you discover you can transform into different creatures, having someone in your corner makes a difference. And the circumstances, the government experiments, are still being investigated. I reply smoothly. But what matters is moving forward, using these abilities to help others. The questions continue about the Destroyer battle, about working with Iron Man, about my various transformations. I stick to the script where needed, improvise where safe. What do you see for your future? Finally, Sarah asked the question I've been waiting for, the beginning of the end of this tiresome interview. Honestly, I meet her gaze. I see change coming. Not just for me, but for everyone. The world's getting bigger, more complex. My job is to help where I can, protect who I can, and hopefully make the right choices along the way. She nods, seemingly satisfied. One last question. If you could say something to those who fear your power, what would it be? I'd say, judge me by my actions, not my abilities. I chose humanity once. I'll keep choosing it every time. At least if it means I lose myself because of it. If I can have that power without cost. Hell yes, I'm taking it. The interview wraps up, photos are taken, and pleasantries exchanged. But as I head back to Fisk Tower, my mind's already on the next challenge. Dinner with Vanessa. Meeting the woman who wants to be my mother, who's part of Fisk's real world, not just his public face. It should be interesting at the very least. Fisk's private dining room feels different tonight. Less business, more intimate. The usual stark minimalism is softened by candlelight and fresh flowers. It's almost normal. Almost. I adjust my tie for the 10th time, the expensive fabric feeling like a noose. The Ultimatrix is concealed beneath a designer watch sleeve. Fisk's insistence on maintaining appearances, even in private. Nervous? Fisk appears in the doorway, looking more relaxed than I've ever seen him. Me? Nah, just wondering if I should have brought flowers or something. What's the protocol for meeting your crime boss father's girlfriend? His expression softens slightly. Vanessa isn't like anyone else in my world. She sees things differently. Before I can ask what that means, she enters and I immediately understand what Fisk means. Vanessa Mariana carries herself with an elegance that makes the room feel warmer, more alive. So, she smiles, and it reaches her eyes. This is the son you've been keeping from me, Wilson. Vanessa. Fisk's voice holds genuine affection. Meet Samuel. I've been watching your interviews, she approaches, studying me with intelligent eyes. You handle the media well for someone so young. Good coaching, I reply, noting how Fisk watches our interaction with careful attention. And modest too, she laughs softly. Please sit. I want to know everything about you. The real you, not the carefully scripted version the world sees. As we settle around the table, I realize this isn't just dinner. It's an evaluation, but not the kind I'm used to. Vanessa doesn't care about power plays or public images. She wants to understand the person behind them. Tell me, she says as servers bring the first course, how are you really handling everything? The powers, the publicity, becoming Wilson's son? Her directness catches me off guard. Most people dance around these topics, afraid of saying the wrong thing. But Vanessa asks like she genuinely wants to know. The question is, how honest should I be? I pause, choosing my words carefully. Different. Everything happened so fast. The powers, the adoption, becoming a public figure. Sometimes it feels like I'm playing catch-up with my own life. Vanessa nods, her eyes sharp but kind. And Wilson? How are you finding life with him? I catch Fisk watching us over his wine glass, his expression unreadable. He's... I glance at him, then back to Vanessa. Not what I expected. In good ways, mostly. He can be surprising, she agrees, sharing a look with Fisk that speaks volumes. Though I imagine becoming a father wasn't in his original plans either. Life rarely follows our plans, Fisk comments, and something in his tone makes me wonder if he's thinking about more than just the adoption. The first course arrives, something French that probably costs more than a car payment. Vanessa navigates the conversation with practiced ease, asking about my transformations, my thoughts on art. Apparently she runs a gallery. My experiences with sudden fame. The media loves creating narratives, she observes, but they miss something in today's interview. When you talked about power and choice, there was real weight behind those words. I nearly choke on my wine. You caught that. I've spent years reading people, Samuel. It's essential in the art world. She sets down her fork. You speak about power from experience, not theory. That red energy form, it offered you something more than just raw power, didn't it? Fisk shifts slightly in his chair, and I realize he's as interested in my answer as she is. It showed me possibilities, I admit. Paths that could be taken, choices that could be made. Some beautiful, some. I trail off, remembering the overwhelming sensation of reality bending around me, the memories having become more clear. I remember feeling like I could actually get home with that power, but knew, by the time I did, I wouldn't be the son my parents lost. And I couldn't deal with the thought. It was what allowed me to break through it. And you chose to let it go, she finishes. That says something about who you are, or who I'm trying to be. I counter. Aren't we all? Vanessa smiles, but there's wisdom behind it. Wilson and I have had many conversations about choice, about becoming who we want to be versus who others see us as. I glance at Fisk, surprised by this glimpse into their private discussions. Vanessa understands complexity, he says simply, but the way he looks at her contains multitudes. The conversation shifts to lighter topics, but something has changed. This isn't just dinner anymore. It's become something more genuine, more real. And maybe that's what scares me most of all. As dessert arrives, some artisanal creation that looks too perfect to eat, Vanessa leans back, studying me with those perceptive eyes. You know, she says thoughtfully, when Wilson first told me about adopting you, I was concerned. Not about you, she adds quickly, but about him. Taking on a son, especially one with such unique abilities, seemed risky. And now, I ask, genuinely curious. Now I see why he did it. She glances at Fisk with a soft smile. You both needed something you couldn't admit to wanting. Family is complicated, Fisk offers, and, coming from him, it feels like both a warning and an acknowledgement. Speaking of complicated, Vanessa continues, I'd like to make this a regular thing. Weekly family dinners, away from the cameras and expectations. A chance to be real with each other. I look between them, Fisk, the man who's become a strange sort of father figure, and Vanessa, who sees more than she should and accepts it anyway. I'd like that, I find myself saying, and surprisingly, I mean it. As the evening winds down, Vanessa hugs me goodbye. It's unexpected and oddly normal, which makes it feel even more surreal. Take care of yourself, she says quietly. And remember, like you yourself said today, power isn't just about what you can do. It's about what you choose to do and not do with it. Walking back to my suite later, I replay the evening in my head. Between the time interview and dinner with Vanessa, it feels like I've navigated two different worlds. The public one where I play hero, and this private one where family means something both simpler and more complicated. The Ultimatrix pulses softly, almost like it's agreeing. Maybe that's the real transformation, not the powers or the fame, but learning to balance who I am across all these different worlds. Or maybe I'm just tired and getting philosophical. Either way, as I watch the city lights from my window, I can't help but wonder what other surprises this strange new life has in store. At least dinner went well. Though knowing my luck, that probably means something crazy is about to happen. It usually does. Sometimes being a hero is about cosmic threats and reality-altering powers. Other times, it's about stopping a high-speed car chase through Manhattan at 7 a.m. They really couldn't wait until after breakfast? I mutter, transforming into XLR-8 and racing after 3 stolen sports cars weaving through morning traffic. The police scanners crackle with updates. Apparently, these guys hit a luxury dealership, taking the most expensive cars they could find. Now, they're treating Fifth Avenue like their personal racetrack. From my perspective at super speed, everything moves in slow motion. I can see civilians jumping back, coffee cups frozen mid-spill, police cars trying to keep up. I catch the first car easily, carefully removing the driver and depositing him, gently-ish, in the back of a police cruiser before he even realizes what happened. One down, I say to myself, already moving toward the second car. Though seriously, who steals a Lamborghini in New York? The traffic alone makes it pointless. The second driver actually sees me coming, probably in his mirrors, and swerves wildly. At normal speed, it would be dangerous. At XLR8 speed, it's almost comical how slowly the car turns. I grab him too, making sure to set the car's brake before dropping him off with the police. The third guy, seeing his buddies caught, decides to get creative. He turns down a side street, aiming for narrower roads where my speed might be less advantageous. Points for thinking, I mutter, following easily. Minus several million for thinking it would work. 3 minutes later, all 3 drivers are in custody, the cars are secured, and I'm back on my morning patrol route. Just another day in the life of New York's newest hero. Sometimes it's nice when things are simple. The rest of the morning follows a similar pattern. I stop 2 muggings seriously, who mugs people before coffee, help an elderly woman whose wheelchair got stuck in a pothole, and rescue a cat from a tree, because apparently that superhero cliché is actually a thing. You know, I tell the cat as I climb down in human form, you could probably get down yourself. You're just being dramatic. The cat gives me a look that somehow manages to be both grateful and condescending before sauntering off to its relieved owner. My phone buzzes. Another alert, this time about a stuck elevator in a business district building. Nothing major, but people are trapped, and the maintenance team is still 20 minutes out. I transform into Humongosaur for this one. Not because I need the strength, but because the sight of a dinosaur carefully prying open elevator doors tends to make people feel better about being stuck. Everyone okay in there? I call down the shaft, spotting the elevator stuck between floors. Shift, a voice calls back. Oh, thank God. I'm late for a meeting and my phone's dying. Don't worry. I reach down, carefully stabilizing the elevator before working on the doors. They'll maybe take the stairs next time. 10 minutes later, everyone's safely out, and I'm getting thanked by a group of office workers who seem more concerned about their meeting schedules than their near-death experience. New Yorkers, I swear. The morning sun feels good as I patrol the rooftops, keeping an eye out for anything unusual. No alien invasions, no reality-warping powers, no complex family dynamics, just a hero doing what heroes do. Sometimes that's enough. My phone buzzes again. This time it's the group chat. Thor, friends, I have discovered this beverage called a Frappuccino. Loki, brother, please. It's too early for this enthusiasm. Stark, who taught him about whipped cream? We need to talk. I smile, putting the phone away. A commotion from below catches my attention. Some kind of disturbance at a bank. Not a robbery from what I can see, but an argument getting heated. Very heated. I swing down to street level, transforming back to human form as I approach. Sometimes people respond better to a face they recognize than a hero form. Everything okay here? I ask, noting the growing crowd of onlookers with their phones out. The bank manager, a middle-aged woman trying to maintain her professional composure, turns to me with visible relief. Mr. Fisk, thank goodness. We have a situation. This situation turns out to be an elderly man, probably in his 70s, red-faced and waving papers around. They're trying to take my house, he shouts, his voice cracking. 40 years I've lived there, 40 years. I step between them, keeping my voice calm. Sir, why don't we talk about this? Away from the cameras. He looks at me, really looks, and I can see the moment he recognizes who I am. You're that hero kid. The one who can change. That's right. I gesture toward some chairs. And right now, I'd like to help if you'll let me. The next hour involves less heroics and more listening. His name is Frank Martinez, and his story is sadly common. Medical bills, predatory loans, a system designed to trip up those who can least afford a fall. I make some calls. Being Wilson Fisk's son has its advantages, especially when it comes to banking matters. By the time we're done, Frank has a restructured loan, a manageable payment plan, and his dignity intact. You didn't have to do this, he tells me as we wrap up. Probably had more important hero stuff to handle. Sometimes being a hero is just about being human, I reply, remembering Vanessa's word from dinner. Besides, paperwork makes a nice change from fighting alien robots. As I head back out, my phone buzzes with a text from Fisk. The Martinez situation has been handled permanently. His mortgage is cleared. I smile. Sometimes even crime lords can do good things, even if their reasons might be complicated. The afternoon sun hits my face as I prepare for another patrol. No cosmic threats, no world-ending dangers, just a hero doing what he can, where he can. Sometimes that's more than enough. The Ultimatrix pulses softly on my wrist, almost like it agrees. Time to get back to work. After all, you never know what might happen next in New York. But for now, I'll take the simple stuff, the human stuff, because sometimes that's what being a hero is really about. Interesting pattern, Fisk notes, spreading files across his desk. 6 corporate executives, all making decisions that seem out of character. I scanned through the reports. Major policy changes, unexpected contract approvals, sudden shifts in investment strategies, all benefiting an anonymous party. Project Echo's sensors detected unusual brainwave patterns during each incident. Fisk continues, watching my reaction carefully. I'd like your perspective on whether something enhanced might be involved. He's not telling me everything. That much is obvious. Fisk never shares information without purpose. You think it's a mutant? I observe, noting the subtle markers in the reports. The precision, the lack of physical evidence, the way each target remembers making these decisions willingly. Perhaps. Fisk manipulates his displays, showing surveillance footage of the executives before and after the suspected incidents. Though confirmation would be useful, I study the footage more carefully. The changes are subtle, micro-expressions, slight alterations in body language, nothing that would raise flags unless you knew what to look for. This level of mental manipulation, I say slowly, it's sophisticated. Not just brute force mind control, but delicate rewiring of thought processes. They genuinely believe these were their own decisions. A powerful telepath, then. Young, given the pattern of targets, going after the flashiest wins rather than the most strategic ones. Someone with immense natural talent, but maybe not the experience to use it more subtly. I can look into it, I offer, already thinking of ways to approach this. Though I'm curious why you're bringing this to me now. Fisk's expression remains neutral. Consider it professional courtesy. After all, enhanced individuals should be of interest to New York's newest hero. There's more to it than that, but pushing won't get me answers. Not with Fisk. I'll need the full data from Project Echo. I stand, reaching for the files. And permission to handle this my way if I find something. He nods, though something in his eyes suggests he expected this request. Of course, though do keep me informed of any interesting developments. As I head out to begin my investigation, I can't help but wonder what Fisk isn't telling me. But first things first, I need to find this telepath before they push their luck too far. After all, power like that comes with responsibility, whether they realize it or not. Time to do some hero work of a different kind. I start by mapping the incidents. Each executive worked for a different company, but there's a pattern in their movements. All the suspected manipulations happened within a 5-block radius near Wall Street. The Ultimatrix pulses softly as I transform into XLR-8, racing through the financial district. At super speed, I can observe without being noticed, watching for anything unusual. Project Echo's data shows elevated brainwave patterns around specific times, usually during lunch hours or early morning meetings. Our telepath likes to work during business hours, professional in their own way. I spot something interesting outside a high-end cafe. A young woman, probably around 18, sitting alone, but watching the crowd with unusual intensity. Blonde, expensive clothes, and carrying herself with the kind of confidence that usually takes decades to build. What catches my attention isn't her appearance, but the way businessmen walking past her suddenly pause, their expressions going slightly vacant before continuing on their way. Subtle, if you're not looking for it. But I am. I transform back to human form in a nearby alley, adjusting my suit. Time to introduce myself, though something tells me a direct approach might not be the best idea with a telepath this powerful. The cafe is busy with a morning rush. I order a coffee and take a seat where I can observe without being obvious. The girl continues her people-watching, occasionally typing on her phone. That's when I notice something else. Every person she focuses on intently soon checks their own phone, makes a call, or heads straight to their office. She's planting suggestions, using their own routines as cover. Clever, very clever, but also dangerous. That kind of power, used carelessly. I feel a slight pressure against my mind, a telepathic probe, gentle but insistent. She's noticed my attention. Time to see how she handles unexpected resistance. The pressure increases, then stops abruptly. I glance over to find her staring at me, her expression a mixture of surprise and wariness. Game on. She stands abruptly, gathering her things. Of course she recognizes me. My white hair and red eyes aren't exactly subtle, and my face has been plastered across every news outlet since the Destroyer incident. I watch as she heads for the door, her movements precise but hurried. Not running, exactly. Someone like her probably never runs, but definitely making a strategic retreat. I give her a 30-second head start before following. No need to spook her further, but I can't let her disappear either. Not when she's this close to crossing lines she can't uncross. The morning crowd provides decent cover as I track her movement. She's good, taking indirect routes, checking reflections in store windows for followers. But I'm better, especially with the Ultimatrix's enhanced senses in human form. She leads me through the financial district, eventually entering one of those ultra-luxury apartment buildings that probably costs more per month than most people make in a year. Well, that explains the profit motive at least. Living like this can't be cheap. I hang back, watching as she exchanges words with the doorman. Her posture is tense. She knows she's being followed, but she's too proud to run. Another telepathic probe sweeps the area, stronger than before. Looking for threats, looking for me. I feel it brush against my mental shields and withdraw quickly. Time to make a choice. Confront her directly or keep observing. Direct confrontation might push her further down the wrong path, but letting her continue unchecked could be worse. The Ultimatrix pulses softly, almost like it's offering advice. Sometimes being a hero means knowing when not to push. For now, I'll watch, learn, try to understand what's driving someone with her potential to use it this way. After all, everyone deserves a chance to choose the right path. Sometimes I just need to see it exist first. I spend the next few hours researching. Project Echo's data combined with Fisk's resources paint an interesting picture. Recent transfer of wealth from trust fund, enrollment at an elite private school, and a pattern of high-end purchases that started exactly when the corporate manipulations began. But it's what's not in the files that interests me. No family visits, no social connections beyond surface-level interactions. Someone with that much power and wealth should have a bigger footprint. My phone buzzes. Fisk. Have you found anything of interest? Maybe. I reply carefully. Are telepaths young, privileged, and probably alone, using their powers for profit, but not out of greed? It feels reactive. Interesting assessment. A pause. Project Echo detected another incident 20 minutes ago. Jefferson Tower, 42nd floor. I'm already moving, transforming into XLR-8 the moment I'm out of sight. Jefferson Tower houses several investment firms, prime territory for someone playing the corporate manipulation game. I arrive in time to see her leaving the building, still maintaining that perfect composure. But something's different now. Her movements are less confident, more mechanical, like she's running on autopilot. A businessman exits behind her, looking slightly dazed. Another victim, another manipulation, another step down a dangerous path. But watching her now, seeing the subtle signs of strain around her eyes, I realize something important. She's not enjoying this. It's not about the money or the power. It's about proving something. The question is, to whom? I follow at a distance, observing as she makes her way through the city. No more manipulations today. She looks too tired for that. Telepathy at this level must be exhausting. She stops at a small park, sitting alone on a bench. Her perfect posture finally cracks, just slightly, as she stares at nothing in particular. Maybe it's time for a different approach. I approach the bench casually, hands visible to show I'm not a threat. Mind if I join you? Her head snaps up, that perfect mask sliding back into place instantly. Shift, she acknowledges, her voice carefully neutral. Come to arrest me? If I was going to do that, I wouldn't have waited. I sit down, leaving enough space to not seem threatening. Besides, technically speaking, there's no law against telepathically suggesting someone invest in certain stocks. Then why are you here? Another telepathic probe, gentler this time, more curious than defensive. Because I've seen where this path leads. I look out at the park, watching pigeons fight over a discarded hot dog bun. Using power like yours this way? It seems like control, like freedom, but it's really just another kind of cage. You don't know anything about cages, she snaps, then catches herself, smoothing her expression. Maybe not yours specifically, I agree, but I know what it's like to have power that could change everything. To be tempted to use it for yourself instead of something bigger. She's silent for a moment, studying me. The red energy form, when you chose to let it go. Yeah, I meet her gaze. Power is not just about what you can do. It's about what you choose not to do. And you think I'm choosing wrong? There's a challenge in her voice, but also something else. Uncertain maybe. I think you're choosing safe, I reply. Using your abilities for profit is easy, predictable, but we both know you're capable of more. More what? Heroics. Her laugh is bitter. In case you haven't noticed, the world isn't exactly kind to people like me. Then help change it. I stand, offering her a card with a secure number. When you're ready to do something that actually matters, call. No pressure, no judgment. Just options. She doesn't take the card immediately, but she doesn't reject it either. Why do you care? She asks finally. Because someone should. I place the card on the bench between us. And because everyone deserves a chance to be more than what others expect them to be. As I begin to walk away, I suddenly pause, turning back slightly. By the way, I never caught your name. She hesitates, and for a moment I think she won't answer. Then, with a hint of that natural confidence returning. Emma. Emma Frost. Nice to meet you, Emma. I give her a small smile. Try not to crash the stock market before you call. As I walk away, I can feel her watching me, probably trying to decide if that last bit was a joke or a warning. Maybe both. Emma Frost, one of the most powerful telepaths in the world, currently using her abilities to play corporate games. But she could be so much more. I can't wait to add her as the first ultimate. For that's what we will be, the ultimates. Star's workshop looks different today. Less chaotic invention space. More focused research center. Multiple screens display data I've never seen before. And there's something that looks suspiciously like a containment field in the corner. Finally decided to clean up? I ask, stepping around what appears to be a dismantled repulsor. Funny, he manipulates some holographic controls, and the containment field hums to life. Remember how you said you'd show me some of your more interesting transformations? I'm starting to regret that promise. Too late. He grins, that manic inventor's gleam in his eyes. I've got sensors calibrated to track every quantum fluctuation. Even got Point Break to share some Asgardian energy detection methods. You got Thor to talk science? Actually, Loki was more helpful with that part. Turns out the guy's got a decent grasp of quantum mechanics. Who knew? He gestures to the containment field. Ready to make history? I had to set up warily. What exactly are you hoping to learn? Everything. His expression turns serious. Look, kid, something big is coming. We both know it. I want to be ready, and understanding how your transformations work might be key to that. The Ultimatrix pulses softly, almost like it's considering the request with me. Actually, I step away from the containment field. I got a better idea. How about we build you a new suit instead? A suit. Stark's eyebrow rises. And what makes you think you can improve on my tech? I tap the Ultimatrix, transforming into gray matter. Because I've already figured out how your arc reactor works, and I can see at least 12 ways to improve your current propulsion system. That's not dash, he starts, then pauses as I begin manipulating his holographic displays, equations flowing across the screen. See this? I point to a particular calculation. Your quantum tunneling coefficient could be adjusted to increase efficiency by 34%. And if we modify the electron capture matrix, Stark moves closer, his skepticism shifting to genuine interest as he processes the mathematics. Those calculations shouldn't be possible. And yet, I bring up more schematics. Here they are. So, want to build something revolutionary? Two geniuses, one project. He studies the displays for a long moment, then grins. Well, this just got interesting. Time to show Iron Man up. Hours blur past as we work, holographic displays filling with increasingly complex designs. Even Stark's usual quips fade into focused concentration as we push the boundaries of what's he thought possible. If we reconfigure the power distribution here, I manipulate another section of the schematic. We can increase thrust output without compromising structural integrity. And the heat dispersion? Already solved. I bring up another calculation set. See how the quantum field interacts with a modified cooling system? Stark whistles low. This is something else entirely. He studies the complete design floating before us. It's not just an upgrade. It's a complete reimagining of the technology. Sometimes you need an outside perspective, I reply, already seeing more potential improvements. Or in this case, a very small, very intelligent outside perspective. The new suit design hovers between us, sleeker, more efficient, with systems that blur the line between current technology and what should be possible. One question, though, Stark turns to me. Why don't we build this? Why not keep these improvements for yourself? Because what's coming isn't about individual heroes, I answer carefully. It's about being ready. All of us. Besides, I've got schematics already made for Fisk and Vanessa. I'm not ready to lose another pair of parents, though I hope I haven't truly lost mine. He studies me for a moment and then whistles. I knew you knew something, but never thought it would be something this big. I know enough to understand that Iron Man needs to be at his best. I start adding final touches to the design. Consider this an investment in the future. Speaking of investment, he gestures to a particular section of the schematic. Some of these materials don't exactly grow on trees. Well, you need it. Besides, I know someone who'd be very interested in helping in the funding of the next-generation defensive technology. Fisk. His expression turns skeptical. Who better to help build something to protect the city? I counter. Besides, legitimate investment in cutting-edge tech is good for everyone's public image. And he isn't going to really be in any mini problems since soon I myself am going to start improving our technology anyway. Better have the Iron Man feel slightly like he owes us, how little that may be. Stark shakes his head, but he's smiling. You're getting scary good at this game, kid. Had good teachers. I transform back to human form. The rush of enhanced intelligence fading, but again leaving the understanding of what we've designed. So, ready to build something amazing? Jarvis, Stark calls out, start fabrication simulations. Let's see what this baby can do. As virtual tests begin running, I catch Stark watching me with renewed interest. You know, he says casually, most people would kill for the knowledge you just shared. Good thing I'm not most people. I check my phone, multiple missed calls from Fisk. Though speaking of sharing, want to help me convince my dad to fund breakthrough technology? Stark grins. Now that sounds like an interesting meeting. The secure number sits in Emma's phone for 3 days before she finally uses it. 3 days of contemplating choices, of watching news footage of Schiff's various heroics, of questioning her own path. The cafe she chooses for the meeting is upscale but quiet, neutral ground where she can maintain control of the situation, or at least feel like she has control. She arrives early, settling at a corner table with perfect sight lines of all entrances. A habit born from necessity. When you can read minds, you learn quickly how many people have hidden motives. Shift arrives exactly on time, looking annoyingly composed in what's probably a suit worth more than most cars. The son of Wilson Fisk, playing hero while living in luxury. The irony isn't lost on her. "You called," he says simply, taking the seat across from her. "I did." She probes gently at his mental shields again, finding them as frustratingly impenetrable as before. "Though I'm still not sure why you care. Maybe I see potential." "In what?" Her laugh is sharp. Another PR win for the hero of New York? The reformed telepath joining the right side. Actually, he meets her gaze steadily. "I was thinking more along the lines of giving you a real challenge. Something worth your abilities." That catches her attention, though she tries not to show it. "And what exactly did you have in mind?" "A team," he says simply. "Something new. Different from what's out there now. If you're about to suggest spandex and code names, Dash." "I'm suggesting purpose," he interrupts. "Real change, not just corporate games." She studies him carefully, both with her eyes and her powers. His mental shields remain solid, but his expression is open, genuine. "Why me?" "Because you're powerful enough to take what you want," he replies, "but smart enough to know there should be more." Emma Frost doesn't fidget. It's beneath her, but she does adjust her perfectly manicured nails. "And what makes you think I want more?" His smile suggests he sees right through her act. "Because if you didn't, you wouldn't have called." Damn him for being right. "Tell me about this team," she says finally, signaling for more coffee. "And don't bother with the inspirational speech about making the world a better place." "No speeches," he agrees. "Just facts. I'm putting together a group, calling them the Ultimates. People with power who want to do more than just play by the usual rules." The usual rules being? The ones that say mutants should hide. That power should only be used in ways that make people comfortable. He leans forward slightly. "The ones you've been breaking anyway, just not for the right reasons." She raises an eyebrow. "And you get to decide what the right reasons are?" "No," he replies. "You do. That's the point." Emma takes a slow sip of her coffee, considering. "Your father knows about this?" Fisk understands the value of having powerful allies working within the system rather than against it. "Clever," she admits. "But what makes you think I'd work well with others?" "In case you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly a team player. Neither was I before all this." He gestures vaguely at himself. "Sometimes the best teams are made of people who never thought they'd be on one." She probes at his mental shields again, more out of habit than hope. "You're very good at this, you know. The recruitment pitch, the understanding mentor act." "Not an act," he interrupts. "Just offering what I wish someone had offered me sooner. A choice that isn't between hiding what you are and misusing it. And if I say no, then you keep playing corporate games until someone notices, or until it stops being enough." His voice carries no judgment, just certainty. "But we both know you're already tired of that path." Emma Frost doesn't show uncertainty. It's another thing that's beneath her. But something in his words resonates more than she'd like to admit. "I'll think about it," she says finally. "That's all I'm asking." He stands, leaving a card on the table, different from the last one. "When you're ready to see what we're really building, call this number instead." As he walks away, Emma picks up the card, studying the simple embossed design. The Ultimates. It's pretentious, grandiose even. Yet she still tucks it away in her purse and walks out with it. 2 weeks later, the penthouse suite Shift chose for this meeting is all glass and steel, offering a panoramic view of nighttime Manhattan. Emma stands by the window, her reflection a perfect mask of composure. "You're really committed to this, aren't you?" she asks as he enters. "The whole making a difference routine." "It's not a routine. Everything's a routine," she turns, ice in her voice. "Everyone wants something. The question is, what do you really want from me?" "I already told you, Dash." Yes, building a team, making real change." Her laugh is brittle. "Do you know what happened the last time someone offered to help me make a difference with my powers?" She doesn't wait for his answer. "They try to turn me into a weapon. My own family, shipping me off to special training the moment my abilities manifested. Because that's what people do when they see power. They try to control it." "I'm not trying to control you." No. She steps closer, her telepathy pushing against his shields with new intensity. Then why can't I read you? What are you hiding behind those mental walls that's so important? Some secrets aren't mine to share. And it is not as if you have a right to know what's in my head. It's my head, after all. Convenient excuses. She paces, her perfect composure cracking slightly. You know what I see when I look at you? Someone playing multiple sides. Hero to the public, son to a crime lord, mentor to lost souls. It's all very neat, very calculated. Like using telepathy to manipulate stock prices, he counters. At least I'm honest about my motivations. Money means freedom. Freedom means never being controlled again. She stops, facing him directly. But you? What's your real endgame here? The ultimatrix pulses softly on his wrist as he considers his response. You're right, he says finally. I am playing multiple sides. Because what's coming requires more than just heroes or villains. It needs people who understand both worlds. What's coming? Her eyes narrow. What do you know? Enough to know we need to be ready. All of us. He meets her gaze steadily. Your powers, Emma, they're not just for corporate games or self-protection. They could be part of something bigger. And I'm supposed to just trust you? Because you've got good intentions? The bitterness in her voice carries years of learned distrust. No, he replies. You're supposed to make your own choice. Stay on your current path, or help build something new. Something that could actually change how the world sees people like you. She turns back to the window, silent for a long moment. The last time I trusted someone's good intentions, I spent 2 years being trained to weaponize my abilities. My own father arranged it. I know, do you? Her reflection shows a flash of genuine pain before the mask returns. Do you know what it's like to have everyone you're supposed to trust try to use you? Not exactly, he admits. But I know what it's like to have power that others want to control. To have to choose between using it their way or finding your own path. Another long silence. The city lights below twinkle like fallen stars. Your team, she says finally, these ultimates. What makes them different from everyone else who's tried to collect power? Because we're not collecting power, he responds. We're building something that's never existed before, a group that doesn't hide what they are or apologize for their abilities, but uses them the right way. And you get to decide what's right. Like I told you last time. We all do. Together. He steps closer. That's the point, Emma. It's not about control. It's about choice. She studies him for another moment, her expression unreadable. I must be insane to even consider this. Probably, he agrees. But sometimes the crazy choices are the right ones. Emma Frost doesn't show hope. It's another weakness she's trained herself to hide. But something in his words, in the possibility of something different. If this is a trick, she says finally, if this is another attempt to control or use me, then you could try and tear apart my entire organization from the inside, he finishes. Your choice. Always your choice. She nods slowly, decision made. Show me. Time to see if heroes can really be made from broken trust and bitter experience. Or if some wounds run too deep to heal. Remember, I say through our mental link as we approach the warehouse, just like we practiced. Please. Emma's response carries that familiar mix of confidence and sass. 3 weeks of training with you has prepared me for far worse than common criminals. She moves with practiced grace in her new costume. White, elegant, yet practical. We've spent countless hours in Fisk's private facilities preparing for this moment. Her debut as a hero rather than a corporate manipulator. The intel is solid. Weapons dealers using hostages as cover, thinking no one would risk a direct confrontation. They didn't count on a telepath and a shapeshifter. 3 guards at the entrance. Emma reports, her mind scanning the building. 2 more patrol routes inside. Hostages in the central room. 8 civilians, 3 children. I transform into Humongous Sore, feeling her telepathic presence adjust to my altered mind state. It took days to learn how to maintain clear communication across my transformations, but now it's almost natural. Ready? I ask, though I can feel her anticipation through her link. Born ready, she replies, and I catch a glimpse of genuine excitement beneath her cool exterior. Let's show New York what real power looks like. The operation unfolds with precision born from weeks of practice. Emma's telepathy clears our path, her power rendering guards unconscious before they can raise alarms. My strength handles the physical obstacles, guided by her mental map of the building. We reach the main room to find the remaining criminals already dropping their weapons, faces blank under Emma's influence. The hostages stare in amazement as I transform back to human form. The police are 1 minute out, Emma announces both mentally and aloud. Her presence radiates authority. Every inch the hero she's chosen to become. Everything's under control. The timing is perfect, planned that way, of course. As police sirens approach, news vans are already pulling up outside. Emma's debut is about to go viral. Cameras in position. She notes through our link, a hint of amusement coloring her thoughts. Ready for your close-up, partner? The media frenzy erupts exactly as expected. Cameras flash as we emerge, the White Queen making her first official appearance alongside Shift. Who is she? Are you working together? Is this a new superhero team? Emma handles the press with natural grace. Her response is carefully crafted during our preparation sessions. I am the White Queen, she announces, her voice carrying that perfect mix of power and assurance. And yes, I am working with Shift to protect this city. The questions flood in, but we've practiced this too. Each answer reinforces the narrative. A new hero stepping into the light, choosing to use her powers for good. Later in my office, we watch the coverage spread across multiple screens. Shift's new partner, who is the White Queen, telepathic hero, makes dramatic debut. Power meets mind, NYC's newest dynamic duo. The media's eating it up, Emma observes, settling into what has become her usual chair during our training sessions. The familiar action carries none of the tension it did weeks ago. Public loves a good team-up story, I reply, noting how naturally she's adapted to this new role. Though the White Queen name was a nice touch. Well, we can't all transform into dinosaurs, she smirks, but there's warmth beneath the sass that wasn't there before. Our weeks of preparation have built something beyond just a working relationship. My phone buzzes with social media reactions. Okay, but that entrance though? Fire. White Queen and Shift working together is everything. The way they moved in sync, training much. I catch Emma's slight smile as she undoubtedly picks up similar thoughts from nearby minds. Her powers have found a new purpose, one that finally feels right. Fisk wants to arrange a proper press conference, I tell her, switching screens to show upcoming events. Make it official. Of course he does, she rolls her eyes, but her posture remains relaxed. These weeks have helped her adjust to our unique situation. Always thinking about the optics. Speaking of which, I pull up footage from today. That coordination was perfect. The training paid off. Please, she waves dismissively, though I catch a hint of pride in her expression. Though, I must admit, learning to maintain telepathic contact across your various forms was an interesting challenge. The way she says it carries layers of meaning. Our growing understanding of each other's abilities, the trust built during countless practice sessions, the subtle dance of power and control we've mastered together. We make a good team, I say simply. Her eyes meet mine for a moment, something unspoken passing between us. Yes, she agrees softly. We do. The press conference room at Fisk Tower buzzes with anticipation. Emma sits beside me, every inch the regal hero in her white costume, while I maintain what Fisk calls my public presence. Christine Everhart takes the lead. White Queen, your debut has captured public attention. What made you decide to work with Shift? I saw an opportunity to use my abilities for something meaningful. Emma responds smoothly. Working with someone who understands that responsibility just made sense. In the training, another reporter jumps in. Sources say you've been preparing for weeks. We believe in being thorough. I answer. Powers like ours require control and understanding. A reporter from the Times leans forward. Speaking of powers, there's been speculation about the extent of your abilities, White Queen. Care to elaborate? I'm a telepath, as has been stated before. Emma states simply. My powers allow me to read and influence minds. But unlike previous applications, I now use these abilities to protect people. Previous applications, someone calls out. That's not relevant to today's discussion. I intercept smoothly, fixing her slip-up, feeling Emma's mental appreciation for the save. The questions continue about our coordination during the warehouse incident, our plans for future operations, the possibility of more heroes joining our efforts. Your partnership seems remarkably effective, a reporter from the Globe notes. The warehouse operation showed incredible synchronization. How do you maintain such coordination? Emma fields this one. Telepathic communication allows for instant strategic adaptation. Combined with Shift's transformation abilities, we can respond to situations more effectively than either of us could alone. And the trust required for such mental connection? Christine probes. That must take considerable rapport. Professional trust, Emma emphasizes, built through training and mutual respect. More questions about specific incidents, our relationship with law enforcement, plans for the future. Then, there's been speculation about the nature of your partnership. The Bugle reporter leans forward, his expression suggesting he's been waiting to ask this. Are you two involved? I feel Emma's mental presence flicker with surprise, though her face remains composed. My own cheeks heat slightly despite my best efforts. We're professional partners, Emma states firmly, though I catch a slight pink tinge on her cheeks. Just colleagues, I add perhaps too quickly. The reporters exchange knowing looks that make me want to transform and disappear. The press conference wraps up shortly after, but we both know this question will dominate the headlines. Social media explodes within hours of the press conference. #ShiftQueen and #WhiteShift trending nationwide. At ShiftStan, OMG, did you see them both blush? Loudly crying face. At NY0Watch, the way they both got flustered though eyes. At Teen Vogue, Shift and White Queen. Partners in heroics or something more? But then the debate starts. I concern Mom, he's 16. She's 18. This is not okay. Prohibited. At Shift Defender, my boy got that Riz FR fire. At Hero Watcher, age gap discourse in 3, 2, 1. At Teen Hero Fan, gross, she's basically grooming him. At NYC Local, y'all realize they just work together, right? Chill. At Shift Updates, that synchronized fighting style though, they train together. At White Queen Daily, the way he instantly protected her from questions about her past pleading face. At Hero News, professional partners who blush when asked if they're dating. Shirt, Jan, smirking face. TikTok fills with analysis videos, breaking down every Shift and White Queen interaction crown. Body language experts analyze hero duos press conference. Compilation of them saving each other during fights, loudly crying face. Reddit threads pop up. r/hero watch. Age gap discussion. Let's be civil. r/NYC heroes. Professional analysis of Shift and WQ's fighting style. r/Shift_official. Can we focus on our actual achievements? The mainstream media takes a more measured approach. New York Times, young heroes navigate public spotlight. Daily Bugle, hero romance or publicity stunt? Teen Vogue, Shift and White Queen, redefining hero partnerships. Later, in my office, Emma scrolls through the reactions with increasing exasperation. Ridiculous, she mutters, as if we don't have more important things to focus on. Welcome to superhero fame. I try to joke, though the situation feels awkward. Everything becomes public debate. She looks up, her expression unreadable. Does it bother you? The speculation? I pause, unsure how to navigate this new tension. It's just noise, right? Right, she agrees, perhaps too quickly. Just noise. My phone buzzes. The group chat. Thor, young Shift. The Midgardian media suggests you have found a queen. Crown. Loki, brother, please. Though I must admit, the press conference was entertaining. Stark, kids got game. Also, anyone else notice the synchronized fighting style? Just saying. Emma catches the messages over my shoulder and rolls her eyes, but I notice the slight smile she tries to hide. We both return to our work, pretending not to notice the slight shift in the air between us. Some things are better left unaddressed. For now, the city needs its heroes more than it needs gossip. Even if some of that gossip makes both our hearts beat a little faster than we'd care to admit. Fisk's private conference room feels strange with both him and Tony in it. Two titans of industry, theoretically opposed, sitting at the same table discussing the future while Emma and I watch from our seats. The emergence of enhanced individuals is accelerating, Fisk notes, manipulating standard data displays. Not just mutants now, different types of power manifesting worldwide. And some less friendly than others, Stark adds, studying the information. Banner's situation being the most pressing. Ross won't stop hunting him, and that kind of pressure, well, we've seen how that ends. Emma's mental presence brushes mine. They're both avoiding the real topic. Who controls these emerging powers? She's right. The tension beneath the civil discussion is palpable. I'm going after Banner, I announce, cutting through their careful dance of words. Alone. That gets their attention. Fisk's expression tightens while Stark leans back, studying me. That's risky, Stark says carefully. The big guy isn't exactly known for his conversational skills. Which is why it needs to be me, I reply. I can match his strength if needed, but more importantly, I can show him he's not alone in dealing with power that others fear. In New York? Fisk asks, though his tone suggests he's already analyzing potential advantages to this plan. I'll handle things here, Emma states firmly. The city won't lack protection. My sources have tracked him to Brazil. I continue. Remote area, minimal civilian presence. It's the best chance we'll get to reach him before Ross does. Stark and Fisk exchange looks, a rare moment of alignment between them. Take this, Stark tosses me a small device. Direct line to Jarvis if things go south. And try not to level any rainforests. Emma rolls her eyes mentally, always thinking about the bigger picture. Be careful, she says aloud. The Hulk isn't exactly known for diplomatic solutions. That's why I need to go alone. Too many people would make him defensive. I stand, ready to begin preparations. Besides, I've got something most people don't, the ability to match his strength if needed. And his rage. Stark asks pointedly. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. As the meeting wraps up, I catch both Stark and Fisk making their own preparations, each planning for success or failure in their own way. Emma's concern flows through our link, though she maintains her composed exterior. Time to find Banner, and hope the other guy is in a talking mood. Later that evening, in Fisk's private office, he shows me Project Echo's detailed tracking of Banner, patterns of movement, gamma radiation signatures, likely hideout locations. My resources in Brazil will maintain distance, but provide support if needed, he says, studying the data. Though I trust you understand the delicate nature of this information. Of course. I memorized the coordinates, noting the patterns. Banner's been careful, but his attempts to help locals while staying hidden have left traces. Emma enters, her expression concerned. The media's already speculating about your temporary absence. I've prepared a statement about you investigating threats outside the city. Good, Fisk nods. Maintain the narrative of proactive heroics rather than a specific target. Through our mental link, Emma adds privately, I still think this is risky. Banner's not just dangerous because of the Hulk. He's brilliant, paranoid, and has every reason not to trust anyone. That's exactly why someone needs to try reaching him, I respond silently. Before Ross or someone worse does. The Ultimatrix pulses softly on my wrist as I review the final preparations. South America is a long way, even with XLR8 speed. I'll need to plan rest stops, avoid populated areas, and most importantly, approach Banner in a way that doesn't trigger an immediate Hulk out. Remember, Fisk adds as I prepare to leave, this isn't just about Banner. How you handle this could set precedents for future diplomatic efforts with enhanced individuals. Always thinking about the bigger picture. But he's not wrong. Try not to let the city fall apart while I'm gone, I tell Emma with a slight, teasing smile. Please, she rolls her eyes, but I catch her underlying concern. Just come back in one piece. The journey to Brazil takes several hours, even as XLR8. I make strategic stops, following the route Project Echo mapped out, avoiding military installations and population centers that might report a blue streak racing past. Dawn breaks as I reach the outskirts of a small village where Banner was last detected. The humidity hits immediately as I transform back to human form, my suit already feeling too heavy for this climate. Project Echo's intel suggests Banner's been working as an unofficial doctor here, helping those who can't afford proper medical care. Smart, hiding in plain sight while doing some good. I spot his likely residence easily, a modest shack on the village outskirts, isolated enough for privacy, but close enough to help if needed. Basic security measures hidden in the surroundings. Early warning systems cleverly disguised as normal debris. Time for first contact. But how to approach a man who's spent years perfecting the art of running away? Direct usually works best. I walk openly toward the shack, making no attempt to hide. If Banner's half as cautious as his reputation suggests, he's already spotted me. Dr. Banner, I call out, stopping at a respectful distance. I'm not here to cause trouble, just to talk. Silence. Then a quiet voice from inside. You're a long way from New York, shift. So he knows who I am. Not surprising. Anyone monitoring potential threats would keep tabs on new, enhanced individuals. Had to come a long way to find someone worth talking to. The door creaks, open slightly. I catch a glimpse of tired eyes studying me carefully. Ross send you? No one sent me. I came because. I pause, choosing my words carefully. Because sometimes people with power need to know they're not alone. The door opens fully. Banner looks exactly like his photos, unassuming, brilliant, and carrying the weight of constant vigilance. You should leave, he says quietly. Being around me isn't safe. Neither is being around me when I lose control. I reply, but I'm learning to handle it. Maybe we can help each other with that. His expression shifts slightly, interest warring with caution. Come in, he says finally. But if you make any sudden moves, the other guy comes out to play. I know. I step forward slowly. That's actually part of what I wanted to discuss. You don't understand. Banner shakes his head, pacing now. The destruction he causes, one incident, one loss of control, and entire neighborhoods get leveled. I can handle the Hulk if it comes to that. Banner stops abruptly. Handle him? You have no idea what he's capable of. Actually, I do. And I also know he's not evil. Not evil. Banner's laugh carries an edge of hysteria. He's pure rage, pure destruction. There's nothing else there. That's not true. I counter, standing my ground. The Hulk has never deliberately targeted civilians. His actions, even at their most destructive, show patterns of protecting rather than merely destroying. Protecting. Banner's pulse monitor beeps faster. He's a monster, a mindless beast that dash. He's a part of you. I interrupt. And the sooner you stop treating him like an enemy, the sooner you might actually learn to dash. A part of me? His eyes flash green momentarily. You think that thing is some kind of misunderstood aspect of my personality? I think he's more conscious than you want to admit. Every time he's emerged, he's shown intelligence. Choice dash. Choice. The monitor's beeping becomes frantic. You want to see his choices? Dr. Banner, your pulse dash. No, you want to talk about the Hulk? His skin starts taking on a greenish tinge. Let's talk about the Hulk. This isn't what I dash. But it's too late. Banner's form begins to expand, his clothes tearing as green muscle ripples across his frame. The shack's walls creak ominously as he grows. Time to test my theory about the Hulk's consciousness, and hope I'm right about being able to handle him. The Ultimatrix pulses on my wrist as Banner completes his transformation, the Hulk's massive form barely contained by the small structure. Those green eyes fix on me with raw anger, but also intelligence. Puny shifter think he know Hulk? Well, this is... The shack explodes outward as the Hulk straightens to his full height. I transform into Humongosaur, my form towering over even the green giant. His fist swings where my head was a moment ago, but from this height, his legendary strength seems less overwhelming. Shifter thinks size make him stronger than Hulk? Another punch, this one I catch in my much larger hand, though the impact still sends shockwaves through the jungle. The big guy, despite his words, seems to be holding back, otherwise I'd be flying. Size isn't everything. I reply, looking down at him. But that's not why I'm here. Hulk not care why. He charges forward, but his attacks are actually measured. Like he's testing me rather than trying to destroy me outright. You do care. I counter, deflecting another blow. Otherwise, you'd be trying a lot harder to prove you're the strongest one there is. The Hulk pauses just for a moment. Shifter talked too much. Maybe, but you're listening. I lower my massive frame slightly, trying to appear less threatening. Because you're not just mindless rage, are you? Banner's wrong about that. Banner weak. He smashes the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Banner hide. Banner scared. I correct, maintaining my position. Not of you, of what others might make you do, of being used as a weapon. That gets his attention. The Hulk's eyes narrow, showing that intelligence Banner refuses to acknowledge. Hulk, no one's weapon. He leaps at me, but I catch him mid-air, setting him down gently, deliberately showing I'm not here to fight. Exactly. I keep my voice steady. So why let Ross or anyone else treat you like one? Why let Banner keep running? He roars, but it's different now. Frustration rather than pure rage. Banner not listen. Banner only fear. Then make him listen. I kneel down. Show him you're more than just destruction. You've been protecting him all this time, haven't you? The Hulk's massive fists clench and unclench. Puny Shifter not know Hulk. Maybe not. But I know what it's like to have power others fear. To have to prove you're more than what they think you are. I gesture to myself. I could cause massive destruction, but I choose not to. Just like you choose who to fight and who to protect. Something shifts in those green eyes, recognition, maybe understanding. Shifter, different. He studies me with unexpected intensity. Not afraid. No, I agree. I'm not. Because I see you, big guy. The real you. Not just Banner's fear or Ross's weapon. You. The jungle falls silent, except for our breathing. Two beings of immense power having a conversation that could grant acceptance more than from anyone. Hulk, tired. The admission seems to surprise even him. Tired of running. Then let's stop running. I offer. Let's show them all what you really are. The Hulk sits heavily on the ground, the impact creating small tremors. His anger seems to have shifted into something more contemplative. Banner, think Hulk monster. He looks at his hand again. Everyone think Hulk monster. Because they don't understand, I reply, maintaining my transformed state but settling nearby. They see the destruction without seeing the reason behind it. Without seeing the times you've protected people. Hulk smash what threatens Banner. Exactly. You're not mindless. You're protective. Maybe. I pause, choosing my words carefully. Maybe that's why you exist. Not as a curse, but as a guardian. His eyes snap to mine. Shifter, think Hulk. Good. I think you're whatever you choose to be. Just like I am. Just like anyone is. I gesture at the destroyed shack. Banner helps people here, right? Heals them. In your own way, you protect people too. The Hulk falls silent, processing this. The anger that usually radiates from him has dimmed to something more thoughtful. What Shifter want from Hulk? A chance? I reply honestly. A chance to show the world and Banner that you're more than they think. That you can be part of something bigger than running and fighting. And if world not accept Hulk, then they'll have to deal with both of us. For the first time, something like a smile crosses the Hulk's face. Shifter brave. Or stupid. Probably both, I admit. But I'm also right. We stay silent for a little while, enjoying the quiet. Banner coming back. The Hulk announces suddenly, his form already beginning to shrink. Hulk, think about Shifter words. I transform back to human form as Banner emerges, looking dazed but surprisingly alert. His eyes scan the destruction around us, then fix on me with new understanding. If you actually talk to him, Banner says, disbelief coloring his voice. And he listened. He's always been capable of listening, Dr. Banner. Banner shakily gets to his feet, accepting the spare clothes I pull from my pack. I heard parts of it, like watching through fog. He studies me carefully. Everything I thought about him, about what he is. Sometimes we're wrong about the things we fear most. I help him to a relatively intact section of wall to sit. Ross won't stop coming. Again, let me worry about Ross. You spent enough time running from him. He looks around at the destroyed shack, at the life he'd built here. Where we even start? First, we get you somewhere safe. Then, I smile slightly, we show the world what happens when science and strength work together instead of against each other. Banner stands, decision visible in his posture. The other guy, the Hulk, he really seemed to respect you. Maybe because I respected him first. I transform back into Humongosaur. Ready to try something new, Doctor? He takes a deep breath, then nods. Lead the way. Time to show the world a different side of both Banner and the Hulk. And hope we don't break too much in the process. The return journey takes longer than the trip out. Banner isn't exactly built for XLR8 speed, and we need to be careful about detection. Instead, we use a combination of my transformations and careful routing to make our way north. Your father's really okay with harboring a fugitive? Banner asks during one of our rest stops. He sees opportunities in unexpected places. I reply, checking our coordinates. Besides, who better to help develop protective measures for enhanced individuals than someone who understands both the science and the experience? My phone buzzes Emma. Ross is mobilizing. Someone spotted you in Brazil. Perfect timing. We need to move, I tell Banner. Military's catching up. He tenses immediately. Maybe this wasn't Dash. Don't, I cut him off. This is exactly why we need to change things. Ready to trust me? He studies me for a moment, then nods. Good, because this next part might get interesting. I transform into Humongosaur, carefully lifting Banner onto my shoulder. Hold on. We're taking a more direct route. The jungle canopy parts easily as I forge a path north. Let Ross follow these tracks. By the time he figures out where we're really heading, we'll be long gone. Time to bring Banner to a true home and show the world what happens when you stop hunting heroes and start helping them instead. Fisk Tower's private entrance opens silently as we arrive under cover of darkness. Emma's mental presence brushes mine immediately. Ross has 3 strike teams mobilizing, she reports. Stark's running interference with some convenient equipment malfunctions in their tracking systems. Banner takes in the high-tech security with a scientist's eye. Impressive setup. Wait until you see the labs, I reply, leading him to the secure elevator. Though first, someone wants to meet you. The doors open to Fisk's private office. He stands by the window, cutting his usual imposing figure. Dr. Banner, he greets smoothly. Welcome to what I hope will be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Mr. Fisk, Banner's voice carries careful neutrality. Your son mentioned something about research opportunities. Indeed, Fisk activates a display, showing schematics of a specialized laboratory setup. We've prepared facilities designed to your unique requirements. Complete privacy, full resources, and of course, protection. Protection? Banner's laugh is soft. From Ross? The military? From those who would use your abilities for their own ends? Fisk corrects. Whether that's Ross or others who might take interest in your work. Don't worry, I'll protect you from anyone, I state, as I look towards my father. Fisk, my implication clear. Our deal was clear after all. Banner would be on my side, and the benefits to the Kingpin will be that the Hulk is not used by others as a weapon, and he gets research from Banner. That Banner himself approves of. Emma's voice fills my mind. Stark's arriving, and Banner's anxiety levels are spiking. The elevator chimes, and Tony Stark strolls in like he owns the place. Banner, love your work on anti-electron collisions. Less fond of the property damage, but hey, nobody's perfect. Banner blinks, looking between Stark and Fisk. This is quite the welcome committee. Consider it a preview of your new support system, I tell him. Scientists, resources, and people who understand what it means to have power others fear. Speaking of power, Stark adds, those gamma radiation patterns you documented? Fascinating stuff. Love to compare notes sometime. You know, when you're not busy being green and angry. For the first time since I met him, Banner actually smiles. Maybe it could work after all. Yeah, maybe since I was optimistic, sure, but always expect things to go sideways and plan accordingly. Before we proceed, Fisk states, there's the matter of General Ross to address. He won't stop, Banner tenses. He's dedicated. He's obsessed, Stark corrects, pulling up data on his phone. But obsession makes people sloppy. Jarvis has been tracking some interesting patterns in his operational procedures, things that might not look great to his superiors. Emma steps forward. We've also prepared a media strategy. The public knows Shift brought you in. They're already spinning stories about rehabilitation and second chances. Public opinion, Banner looks skeptical, is a powerful tool, Fisk notes, especially when combined with certain political pressures I can arrange. What we're saying, I add, is that Ross isn't just fighting you anymore. He's fighting a united front of corporate, technological, and public influence. Not to mention, Stark grins, he'll have to explain why he's attacking a facility owned by one of the military's biggest contractors. That's me, by the way. I don't like sharing that title with Hammer. Banner absorbs this, his intelligent mind clearly processing the strategic layers. And what do you all get out of this? He asks finally. Research opportunities, Fisk states. Scientific collaboration, Stark adds. A chance to change things, I finish. Emma's mental voice carries amusement. He's starting to believe it might work. Dr. Banner, Fisk continues. Shall we show you your new laboratory? As we head to the elevator, I could catch Banner's quiet words. Thank you. Sometimes the biggest changes start with the smallest steps. Even if those steps involve housing the world's most wanted scientist and his very green alter ego. Later, in Banner's new lab, he pauses in his inspection of the equipment. Can we talk? About something complicated? Sure, I reply. Your father. He chooses his words carefully. His reputation, to those who know more of the upper world, isn't exactly clean. How do you reconcile being a hero while working with someone who? He trails off. While being a criminal, I finish for him. It's complex. He does things I don't agree with, but he's also capable of doing good when it aligns with his interests. Like harboring fugitive scientists. Like helping protect people with powers from those who'd misuse them. I lean against a workbench. The world isn't perfect, Dr. Banner. Sometimes you have to work with complicated people to achieve something worthwhile. Sounds like justification, he observes, though his tone remains neutral. Maybe. Or maybe it's about using every available resource to make actual change. I meet his gaze. Ross operates within the law, but does that make his actions right? Fisk operates outside it, but he's giving you a chance to help people instead of running from them. Banner is quiet for a moment, considering this. How do you know when you're crossing a line? Working with someone like Fisk, it could be a slippery slope. By remembering why I do this. It's not about my father, or laws, or public image. It's about helping people who need it. I straighten up. Sometimes it means working with people others might consider villains. And you're okay with that? The moral ambiguity of it all. I'm okay with doing what needs to be done to protect people. The rest. I shrug. That's just the complicated reality of trying to make real change in an imperfect world. Besides, I'm already slowly taking the steps to convince him to stop. I just need more time. Banner nods slowly, something like understanding crossing his features. After all, who better to understand moral complexity than someone who transforms into what others consider a monster? The attack comes without warning, explosions rocking the lower levels of Fisk Tower. Emma's mental alert hits me instantly. Ross's forces breaching the lobby. Military-grade weapons, multiple teams. Banner. Ross's voice booms through mounted speakers. Come out now, or we'll tear this building apart. He's actually doing this, I mutter in disbelief. He's attacking a civilian building in broad daylight. Banner's pulse monitor beeps frantically. I should go. Before dash. Before nothing. I cut him off, activating my comms. Emma, status? Ross has lost it. Her voice is tense. He's got heavy artillery aimed at structural supports. Stark's 3 minutes out, but dash. Another explosion rocks the building. Dr. Banner, I turn to him. I know you don't want destruction, but right now Ross is the one threatening civilians. What are we going to do about it? His eyes flicker green. Yeah. I reach for the ultimatrix. Partners remember. The building shakes again, and Banner's expression shifts from fear to something harder. He's really going to hurt people just to get to me. Not if we stop him. I transform into Humongosaur. ready to show Ross what happens when he pushes too far. Banner's skin begins to tinge green, but this time it's different, controlled, purposeful. Yes, he says, just before the change takes him. Let's show him. Time to teach Ross a lesson about attacking the wrong building and the wrong team. The transformation is explosive, Banner's controlled acceptance giving way to the Hulk's raw power. The lab equipment scatters as he grows, those green eyes blazing with familiar rage. Ross attacks Hulk's new home. His roar shakes the remaining equipment. Ross never learn. Remember, I say quickly, civilians in the building. We protect first. Hulk, no. He actually sounds offended. Hulk, not stupid. Another explosion rocks the foundation. Through our comms, Emma coordinates evacuation efforts while Fisk security teams engage Ross's forces. Ready to show Ross what happens when he picks the wrong fight. I ask, Hulk ready? He grins, fierce and wild. Shifter and Hulk teach Ross lesson. We burst through the wall together, a coordinated entrance that probably looks impressive as hell from the street. Ross's forces have surrounded the building, heavy weapons trained upward. Ross! Hulk's voice booms across the plaza. Hulk tired of running. I spot Ross behind a line of troops, his face contorted with obsessive determination. Banner, you think hiding behind another monster makes you safe. The only monster here, I call out, is the one attacking a civilian building. Hulk agrees. He launches forward, but I notice he's careful to avoid the evacuating civilians Emma's guiding out. Ross want fight? Hulk give fight. Time to show everyone what happens when you push too far. And maybe teach Ross that some lessons come with a very green receipt. Ross's forces open fire. Heavy artillery and sonic weapons designed specifically for the Hulk. But they didn't plan for two targets. I charge one flank while Hulk takes the other, our coordinated attacks splitting their focus. Emma's voice guides us through our comms, helping us avoid civilian areas. Ross, bring toys. Hulk grabs a sonic cannon, crushing it like paper. Toys not work on Hulk anymore. I sweep 3 armored vehicles aside, careful to minimize damage while making them inoperable. The press is arriving, Emma reports. Ross's attack is going live. General Ross. The familiar whine of repulsors fills the air as Iron Man arrives. Want to explain why you're attacking my friend's building? This is a military operation, Stark. Ross shouts back. Stay out of it. Military operation? Stark hovers overhead. Looks more like a personal vendetta to me. Jarvis, make sure we're recording everything. The Hulk lands next to me, his presence surprisingly controlled despite the chaos. Ross, bring army to catch Hulk. Ross still lose. That's because he never learned. I reply, watching Ross's face contort with fury. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is stop fighting. Stand down. Ross orders his forces. I want Banner alive. Banner not here. Hulk roars back. Only Hulk. And Hulk stay with friends. The word friends catches Ross off guard. I can see his worldview struggling to accommodate a Hulk that can reason, that can choose allies. This isn't over, he growls, but we can all see his forces wavering. Actually, Stark cuts in. According to these live feeds, it very much is. Unless you want to explain to your superiors why you launched an unauthorized attack on a civilian target. The Hulk steps forward, but not to attack. Ross leave. Or Hulk show what real monster look like. Ross's forces begin to withdraw. Their commanders face a mask of barely contained rage. This isn't over, Banner. It will never be over. Ross right, Hulk rumbles. Not over. But different now. Hulk not alone. News helicopters circle overhead, cameras capturing everything. Emma's voice fills my mind. The narrative's already forming. Military aggression against protected heroes. Ross's superiors are going to have a field day with this. Time to give them something else to think about. I reply, transforming back to human form. The Hulk looks down at me, understanding in those green eyes. Shifter, trust Hulk, he announces, loud enough for the cameras. Hulk trusts Shifter. Ross want monster? Ross only find hero. Stark lands beside us, his faceplate retracting. Well, that was dramatic. Points for style though, big guy. The Hulk actually grins. Tin Man late to party. Fashionably late, Stark corrects. Also, we should probably do something about the structural damage before dash. A section of the building's facade crumbles, as if on cue. Hulk help fix, he declares, moving to support the weakened structure. Hulk break, Hulk fix. The cameras keep rolling as the Hulk, now helping instead of destroying, works with us to stabilize the damage. It's a picture worth more than any prepared statement. The so-called monster choosing to protect and repair. Sometimes the best way to change minds is to show them something they never expected to see. Like a Hulk who chooses to be more than what others believe him to be. Morning news plays across multiple screens in my office, each channel running different angles of yesterday's confrontation. Ross's raid. Military overreach or necessary action? Hulk helps. Former Menace assists in repair efforts. Shift and Hulk. New York's newest dynamic duo. Emma enters, her mental presence carrying a mix of satisfaction and concern. Ross has been temporarily relieved of command pending investigation. Apparently, his superiors weren't thrilled about unauthorized attacks on civilian buildings. And Banner? I ask, though I can sense the Hulk's calm presence through Emma's mental link several floors below. Still in his lab. He's been working nonstop since he transformed back. She settles into her usual chair, though the other guy seems different, more settled. Social media floods with reactions. Did y'all see Hulk literally helping fix the building? Loudly crying face. Shift really out here making friends with everyone. That moment when Hulk called them friends, though. My phone buzzes. Stark. Banner's already revolutionizing 3 different research projects. Also, Big Green says hi. Well, more like Hulk say hi. But you get the idea. Things are changing. The question, though, still remains. Are we ready for what comes next? Fisk's private dining room becomes our impromptu meeting space that evening. Banner sits somewhat awkwardly at the massive table, still adjusting to being a guest rather than a fugitive. The military's internal investigation will take weeks, Fisk notes, reviewing reports. But the public reaction is interesting. People like redemption stories, Emma observes. A misunderstood force, choosing to help rather than destroy. It's perfect narrative material. Speaking of helping, Stark adds, entering with his usual dramatic timing. Those gamma radiation theories you were working on? Banner? Again, man, game-changing stuff. Banner shifts uncomfortably at the praise. It's easier to work when you're not constantly looking over your shoulder. And the other guy? I ask, how's he handling the change? He's calmer. Banner sounds almost surprised, like he knows he doesn't have to fight everyone anymore. Though he keeps asking when Shifter is coming to train again. Emma's mental voice carries amusement. You made quite an impression on both of them. The Ultimates could use someone with your experience, I say carefully, watching Banner's reaction. Both versions of you. A team. He looks skeptical. With the Hulk. Why not? Stark interjects. Big Green's already proved he can work with others. Plus, having you both on board would add some serious scientific credibility. And military deterrent, Fisk adds pragmatically. Banner is quiet for a moment, considering. You really think this could work? Having the other guy as part of a team? I reply, it's time we stopped treating power as something to fear and started seeing it as something to understand. Both of you deserve that chance. There's something else we need to discuss. Stark suddenly pulls up a holographic display. S.H.I.E.L.D's been sniffing around since Ross's attack. Fury's interested in our little arrangement. Let it be interested, Emma states coolly. We're not his assets to collect. No, I agree, but we need to be prepared. Fury's not the type to just watch from the sidelines. Banner tenses slightly. S.H.I.E.L.D's not much better than Ross when it comes to trying to control things they don't understand. The difference is, Fisk interjects, S.H.I.E.L.D. at least attempts subtlety. They'll want to negotiate rather than attack. Besides, Stark adds with a grin, they've got enough on their plate with Point Break and his brother discovering Earth's cuisine. Did you see Thor's latest review of Starbucks? My phone buzzes with the group chat. Thor, friends. This brew called a double espresso courses through my veins like the lightning of Asgard. High voltage. Loki. Yes, just what we needed, Thor, but faster. The world's, like I always say, changing fast. though that it's changing as fast as Thor on a sugar high is possibly concerning. I note, watching Banner relax slightly at the normal interaction. Maybe it's actually time for organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. to change with it. If Hydra doesn't get in the way, that is. Or get left behind, Emma adds. Nevertheless, I begin as I put my phone away. We should meet him, I state. What? Why? The guy's like a dog with a bone, and currently, he doesn't have a bone. So why give him one? Tony states in response. Because, I lean forward, Fury's going to keep pushing until he gets what he wants. Better to meet him on our terms than have him show up uninvited again. Emma's mental presence carries skepticism. You really think he'll play by any terms we set? No, Fisk interjects, studying me. But my son's right. Control the engagement, control the outcome. Plus, Banner adds quietly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources could be useful, if they're actually willing to work with us rather than try to control us. Stark sighs dramatically. Fine, but we do this right. My tower, my security, my terms. Actually, I counter, I was thinking here. On our ground. I glance at Fisk. Show him exactly what kind of united front he's dealing with. Emma smirks. Make him walk into the lion's den? More like the king's court, I reply. After all, if he wants to talk about power and control, let's show him what real power looks like. Fisk finishes, a slight smile playing at his lips. Very well. I'll have my assistant arrange a suitable time. And if he tries anything, Banner asks, then he'll learn why crossing this family is a bad idea. Emma states, her expression cold. Fury arrives exactly on time. A calculated move, no doubt. Fisk's office has been arranged precisely for this meeting. Fisk behind his desk, a position of power, Banner and Stark casually positioned near the advanced lab displays, showcasing our scientific capabilities. Emma and I completing the circle of influence. Director, Fisk's voice carries that dangerous calm. I trust you found the front entrance more convenient than my son's bedroom window. Fury takes the offered seat, his one eye scanning the room with practiced efficiency. Mr. Fisk, quite the gathering you've assembled. Indeed, Fisk replies, though I'm more interested in discussing your previous breach of security. Breaking into a teenager's room seems beneath S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dignity. That was an error in judgment, Fury acknowledges, though his posture remains unfazed. One I don't intend to repeat. See that you don't. The threat in Fisk's voice is subtle but clear. Now, Fury continues, about your growing organization dash. The Ultimates, I interject. Let's call it what it is. The Ultimates, he repeats, testing the name. Powered individuals operating without oversight tend to make people nervous. Like shadowy government agencies operating without accountability? Emma's mental presence brushes against Fury's defenses, finding them impressive but not impenetrable. We're offering a chance for cooperation, Fury states. S.H.I.E.L.D. has resources dash. That we already have, Stark interrupts, gesturing to the lab displays. Between my tech, Fisk's networks, and Banner's research, when not exactly hurting for resources. What you're offering, I add, is control disguised as cooperation. Fury's eye narrows slightly. What I'm offering is a chance to work together before the next raw situation. Or worse. Let me be specific, I lean forward. What exactly are you proposing, Director? Information sharing. Joint response protocols for major threats. A seat at the table when global security is concerned. Fury's eye moves between us. In return, S.H.I.E.L.D. provides additional resources, political cover when needed. And oversight, Emma adds coolly. Guidance, Fury corrects. Control, Fisk states flatly. Let's not pretend this is anything else. Banner shifts slightly, drawing Fury's attention. The last time I trusted government guidance, I spent years running for my life. Ross was a loose cannon, Fury responds. S.H.I.E.L.D. operates differently. Yes, Stark interjects. You're much more subtle about your manipulations. Really, it's impressive. I feel Emma's mental warning. He's planning something. His surface thoughts are too organized, too prepared. Here's our counteroffer. I say, catching everyone's attention. We maintain complete autonomy. If, and only if, a situation requires joint operation, we coordinate as equals. No oversight, no control, no SHIELD agents embedded in our organization. Especially no Hydra spies among them. That's not how this works. Fury starts, but I continue. That's exactly how this works. Because right now, Director, you're not offering us anything we actually need. But we're offering you something invaluable. Allies you don't have to fight. The room falls silent as Fury processes this. His expression gives nothing away, but there's a new calculation in his eye. And if we refuse, then nothing changes, Fisk answers. Except perhaps our willingness to cooperate in the future. Fury stands slowly, his coat doing that dramatic swish he's probably practiced. I'll take your counteroffer under consideration. Do that, I reply. And Director, next time you want to talk to me, use the front door again like this time. It's safer for everyone. As he leaves, Emma's mental voice carries amusement. He's actually impressed. And worried. Good, I think back. He should be both. I'll change everything, piece by piece. I'll be the one who will set the rules for this game, not the Mad Titan. We need to talk, Emma announces, entering my office with her usual grace, though something feels different in her mental presence. I look up from the reports I'm reviewing, mostly analysis of Fury's recent visit. Everything okay? She takes her usual seat, but her posture is less relaxed than normal. I've been considering something. That sounds ominous. Don't be dramatic, she rolls her eyes, but I catch a flicker of nervousness through our link. I was thinking we should have dinner. We have dinner all the time, I reply, though something in her tone makes me pay closer attention. Not with the team. Not in Fisk Tower. She meets my gaze directly. Just us. At that new French restaurant downtown. Oh, Emma Frost. I can't help but smile. Are you asking me out on a date? Well, someone had to, she states, though I catch a hint of pink in her cheeks. You've been remarkably oblivious to the signals I've been sending. A knock at the door interrupts us, Stark, with his impeccable timing as always. Am I interrupting something? Stark grins, taking in our expressions. Because I can come back when there's less romantic tension in the air. What do you want, Tony? I ask, while Emma maintains her perfect composure. Just some data from the latest training sessions, but this is way more interesting. He leans against the doorframe. Finally making a move? Frost? Unlike some people, I don't need an AI to manage my personal life. Emma replies smoothly, standing. 8 o'clock, Samuel. Don't be late. She leaves with her characteristic grace, though our mental link carries a mix of amusement and anticipation. So, Stark drops into the now vacant chair. You and the Ice Queen, huh? Don't you have something to blow up in your lab? Probably. But watching you try not to blush is much more entertaining. My phone buzzes, the group chat lighting up. Thor, young Shift has truly found a queen. I was not wrong last time. This calls for celebration. Cloud with lightning. Loki, brother, their personal lives are not your entertainment. Stark, too late. Already ordered champagne. How'd they dash? I start, staring at my phone. Oh, that. Tony's grin gets impossibly wider. I might have sent a heads up to Point Break and his brother before coming here. See, Jarvis noticed Emma making reservations at Le Bernardin. Very nice choice, by the way. And well, it wasn't hard to figure out what was coming. You knew she was going to ask me out? Please, he waves dismissively. She's been planning this for days. The restaurant called my office for verification since it's usually booked months in advance. Something about a last-minute VIP reservation. I groan. So you just been waiting to make this as dramatic as possible. Me? Dramatic? He puts a hand to his chest in mock offense. I'm hurt. Also, yes, absolutely. My phone continues buzzing. Thor, we must feast in their honor. Meat on bone. Loki, brother, they haven't even had their first date yet. Stark, too late. Already planning the engagement party. I hate all of you. I mutter but can't help smiling. No, you don't. Tony stands, heading for the door. By the way, we're the blue suit. Trust me on this one. Blue, I call after him. With red eyes and white hair. What's wrong with your fashion sense? Trust the billionaire playboy on this one, kid. He turns back with that insufferable grin. Navy blue, silver accents. It'll work. Besides, he taps his phone, Emma's already got Pepper helping with her outfit choice. She what dash? Oh yeah, they've been texting for hours. Something about making sure he makes air quotes, don't completely mess this up with your complete lack of fashion sense. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Emma. Stop questioning the blue suit. And yes, I can feel your fashion anxiety from 3 floors down. I don't have fashion anxiety. I mutter under my breath. I glance at Tony. How long has everyone been planning this? Planning? No. He backs toward the door, still grinning. We're just facilitating. Though you might want to check your closet. Pepper may have had some things delivered. Tony, gotta go. Important science stuff to do. He disappears, leaving me with the distinct impression that I've somehow lost control of this entire situation. Through our mental link, Emma's amusement is crystal clear. You really thought I'd leave your outfit choice to chance? I head to my suite, only to find Pepper herself waiting with what looks like an entire boutique's worth of options laid out. Don't even start, she warns as I open my mouth to protest. Emma's right. You need help with this. I'm perfectly capable of dash. You wore a black tie with a brown suit last week. She cuts me off, sorting through the selections. You lost all fashion credibility right there. What's wrong with darker colors going with my bright hair dash? My phone buzzes continuously. Stark, let Pepper work her magic. Trust me on this. Thor, the Lady Pepper has excellent taste in Midgardian attire. Glowing Star, Loki, for once my brother speaks sense. Banner, just go with it. Fighting is pointless. Trust me, Emma's mental presence carries both amusement and affection. Consider this your first lesson in letting others help you for a change. Fine, I surrender to the inevitable. But I draw the line at dash. You'll draw lines nowhere, Pepper states firmly, holding up the navy suit Tony mentioned. Now, let's make sure you don't embarrass yourself or Emma tonight. 2 hours later, I have to admit they were right about the blue suit. The cut and color work surprisingly well, even with my unusual features. See? Pepper adjusts my collar with practiced efficiency. This is why you listen to people who know what they're doing. My phone hasn't stopped buzzing. Stark, looking sharp, kid. You're welcome. Banner, good luck. Try not to level any buildings. Thor, may your evening be blessed with joy. Cloud with lightning. Loki, I've enchanted your reservation to ensure privacy. Consider it a favor. Everyone needs to stop helping. I mutter, though Emma's mental presence suggests she finds the whole situation entertaining. Mr. Fisk requests your presence before you leave. Jarvis announces through the room speakers. Great, because this evening needed more complexity. He's in his office, Pepper says, making one final adjustment. Don't keep him waiting, and don't mess up the suit. As I head for the elevator, I can't help but wonder what fatherly advice Wilson Fisk might have about dating a telepath. This should be interesting. Fisk's office is dimly lit when I enter, his massive frame silhouetted against the city lights. I understand congratulations are in order, he says without turning. Though perhaps premature, given it's only a first date. You knew too. I know everything that happens in my tower. He turns, studying my appearance. The suit is appropriate, though we should discuss certain expectations. If this is going to be a shovel talk dash. Please, he waves dismissively. Miss Frost is more than capable of defending herself. Besides, if it was truly so, then I would be having this conversation with her, as you are my son. No, this is about public perception. The media will be interested in this development. When aren't they? Indeed. He moves to his desk, pulling up several displays. I've arranged for discreet security at the restaurant. The press has been given certain suggestions about maintaining distance. You're taking this very seriously. You're my son, he states again, simply. And Miss Frost is a valuable ally. Your happiness and privacy are worth protecting. Coming from Fisk, that's practically a blessing. My phone buzzes again, Emma this time. Stop worrying about what your father thinks, and come downstairs. We have reservations to keep. The elevator opens to the private lobby, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. Emma stands there in a stunning white dress that makes her look even more regal than usual. You clean up well, she notes with a slight smile, her mental presence warm with appreciation. I suppose I should thank Pepper. You look. I search for words that won't sound completely inadequate. I know, she replies simply, a hint of that familiar confidence in her voice. Shall we? Before your fan club decides to arrange a parade in our honor? As if on cue, my phone buzzes. Stark, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Which leaves plenty of options. Emma rolls her eyes. I've blocked them all from your phone for the evening. We deserve one night without the peanut gallery. The car waiting outside is one of Fisk's, discreet but armored. As we slide in, I catch glimpses of security personnel melting into shadows. Apparently, everyone's determined to make this evening perfect. Stop analyzing everything. Emma's voice carries fond exasperation. For once, just let things happen. She's right, of course. She usually is. Time to see what happens when New York's newest heroes try something as normal as a first date. Though with our luck, something explosive will probably interrupt dinner. The city lights blur past the car windows as we head downtown. A comfortable silence settles between us until curiosity gets the better of me. So what brought this on? I ask, then immediately notice her mental presence shift. Emma's expression darkens slightly. You really want to know? Oh, understanding hits. That reporter last week? You mean the one who was practically throwing herself at you? Her voice carries carefully controlled irritation. The one who's almost 30? Emma Frost. I can't help but grin. Were you jealous? Please, she scoffs, but her mental presence betrays her. I simply found it ridiculous. They call our age difference problematic when there are women twice your age openly flirting during interviews. The Channel 5 reporter was not Dash. She touched your arm 7 times in 3 minutes. Emma cuts in. I counted, and her thoughts were inappropriate. You read her mind during the interview? Of course I did. She turns to face me fully. And after listening to endless social media debates about whether I'm grooming you, watching some desperate journalist mentally undressing you during a live interview was the last straw. So you decided to? Take what's mine, she states with that regal confidence I've come to admire. Then catches herself. That is, if you want to be. It's rare to see Emma uncertain about anything. It's endearing. I thought you could read minds. I tease gently. Some thoughts, she replies, her composure returning, are worth hearing out loud. Lou Bernardine's private entrance opens discreetly for us. Loki's enchantment subtly redirecting attention away from our arrival. The maitre d' leads us to a secluded table with a perfect view of both the city lights and all possible exits. Emma's strategic mind clearly influenced the selection. You've been planning this for a while. I observe as we're seated. A lady never reveals all her secrets, she replies, but her mental presence carries satisfaction. Though I will say coordinating Stark, Pepper, and your father without any of them taking credit was challenging. And here I thought I was being observant lately. Darling, she says, the endearment slipping out naturally. You once missed an entire bank robbery because you were too focused on debugging Stark's suit calculations in human form. Something about proving your own superior intelligence without gray matter. That was one time, Dash. The point is, she continues, her eyes sparkling with amusement, sometimes you need someone to point out the obvious. So, I say after we order, how long has Pepper been your fashion consultant? Since the day she watched you try to match plaid with stripes, Emma replies smoothly. She was quite insistent about intervening before. As she put it, fashion crime becomes your supervillain origin story. I'm not that bad, Dash. The purple tie incident. That was Dash. With the orange shirt. Okay, point taken. I concede, enjoying the way her eyes light up when she teases me. And the coordination with my father. Wilson has surprising taste in restaurants. She sips her wine elegantly, and a vested interest in making sure his son's first public date goes smoothly. Through our mental link, I catch fragments of earlier conversations, Fisk and Emma discussing security, media management, even the exact table placement. They've thought of everything. You know, I lean forward slightly. For someone who can read minds, you took a surprisingly roundabout way to get here. Some things, she meets my gaze, are worth doing properly. Besides, Her mental presence carries a hint of mischief. Watching you be completely oblivious was rather entertaining. The waiter returns with our first course, and I catch Emma subtly scanning the room. Old habits die hard. No threats, she assures me. Though Stark has been texting Pepper updates every 5 minutes. I thought you blocked them. I blocked them from your phone. Someone needs to keep track of our enthusiastic support system. Our conversation flows naturally between topics, from team dynamics to future plans, interspersed with comfortable silences that only telepathic links can provide. It's different from our usual interactions, more personal despite the formal setting. You know, Emma says during dessert, there's a betting pool at the tower about us. Of course there is. Let me guess, Stark started it. Actually, her lips curve into a slight smile. It was Banner. Apparently, the other guy has been quite invested in our quote, shift, love, obvious queen. I nearly choke on my coffee. The Hulk was betting on our love life. He's more perceptive than most give him credit for. Her mental presence carries amusement. Though Thor's contributions to the pool were creative. Something about Asgardian courtship rituals involving dragons. Please tell me you're joking. About the dragons? Yes. About the betting pool. She raises an eyebrow. Loki's currently winning. Outside, the city lights shimmer against the darkening sky. Through the window's reflection, I catch glimpses of Fisk's security detail maintaining their discreet positions. So, I say carefully, was this worth all the planning? Her mental presence softens, showing a vulnerability she rarely displays. I'd say so, though the evening's not over yet. A subtle alert from Emma's mental scan interrupts the moment. Paparazzi, she notes calmly. 3 of them trying to get past Loki's enchantment. Should we be concerned? Please, she smirks. I may have suggested they suddenly remember urgent appointments elsewhere. The way she says it makes me laugh. You know, most people would find that ethically questionable. Most people haven't dealt with tabloid headlines questioning their every interaction. Her expression turns slightly serious. Speaking of which, we should discuss how we want to handle the public aspect of this. She gestures between us, and through our link, I catch her underlying concern, not about the media itself, but about how their inevitable reaction might affect us. Well, I consider we could always let Stark handle the PR. He's been dying to dash. Absolutely not, she cuts in. The last thing we need is Tony Stark managing our relationship announcements. He'd probably skywrite it over Manhattan. Fair point. Though, I pause, noting how naturally the word relationship fit into our conversation. Are we making announcements? Her mental presence carries both warmth and determination. I think we're past pretending this is just a single date, don't you? The headlines will be interesting, I muse. White Queen and Shift. Romance balloons, or something equally dramatic. I'm more concerned about the less savory ones. Emma's tone carries an edge. The age difference debates will resurface. You mean the ones calling you a cradle robber? I reach for her hand across the table. Pretty sure we've faced worse than tabloid drama. Her mental presence warms at the contact. True, though it's different when it's personal. She pauses, then adds with characteristic sass. Besides, they clearly haven't seen you handle board meetings. No 16-year-old manages corporate politics like that. Speaking of corporate politics, I gesture to a discreet security camera. How long before my father issues a formal statement? Bold of you to assume he hasn't already drafted several versions. Her smile turns knowing, though I may have contributed to the final edit. The restaurant has begun to empty, the late hour drawing our evening to a close. Through our link, I sense Emma's reluctance to end it. We could take a walk, I suggest. The park's still open. In these heels, she raises an eyebrow, but her mental presence brightens. Though I suppose a short detour wouldn't hurt. As we stand to leave, her hand finds mine naturally, like we've been doing this for years instead of hours.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.